All good?
Oh, Coach McGosh.
Alrighty, here we go. New campaign. Everybody good? Everybody here?
Right.
Everybody excited?
2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds.
I don't know if
Past
I'm
2
public or
seconds.
unlisted, but we'll cope with it.
I'm just recording offline for now.
I just hate doing that and then uploading it. I'm like, I'm too lazy. It's so much work.
Yeah.
You all good, Milky?
Yes.
Okay.
Good. No takesies backsies this time. We're going forward.
We're good.
Let's
Hit
do
me.
it.
Hit me with some D&D.
Got the Spotify, so I'm gonna put on our new intro music.
Sylney will hit you.
Yep. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
'Cause I'm
Yes.
messing with things. Good. Alrighty. So, the year is 318. We are in the month of Bujask. Once again, the summer air is slowly starting to turn to autumn. The air is becoming to get a little chilly, but they're still green all throughout. Only slightly the colors are changing. We are once again in a shawl. All of you come from all over the continent. But today we are going to be up near the Sleepkin Wood, where there's a wedding. A couple of you work for the Ferric Emissary, more particularly the Ambertroff Caravan, an independent caravan that works under the Ferric Emissary. The other two of you have come to the wedding, seeking something. Nonetheless, many guests have been traveling. You all have had your lateness and carefree rides up near Sleepkin Woods separately, with those closest to you. After having a few pitfalls and encounters on the way, you've neared. Wimp and Dylan, you have gotten here the day beforehand. You've come and set up the wedding. You've transported all of the decorations, careful not to smush some and taking a rocking chair to the forehead. And you've set up. Under directions, you've spent the day, you've camped out at night, and now it is the morning of. The wedding will be starting around noon. Sylney and Oscar, you have traveled with Oscar's family all the way up north to the Sleepkin Wood, seeking the thing you've lost. And here you have taken a leisurely stroll through the woods, encountered something, but not too dangerous, more of a curiosity. You have ran into the passenger caravan that was bringing the rest of the guests. You've helped them out of the mud, literally, and have just arrived on the morning of. This is the story we're about to tell, where four fates are about to intertwine, but not quite yet. For there's other business to take care of. One of those businesses is the lantern you're trying to hang, Dylan. It's way too tall for you. You are in the basically glade. The forests and trees around here are duller. They are beginning to turn. They are of deciduous trees. They are beginning to turn. The ground is either no grass at all or dead foliage from the past. However, this glade where the Yandravi family has chosen to have their wedding is a beautiful sight. A natural hedge and trees make a fence. The glade is clear. There are pews, all in order, with help from Kavorn. You all have set them down in nice, neat rows, making an aisle down the center. Rose bushes of gold and whites are hung onto the hedges. A very thin vine, like mesh, is forming like a mesh roof over the glade. You can still see the sunlight coming down, and it's well lit. The sun is beaming here more than the other parts of the woods so far. But yes, a twine mesh is all over this, making an artificial ceiling, technically. Keeps the bugs out. Behind the beautiful altar that has been popped up, basically, is a small pond. There's actually a couple swans swimming in it right now. Everything seems a little too good to be true, but nonetheless, it is warm. It fights off the autumn air that is coming, and it feels nice. Off to the left, once you're into the glade, you look to the left and you see another little enclosure, and that is the bar area. They have, with some trouble, with your all's help and Kavoran's help, have brought in a portable bar in there. It's kind of in a hedge room off to the left. However, if you head out through the front of the glade, you get down to the small hill where the dirt is... It's only dirt and the grass is gone, and many carriages and wagons. The wagons of the Ambershroff caravan, as well as all the passenger carriages that have brought all the guests here, including the bride and groom. You have your wedding invitations in hand, and we resume with Dylan and Whimper as you are trying your hardest to reach a tall up spot. You're trying to hang a paper lantern onto a low-hanging branch, one of the many golden and white paper lanterns that are idling by and hovering over. It's pretty bright in here, but it's more for aesthetic reasons. The floor is yours.
So I'm gonna look around. Is Wimp anywhere around?
Mm-hmm.
Is my step stool within reaching?
As soon as I see him, I'm gonna be like, hey, come here.
He's gonna come over and he's gonna be like, he'd probably be like, what's up, pie slice?
All right. Well, question: how close is it to the wedding? Are we a few hours out, or are we like
5 minutes maybe?
Cool. Okay.
Like most of the decorations are up. These are the last few little things.
Okay.
Also, someone's mic is doing the jitters for me. I don't know if anyone else hears that, but I keep hearing
I
crackling
believe it's
sometimes.
Trey.
Oh fuck, is it me?
I believe
Yeah,
so.
every few seconds there's a
Every so often.
crackling. Just wanted to catch it.
Wait,
No.
is
Not
it
now.
this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that was me muting. I will stop that.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, no worries. Just wanted to catch it early, in case you didn't know.
I'm gonna kind of like look Wimp up and down, and I'm gonna be like, so I know you're in like your good outfit, but can I get a knee, or like maybe you do it?
You see the little gnome taking the paper lantern. It's a gold one at the moment, like reaching upwards. Shall we take this time for a moment to describe your characters? I know we have pictures, but if we can get some verbal descriptions.
So, Dylan is about 3 feet tall, almost exactly, with
no.
light red hair. It stops at her shoulders. She's got really large round glasses that are held up by kind of like a small button nose, and light green eyes. Several freckles, very pale skin, and currently she is wearing her wedding outfit. So it is this dress right here, of blue and purple with butterfly decorations on it, and just some like strappy like sandals.
Mm-hmm.
And Wimp is what is he? 7'1"? Something like that. Primarily sky blue skinned with soft pink accents and hues down his body, including his eyes, horns, end of his tail and his talons. Long tail that comes to a smooth point, yet has horns all down it, as well as his back, and in between the spikes are piercings. Doe-like ears are semi-drooped with heavy piercings as well. There are ram horns on the side of his head and small horns from his, like the front of his skull. And some that even like curl back towards the crown of his head. He has heavy wrought iron piercing resting on his bottom lip. And his legs are digid like a cat, but more like talons of a scaleless raptor. And he is in wedding garb as well.
Ooh.
Obviously without the boots because they don't make boots for him. But that's essentially very much dark purple and black. And he would lower himself in a squat and put his hand out for her.
I'm gonna kind of like pick up the bottom of my dress a little bit, step into your hand, and then just hang it on.
Yep,
thank you.
You do
As
so
I'm
you were
gonna
able to
step
attach
down.
the lantern. Yep, attach it up there. There's another couple things I forgot to describe. Is all along the mesh at the top and in the bushes are tiny little strings of magical fairy lights. I can't trip, nothing major, but just dozens and dozens of fairy lights all dotted throughout the mesh, making almost a star-like roof. The other two things that I forgot to describe: on either side of the entrance to this glade of the hedge is a tent each on either side. You know this is where the bride and groom will go respectively to get ready, because they are not allowed to be out until the ceremony. But you hang up the lantern and you settle down. It's at this point no worries. The kind of elvish gentleman kind of comes over. The kind of pale skin, dark hair, wearing currently a blue tunic with gold strapped down with buttons and tall boots with socks that kind of go all the way up to the knees. You find this gentleman to be the gentleman that has been instructing you this whole time. He kind of comes over and he's holding a clipboard. He shrugs someone off and he comes over and he says, he looks around, he looks up at the lantern, looks at all of them. You've hung 2 gold up in a row. It's supposed to be white. Gold, white, gold, white. What have I told you before? That's gold, gold. You look up, and you do see that you've made a mistake. And you've put 2 golds. This is...
I didn't know if we had another white. I couldn't find one.
Well, paint it if we must. Sorry, it's very close. The guests, I think, are about to arrive.
We'll fix it. Our
No
apologies.
worries. Thank you. Thank you for all your help. Yeah, good attire, by the way. I was worried you were going to stick with what you had. At that moment, Carlisle Larnarcy nods you away, and he travels off to go instruct other people at the moment. The man you find is kind of, not bitter, but hurrying, but he still tries to realize that he's been kind of frontwards by giving a compliment or saying he's sorry. He's basically been a lot pressured by this wedding, having paid for it all, as he rushes off. At this point, you begin to see Dylan and Whymper behind you at the entrance. Right as it goes over the hill outside the entrance, you see Kavoran, the half-orc carpenter for the Ambertroth caravan. He has... Kavoran has kind of a receding hairline of dark hair. He's kind of a bigger build with some muscles. He's currently wearing his vest with fur on the holes. Definitely not wedding attire, as you know, the members of the Ambertroth caravan, except you all, are going to be staying down the road, as you all actually have invitations. This half-orc, he is talking to, you can finally see, indicating that the guests are here. You see the human gentleman with pale skin, kind of reddish brown hair, gray streaks in it, beard, bun pulled back, wearing the kind of maroon shirt and pants. You see Stockman is here, who you know had gone to collect the guests. He is here talking to Kavoran. He motions for Kavoran and he thanks him, and he starts entering the glade to where you all are. At this point, he's looking around, and he sees you both standing over there next to the lantern, and Stockman makes his way over.
I was gonna start grabbing Wimp's leg and tugging, come on, let's go, and start walking towards him.
You walk over there halfway across the glade, and you get over there, and he says he's glad you came to him because he saw people walking back and forth holding different decorations, and so he was glad you all came to him. He's like, oh, being awkward with how to navigate. And he looks at you all, and he says, you can already see the nervousness on his face of how this is going. How's it been? How was the trip here? Everything looks nice.
Trip here was great.
He'd make a
No problem.
generalized motion towards Gagrin's wagon. And he's like, we're all here. We're all safe. We'll, yeah.
I noticed the wagon. Is he alright? Has Gragum been let in here?
A little.
Has he talked to Carlisle?
A
yes,
little.
It was okay. We were there. It was
His immediate worry on his face.
Yeah, no, he'd be like,
Did he say anything?
Nothing that would be of consequence.
Okay, good. Where is he now? You all have no idea where Gragum is. Last time you saw, he was already pulling bottles out from the bartender storage and was heading off.
We've been focused on
where
decorations.
is-
I'm
Yeah,
gonna go hunt him
decorations.
down. Everything looks really nice. He kind of, his face blushes for a minute. Your outfit. Hope the wedding's good. I'm gonna go track
Before
him
he
down.
leaves, I'm gonna reach up and I'm gonna take his hand and I'm gonna slap it like we have a secret handshake, and I'm gonna be like, "You got this, my man."
His face has never been redder before as he looks down at you and he's as he just turns and walks out the door hurriedly,
You
looking
got
for
this.
probably Gragum.
Whimper would turn just slowly towards Dylan, like just staring at her and be like, "Oh my, let's go find a lantern."
You need some reassurance.
Get to this point, Stockman peeks back around the entrance. The guests are coming. They're here. They're coming in now. So he heads out.
Oh, we gotta find
Change
that
that
lantern
lantern.
quick.
Yeah.
Where do you all head off to? To go to fix the lantern?
Oh
Find a
yes.
lantern, yeah.
Oh yes.
Okay. We shift over to down the hill where the wagons are being parked, basically, and you have your all's parked your barrel wagon. It is a large, essentially, barrel with two big back wheels and two smaller wheels. It looks like a large keg or barrel with wheels, with horses strapped to the front of it, with a planked roof on it, with a little fence on it, just to make a sitting spot up top. Silny and Oscar, you have both gotten out, have been here for a few minutes. At this point, the 3 halflings that you have traveled here with, they have Helvia says, "I ain't going anywhere near that," and they all three kind of stand up near the wagon, tending to it, kind of getting on the other side, not wanting to have anything to do with the wedding. Do you all have wedding outfits?
No. I don't know, because Brody would be just like halfling sizes, right?
No, they would make.
They would
things
have
if you needed
stuff?
them. They would make them for you.
I don't have anything too special. Just going in with the regular stuff. So we have Silny, for a little description. A satyr with horns coming off from the sides and in a spiked position up to towards the top. She has freckled cheeks among some tan skin. Her hair is red and long, and she likes to keep it down. It's currently pulled behind the horns just to keep it out of the way. She has green eyes, and she stands at about 5 feet, 5'1". She is currently wearing a white dress, long sleeves, and it has cording of orange and golds along the seams. And she is currently sat atop of the what is it called?
The wagon,
Little-
the barrel
the-
wagon.
yeah, the
Oh,
wagon, thank
the
you.
roof on top.
Yeah, it's sitting on the roof. Are we currently stopped?
Yeah,
at,
you all are,
the
like, parked in.
procession?
You all
Okay,
seem-
so we've parked in.
Yeah, you're parked way down the hill because basically the parking place is just down the hill from
Yeah.
the grove. It's all down at many wagons. You actually see a lot of people and coming out of their carriages in lots of like dresses and suits and different attire. They are heading up in groups, and you see they're waiting at the entrance at the moment before being let in.
Alright, so Silny will hop down and go over to the family and start prepping them and dusting them off a little bit.
You actually see Harrietta, the Furbolg woman, kind of come over, and she's wearing a basic dress as well. She seems to have realized it was going to be a wedding and brought something of attire in case she goes in. And she's gotten the two kids, the two Furbolg children, also in attire. Something decent.
Mhm.
She is there straightening and already dusting dirt off of little Pyrus, the 14-year-old boy Furbolg. Oscar.
So Oscar Becerra is very tall, 8 feet tall, and he's broad. And he has a big mess of red hair, shaggy red hair on the top of his head, and a neat red beard, big bushy eyebrows. He's got cow-like ears that come quite far out the side of his head, and unfortunately at the moment they're very much drooped down, and his big brown eyes have got a sort of sadness about them, and he's emotionally departed from what's going on with the family and the kids, and he's just gazing wistfully at the scene of the wedding and all of the greenery and the growth there, looking very sad about it. He's hunched over a little bit, bit of a timid demeanor, though he does look relatively smart. He's got a well-tailored, very long green overcoat. He's sort of earthy coloured pants are tucked into knee-high boots. He carries a long wooden staff, carved wooden staff, doesn't look anything special. And he's got a yellow neckerchief, which I imagine he'll tidy a little bit, and that will be all he does in terms of smartening himself up. But he's just sort of standing there looking a bit bewildered and forlorn.
I like it. Probably this moment, since you're standing there, your wife Henrietta will kind of turn to you, place a hand on your shoulder, and you see behind her, Pyrus and Holly, your two children are there. You already see, after being dusted off, Pyrus is currently already getting something out of the dirt, possibly a bug, and he's got his knees already covered in mud immediately. As his sister's kind of looking over like, like, she knows not to currently get into the dirt at the moment. And Henrietta, she says, she kind of looks past you at all the guests heading up the hill and beginning to wait in line. And she says, this is it. Do you think me and the kids should even go in? We very much stand out.
We do. I wonder how well today will go. Hopefully Sildy can help us. But either way, it will be a wonderful spectacle for the children. They shouldn't miss it after travelling all this way. You look lovely, by the way, my dear.
She looks down and smiles and says, as do you. And she then says, if there's any sign of confrontation in here, I'm bringing the kids back to the wagon.
Just stay to the back and do what you can to stop Pyrus running amok, I suppose. And he'll fondly tussle the boy's hair.
Bit of dust comes up from the dirt right here. Henrietta kind of reaches up, being taller than the average person as well. She kind of looks up at you, Selny. She says, for one of the times, a friendly, because she knows you very well, but a kind of an eye of understanding of if anything goes wrong, just keep everything in order.
I'm gonna go and to get Pyrus out of the mud, just like stand him up, put my arm through his arm, so like it kind of links. Everything will be fine. You have nothing to worry about. And if there is something to worry about, it'll be taken care of.
She kind of gives a sigh of relief to both of you. It is a wedding after all. Let's make some fun of it while we're here. And while you have Pyrus, she grabs Holly, the girl, and you all begin to walk if you do. You hear Halvey say, we got it here. We're just going to sit here and keep an eye out. You already see a little bottle being put back into one of their pockets. They're probably just going to drink the evening away, because it's going to take a little.
Thank you, Halvius.
Just gives a little salute. As you round the back of the wagon and look up the hill, you actually see someone you know. You see the kind of bluish-skinned elf with green hair walk up, and she looks down and she gives a wave. Since you all had talked to her before, she gives a wave and she starts heading up. Before you all head up, though, there's actually someone approaching you. From the left, near the Ambertroff caravan of the strange array of wagons here, you actually see the older human woman that was referred to as Missy. She's currently not wearing wedding attire at all. You see her kind of duster coat with a little bit of armor on the elbow and leg, and kind of the chest plate underneath, mostly leather. And she actually has her a cowboy hat on, and she still has not her primary weapon on, but she does have, you can see as she walks, under the coat on her hip is a hand axe, kind of sheathed in at the moment. As she walks over to you holding something in her hand, and she comes over and says, howdy. Stockman wanted me to give you this for helping get Cass's wagon out. She kind of awkwardly holds this out, not used to doing the money business of the caravan, but seeing that Stockman was busy, he got her to do it. She holds out 2 little coin purses.
Well, I appreciate it. I hope you know that we didn't do the acts that we did for money, and it was just a simple gesture. But we appreciate this nonetheless.
It's also to help your word that y'all didn't get out and break your legs in the mud. She holds them out further. If you find them, you will find 7 silver in each coin purse. And it seems that she was already talking to Marigold, the elf that, and paid her as well. Whether she took the money or not, that seems to be what she was doing. I hate to be rude, but y'all stick out like a sore thumb. Y'all know these people?
Oh, these people? We're distantly related to the Mr. Verkian.
She looks at your legs. Like, or is your hoof showing at all?
Yeah.
Distantly. She looks at him.
Not related as in blood. We're friends of the family.
Her eyesight kind of goes all the way up of Oscar now. Noticing the tall furbolg.
He'll sort of glance sideways at Silny, looking quite uncomfortable, and so yes, we're delighted to be here. Have you met my family? This is Henrietta, my wife, and this is young Pyrrhus and Holly over there. The children are very much looking forward to seeing the celebrations.
She gives a nod, and she just, realizing that she didn't really care to know all of you too much, but was come over to pay. She's kind of wondering, how do I exit the situation without? And she's like, nice to meet y'all. Any weapons y'all got need to go back in your wagons. I'll be up there waiting to let y'all in. Thank you for your help. She just turns and starts walking.
Yeah.
She's definitely not one to interact with the people of this. She's the security. She's not supposed to. So she leaves.
I'm keeping a dagger on me.
Okay, where are you hiding that?
Within sort of like the waistband, underneath the dress.
Okay, gotcha. All right. What do you all do? Do you all begin heading up?
Yeah.
Just to confirm, we do have the invite, don't we?
We have
yes,
the
you have
Only
the
one
one invitation paper that Silny has, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Silny, my dear, as I've said, I appreciate you helping me in this endeavor, but try not to do anything too reckless. It's not as important as putting yourself in danger, you know. We'll find a way.
No, Oscar. How long has it been since you've been with me?
2
Do you
2
believe
months,
me
2 weeks,
to be
and
reckless?
3 days. No, possibly not all the time.
Thank you. I'm gonna pat
You're
Pyrrhus's arm and just gonna start
You're
walking.
welcome, Miss Silny.
Yep. You begin to head up and to wait in line as you see that Missy has actually gone up to the entrance of the kind of arched, vined entrance of the glade and is checking people's invites and telling them not to have any weapons and whatnot. Most of these people you all see here don't look like they have any weapons. Meanwhile, both of you.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
What is like the outlooking of people look like here? Because now that we know that it's more family rather than
very much so. As you're approaching, you see that the majority of these people are elven, with kind of a lot of them kind of have this same kind of light, kind of tan skin tone and kind of amber to brown eyes. There's other elves with different hair colors and whatnot, but the majority's elves. But you do see a few humans and a couple halflings and a dwarf that sticks out, who is wearing, and he sticks out very much to you because he's wearing a black coat with fur on the top, and he has like a cane, and it is kind of dirty. He does not look like he's going to a wedding. His boots are tall and has tiny little spikes on the back of them, like one little spike on each back of the heel, like small but noticeable. This guy doesn't look like he belongs. But there's a dwarf, a couple halflings, a few humans, and many elves. You all stick out so much.
Oh yeah.
Does
Trey, what were we gonna ask?
Wimp have his weapon? He's kind of.
Yep.
Okay, I thought
That
so.
would be
Cool. No worries.
That would mean you will up until this point. You will. It depends where you would put it at this point, because you shouldn't have it just on your back, because you're at a guest at this point. You're not working security job.
Oh god, it's so hard for him to differentiate. But yeah, he would probably. Is there a? a tall-esque structure that's a little bit taller than others that you could just like set it on top of?
There's just the hedges and trees. You could kind of cram it behind a hedge.
Here's a question.
I could see him doing
Would
it.
I see this happening?
You look over and you see Whimper just taking the halberd and just rustling through the hedge.
No, yeah, it would literally be
cracking
like,
the
oh
twigs.
shit, I'm not supposed to have this. He'd be like, where do I have it? And then he's just like
Nope.
trying to put it somewhere.
Behind a bush. It's a tiny little noticeable hole of where you've shoved the halberd through.
While this is happening, I would have wandered over and then been like, you know, I can protect us if we need. You don't. Why?
His ears would
I'm gonna look around. Did
sing.
anybody see us? Did anybody see him shove it into the bush?
Make a stealth check, Wimp. First technical roll of the campaign, I'm pretty sure. Stealth check to hide your weapon last
Let's
minute.
go! Stealth.
Oh
Stealth.
fuck, it's so bad. How did I use that? I remind me to use my dice.
7?
Zuni,
There's quite
Zuni,
a bit of a hole.
there's a man over there attacking a bush.
I love it.
Maybe-
Aren't in the
Is he-
glade
maybe-
quite yet. Not up in the glade quite yet. If you would come a second sooner, definitely Missy, probably standing at the entrance, looks back and just goes, Wimp? Like, you can hear her voice like 30 feet away.
He would when he like
harsh.
I don't even know if he caught that it's Missy, but it was be like that second sense of like the child and the mom. And he's like, okay, I'm gonna put it in the wagon. I'm just putting it in the wagon. I feel like the
that's a
hair
good
on the back
idea.
of my face.
As you're
He would
saying
move.
that, Missy kind of comes over. She tells people to wait. She's let like a few people in, and she tells people to wait. And she comes over and she says, "What are you doing with your weapon?"
She's like, I came here as security.
No, you didn't.
Well, I did.
You came here up until you entered this. Until 2 hours
Yeah.
ago. You're now a guest.
I'm putting it away.
Listen,
Yeah.
look at me, both of y'all. If you screw this up,
Yes.
you know Stottman's gonna be pissed at me too.
But
Women's
we're-
looking
I'll
down,
diminish
Dylan
it.
looking
You're a
up.
nice paying customer. Listen,
But
Let's hide
Missy,
that
I'm a guest.
He
The
would-
worst they can do is throw me out.
He would pick up Dylan. He'd try to figure out, we're
you
going.
see her eyebrow
I would allow-
twitch just a bit.
No, Missy,
Throw it
it'll
over.
be
Don't
alright.
take it through. Toss it over the hedge, and if you need it, you can reach through it.
That's
Ow.
a great idea.
Before anybody sees, you just throw it.
Oh, yeah,
Tree
just
on the other side. Cover up that hole, idiots. And she walks over.
You start fluffing the bush.
So good to
Yep.
see you, Missy. You look great.
You hear her go over. Hi, welcome to the wedding. To the new guest coming in. As you both hear, actually passing you all, you actually hear someone coming from the left, that little enclosure. You see the dragonborn woman with kind of a maroon burgundy dress and the apron over it. This is Fusta, the Ambertroff caravan cook, who made all the meals and brought a lot of the drinks. She comes out. She bolts right towards you all. I hate this job. I am apparently not allowed to bartend. I made all of the food,
God.
spent days preparing all of it and traveling it in that hellhole of a wagon on the trip here. And now I'm told that the Andravi family has their own personal bartender in the family. They're going to serve my food that I made.
You just did. Do you want me to take him out?
He'd
Mm,
reach to place his hand on her shoulder and say, sounds like it is time for you to partake where you can, and just...
I'm told to head down the road where the Ambertroff is setting up.
You should
Just
steal
like the
some
others.
food.
He would turn and look.
Maybe I'll...
Dylan.
Maybe before I leave, I'll spike the Elvis rum pudding and actually put a kick
Oh.
in it.
I was thinking about that.
She reaches into her apron pocket and pulls out a bottle of rum and hands it to you, Dylan.
Thank you. I'm gonna put it in my pocket.
Make it one hell of a pudding. These
Absolutely.
Have a nice wedding. As she
Thank you
I
for
Walks
hope you have a
over.
good night.
gives a hand up as she walks. As she walks past, Missy kind of just, because they know each other well, pats her on the shoulder. She angrily walks down the hill where the Ambertroff caravan will be setting up down the road.
I'm gonna turn. And I'm gonna look at Wimp, and I'm gonna be like, Do you know where they keep the pudding?
He's like,
You would know all the kitchen supplies is through that.
He's like,
Mhm.
I didn't see anything. I didn't see this. I didn't see
Okay.
any of it.
Okay.
And he's like, just focused. He's like, oh my god, I'm gonna get yelled at so bad by Stockman. Like, just preparing the
Mhm.
lecture.
Being led in through the entrance at the moment and heading over to you all is actually the the kind of bluish skinned elf with green hair, currently wearing flowers and a dress with sandals. She looks around as she enters and Missy lets her in. And she looks around, immediately catches eyes on you, and starts walking over around the pews to where you are on the right side. And she immediately starts to smile as she's walking over.
Yep, no self-control. He would turn in the moment he saw her. I mean, like, it would, like, be one of those things that obviously someone can't control their volume, so it's a little bit too loud, and he would just yell, "My honey badger!" And he would run over to Marigold and pick her up and just fucking hug her.
You give her a hug, and was like, "Grandpa!" you give her a big hug. As you put her down, there's a couple flowers like have been crushed in the hug that have fallen off, and they flake off. She kind of looks down, and you see like almost a twinkle of kind of greenish magic as it floats up and sticks to your hair instead with her druidic magic.
Aw.
And she says, "How are you, Grandpa?" She gives a smile.
He'd exhale, and he'd say, it was quite the trip. How was getting here? Was there any... And he would turn back to Dylan and, like, usher her forward. Be like, was there any odd animals?
Nothing too interesting, I'm afraid. I spent most of the time in the wagon, but not too much trouble. There was a point where the wagon got stuck in the mud, but other than that, it was a nice trip. Just a little cramped.
Oh, good. That's yeah. Glad that there's no.
Any distant ribbiting?
I don't
He
think
would
so.
just
That's
cover
good.
his face.
That's good.
Perks her eyebrow and smiles. Seems like you both had the trip. And she kind of reaches a hand out. I'm Marigold, by the way. Nice
I'm
to
gonna
meet you.
reach up and shake it. Dylan, I've heard a lot about you.
Are you keeping my grandpa safe on the road?
Oh, absolutely.
Safer than I am. He would look kind of meek at that.
She kind of looks back at you, Wimp, now. How have you been on the road? You take long trips out there, and I worry a bit. Mother worries sometimes, too. Or she at least speaks of you.
Yeah. I definitely need to make it to Brexton and visit all of you. But no, honestly,
We're fairly close.
Yeah, he would motion like in the direction as if he already knew exactly what way it was.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd be like, "Yeah, like I was. We're gonna see if I'm able to get off this trip and make a scene out there."
Don't overwork yourselves. Traveling all around the shawl isn't going to do you any good. Gotta take breaks.
No doubt, no doubt. Where's Quinn and Norelli?
Norelli is, sorry, Quinn is with Siri at the moment. And Norelli's back up with Mother.
His whole demeanor just kind of mutes at the name, and he's like, "Ah."
I was already down this far for a job. I'm actually heading to one right after this again, and I knew Verkian's wedding was coming up, so it's more of a stop by here. While I'm enjoying it, I'm here for them. I'm between jobs at the moment. I'm on the way. I left them back at home. But I'm sure they would have loved to see you.
Yeah, no doubt. And don't overwork yourself. Enjoy,
Okay.
well, the flowers. And he motioned to her hair and his.
Mm-hmm. Something about the wedding, by the way. She kind of looks around and kind of whispers a little bit more, seeing like more of the Elvis guests come in and start heading towards the bar area through the gateway, or just mingling. Some people are starting to flow in. I didn't get to tell you too much about Verkian and Guillory's wedding in the letter. It's a little strange, peculiar.
Not.
She nods a little bit to both of you, knowing that you all have picked up on it. I mean, already this is kind of a work. I think Carlisle did this, from what I've heard. He's got some new trinkets that he made this whole glade. It's impressive. But besides that, they have interesting traditions. There's a few that the guests have to partake in. They expect all the guests to know of all the traditions, so you two will be the ones the odd ones out. Just follow my lead when there's a dance, I believe. I've verbally been trying to learn all of it the whole ride here from Verkian. It's interesting.
I
Speaking
love
of-
dancing.
I do too. It's fun. I'm not sure how this dance is
Amazing.
going to go. It should be a nice, interesting experience, though. It's a partner dance.
Oh.
Speaking of odd one out, she looks back and you both see standing at the almost second up to Missy heading in is you see a furball towering over and the satyr of Silny and Oscar. You see them over there. Do you know them by chance?
No.
He would not find it odd that she asked, but he would just stare and he'd just shake his head. He's like, "Nah, I would have remembered them."
I thought so. They stick out. They showed up just a few hours ago, tailing onto the end of the wagon, and I asked him who they. That gentleman there, his name is Oscar. I think he does some druidic work as well. I've known people who've known him, and in passing. But the strange thing is they helped get someone's wagon out of the mud. But I asked them if they were on the bride or groom side because I hadn't seen them the whole trip. They showed up late, and they said they were on Verkian's side. There's only 2 people here for Verkian,
Yeah,
myself
there's-
included.
Yeah, and there's even less family for him. And he
None.
would
It
like.
was a 50-50 choice, Dodge.
I am dead.
and you all.
Funny enough, the moment they said Berkey, I'm like, how the fuck? Like that's instantly what my mind went. I love it. Yeah. No, at this point, because Wimp is not subtle, it would be clear that he would be looking at you two. Not staring, but definitely have noticed as he talks.
Yep, as the 2 people ahead of you, Silly and Oscar go, you actually see the tiefling talking to Marigold, and she says, "I don't look at them. I don't know what they're
He
here for."
tried to, like, dad look away, but it's too fast.
They know about the wedding, and they knew Verkian's name. They said they were here on the behalf of a mayor of Burrity. Verkian wouldn't have any mayor take place in his stead. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It worries me a little bit. No one knows them.
Yeah,
Here's
I'll
a
make
question.
it,
Do I know the mayor of Birdie?
Have you stopped through? You
I
have. You
have.
would have. Yes, you know
Yeah,
the mayor
I
of Burrity
s-
to be
spent a few
Mr.
weeks there
Finkus
every year.
Sandfire. Yes, you would.
he would.
I don't know.
He'd take the back of Marigold's head and then kiss the top of her head, and he'd be like, "Go mingle. I'll see if I can get a little bit more information."
Please, Grandpa, don't cause a scene.
He would look. Me a scene? Never.
Never.
Keep an eye out. The best chance to maybe find out about them is during the dance. You'll be one-on-one with them. No one else. You won't cause a scene that way.
Cool, I
Yeah,
told the tall one.
thing. Looks down. It's lovely to meet you, Dylan. She
Marigold's
seems
like,
actually like a good vibe. She seems to like you. And she says, "Please don't cause a scene.
not at all.
It's good to see you. And I'll catch up with you in a bit. I'm going to go into Giller's tent to make sure she's faring okay. She's quite stressed."
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Be safe.
She nods and she heads off into the left tent. From if you're facing the entrance from the inside, she heads into the left tent to where Guillory is. As she peeks in and heads. Mm-hmm.
He would reach and squeeze Dylan's arm, and like he'd like squeezing her arm, but like squeezing her out the side because she's tiny. And he'd be like,
Mhm.
"It's like that's my grandkid. That's Miracle."
I
Like, you
know, I
remember?
know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're like so shitty.
We're actually here. Oh, by the way, maybe I should take the shorter one. I just realized you'd be a little closer than I would.
Well, but you might be right. Like maybe the legs are the soft spot.
But I can reach almost everybody's legs.
He goes, "Okay, you have a point." He's like, "But are you used to being?" And he is literally discussing this while looking at them because he has no fucking tact.
Yeah,
He's
it's
like, "Have you ever?"
I'm gonna be looking at them.
blade, but just enough as they're coming through and getting checked by Missy.
He's like,
I'm
"Have you ever been
staring, too.
kicked by a horse?" Because like that, and he'd motion to the hooves. He's like, "Let me tell you, Duffdorn, when he'd kick me, oh, Like it would want to break your leg.
I've always been kind of like out of the way. I'm kind of a hard target to hit sometimes.
He'd look up at
Um,
Oscar like, okay, nah, but he probably kicks like a yak. So,
Is that worse?
He's like, oh yeah. He's like, think of like Queen Hornet, but like more.
Alright,
This whole
I'll
discussion.
I'll take the horse.
Meanwhile, we shift over back to the coming in as you've waited in line, you all with your family. You are being, as you're waiting in line, you do see the tiefling and the gnome and Marigold, who you've met, the elf, just look at you all, and then Marigold turn their attention away, way in the distance, into the glade. Like maybe 4 pews, kind of near the altar, kind of. The 2 people are still getting checked out by Missy.
You know, it turns out we may be the sorest thumbs I've ever seen here.
I tend to agree, my dear. Maybe we can sort of keep to the back. There's no use trying to hide ourselves. We're used to that being seen, but maybe we can just look like we're here to enjoy it from a safe distance.
Oh no, I plan on making a spectacle.
Oh bother.
You can
Well,
you can stay in the shadows if you'd like.
You know best, Miss Silney. The shadows don't generally hide us, but I'll stand with Henrietta and the children.
Step right up!
Please be
This is what you
careful.
hear.
Wedding.
The 2
I am.
elves will kind of step forward and head in as Missy is there, and she says, "Oh, you all again.
Hello, Missy.
Thank you. Hello,
Good to see you again.
you all. Do you have any weapons on you, or an invitation, perhaps?"
Well, yes, we have the invitation right here.
No weapons. Absolutely not. No.
Does he know about Silney's dagger?
No, it's
Then-
just being tactless.
Yeah. Just she takes the invitation, looks at it. Just one invitation for all y'all.
Yes.
All right. She takes it and puts it back. And
I love Missy so much.
she doesn't care. All right, as long as y'all don't have any weapons. Your son's got a stick there. She just goes, stick. He tosses it.
He's stick. Yeah, mine's a walking staff. Is this okay? Am I allowed to?
As long as you don't bonk anybody on the head, it's fine.
Oh, good. By elders, no, I don't bonk anyone with this stick.
All right. Try the pudding. As she
Bonks the
motions you all
stick.
in. Yeah.
Okay, come along, children. And he'll bend down as they're walking in to Pyrrhus and say, "Now, Pyrrhus, lad, this is going to be a really, really nice thing to watch, but it's one of those times where you've just got to keep your head on your shoulders and stay close to your mother and try not to make a nuisance of yourself. We've got to be on our best behavior, okay?"
Come here. Is Silney gonna get in a fight with someone?
I very much hope not. That's not what we're here to do. But I mean, who knows? Silney's in charge of herself. But for you, my lad, you're going to stay with your mother and best behavior, okay?
Yes. Okay. As he looks around, looking eager at all the, because this is a sight to see, regardless of all the nature here and all the beautiful flowers and white and gold. It's nice. You see Henrietta kind of step in behind you and look a little bit worried, I guess, just about the tension in this situation, and she's been, as you've noticed, being a little worried about this whole situation for days now. She looks around. It's very pretty, isn't it?
It's beautiful as much as it pains me. It's lovely work. Very fitting for a wedding. And he'll take her hand and say, "Please don't fret, my dear. Just have faith. Things will work out."
She puts her hand on yours and just nods, giving a look around. What do you all like to do as you step in?
Perhaps it would be nice to ingratiate ourselves with these other guests that we're not sure of. Maybe help to mingle so that way we're not sticking out as much.
Oh yes, indeed. I actually saw that lovely Marigold lady. Very, very much like to talk to her again.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not sure where she ran off to.
Would,
I'm
if you wouldn't mind, I'll let you take the lead. Henrietta, are you okay? Just keeping an eye on the children, and Suni and I will go and introduce ourselves.
We'll stay here near the entrance.
Thank you, my dear. I'll bring back something for you to drink.
She takes the children and motions them over to the corner, the left corner.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
When they walk in, is it causing a bit of a scene? Like, is people looking at them?
Yeah.
I was like, yes, definitely.
Lots of
Follow-up
whispers.
question.
As they're here now, there's lots of, oh dear, who's that? Is that on Verkian's side? Because they all know it's not on Guillory's side, because they're all on Guillory's side. So it's like, I didn't know Verkian had such tall family members. I didn't know he had family members at all, is what you hear past you. Mm-hmm.
How tall is Fusion?
Houston's about 5'7", give or take, almost 6 foot. She's tall. Dragonborns are quite tall. She's up there.
It's not gonna work.
She's already left. She's already gone down the road.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
Oh.
What I was thinking.
I understand.
I'm gonna try to sneak into the kitchen.
Okay. I mean, you can just walk right in. It's just the other little. It's a smaller square hedge onto the left, and you walk in. You just leave Wimp, and you head across the pews and across the aisle, and you get through this other archway in here. And it's a much smaller area. You see a wooden bar here, lighter, looks heavier than it is, and you see 2 tables here with a couple chairs each. Just a lot of sitting space. Usually, people will take it to the pews. People right now, this is the champagne hour at the moment, while the bride and groom are getting ready. People are coming in and mingling and drinking a bit before the actual ceremony takes place, in maybe like half an hour. As you head in and you see this elvish gentleman, kind of hair pulled back, large golden hooped earrings you see, and make a perception check.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You see 2 things. On this elvish gentleman, the bartender, you actually see he looks very much like, you haven't seen Guillory, but you can tell the family all have a lot of characteristics. The same kind of hair, same kind of eyes, same skin tone, same kind of body build, most of them. And you see he's a bartender at the moment, so he has his sleeves kind of pulled up. And on his right forearm, you see a intricate tattoo of, it is in gold color. It almost shines just a little bit in the light when it peers through. And it is not of a design. It's different lines and swirls and different dots. It basically goes along the forearm up to the wrist. You see that, and then you've actually seen that on a couple people. As you were going in, you pass a lady and her husband having the same kind of different but same kind of tattoo, gold tattoo along the forearm, the right one. Also in this room, you see the dwarvish gentleman that I was describing earlier. Black coat, black boots. He currently has like a chain on his left hip. He has a large cane, and he's mostly bald on the top, with little hair on the sides. He's got a beard that's graying. He has an eye patch at the moment, and no scar visible. And he's kind of sitting at the bar, standing at the bar, leaning in, and he's currently browsing what they have. Behind it is just a few stand-up shelves of drinks.
Is the pudding out?
There's a little bit of food in there. With that perception check, you do certainly see the pudding. There's a large bowl of kind of cream-colored pudding with kind of a gray tint to it, and a few little mint leaves in it. It is kind of on the guy's right, or the bartender, or the dwarf's right.
So both of them could see it.
Yes. If I'm here, the bartender, it's like right here, beside me.
Okay.
What you gonna do?
Is there anybody who can see the outside the bar? Is there any like little nooks where I could do something
What do you mean?
and kind of be unseen for a second?
You could try to hide in the corner in the shrub, but there's people in both kind of areas. You could try. What you gonna do? You're currently standing there in the middle.
I'm gonna stand there, And I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna clap really loud, and I'm gonna say, let's see what we got to drink today. But at the exact same time, I'm going to invoke my duplicity and have another version of me in the corner. And I'm gonna be
Okay.
like, oh, Denise,
You or your
what do
duplicate?
you think you want? That's me
Oh,
saying to my duplicate.
You're saying to your duplicate. So beside
Yeah.
you is just an exact copy of you. That kind of illusions up and looks perfect.
And I'm gonna, like, pat my duplicate on the back, and I'm
Mhm.
gonna pocket the rum in their pocket.
Can you do that if it's an illusion?
I don't know.
I think
Are
it's
they
an.
an
I think
illusion?
it's. I think it's an
Can
illusion.
they not do things? Okay, yeah. So
I
I will
don't-
switch it then.
Yes.
I will have my duplicate walk up to the bar while I walk up to the other side of the bar where the pudding is.
Okay, make a stealth check for this, by the way, so that someone doesn't see you clap and another you rise from magical particles.
I got a 14.
Okay, you do so far, and you look around. You say that, and you start heading over to the bar.
Mhm.
Your duplicate hides on the left side of the
Mhm.
of the dwarven fellow. As he gets up there, the bartender looks to her and says, "What can I have you today? We have the Swiftware wines. We have wine from the Birdie Wine Company."
My duplicate's gonna just say and be like, I've never had any. What would you recommend? And I'm gonna turn to the dwarven fellow to get his attention too. I'm gonna be like, what would you say is the best too?
Make a performance check through your duplicate for me.
17.
You see the dwarvish fellow kind of looks over. He says, "They don't have anything here that I want. I even tried the pudding a bit ago, and it wasn't good. I wouldn't drink anything here. I'd bring your own." And he opens his coat, and there's a flask, and the bartender's like, as he looks back, and you're currently going over to the pudding.
Yes, I'm gonna spike the pudding.
Go ahead and make me a sleight of hand check. Already getting up to mischief.
Yeah.
14.
14? So far, you kind of come over, they're looking past, you're kind of looking, and you're just as high as the counter, if not a little lower, so you're just hiding behind the right, as you...
Just little hand.
And you take it, and you stir.
Yeah.
And what do you do?
Once I feel like I've successfully got it, I'm gonna walk back over and then be like, "Oh my god, Denise, I forgot. We gotta go talk to Fusted. Let's go." And I'm gonna start running out of the
You
bar.
both just immediately, the dwarf was
my
about to
duplicate.
stay, as you
I'll
just
come back
head
later.
out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, while that was happening, what was everyone else doing?
I'm gonna take a good look around, and I'm going to try and clock anybody who's like staring a little bit too hard.
A lot of them. A lot of them wimp. You all stick out majorly. Like, so many people are whispering about you all.
If I stare at one person and give them a little smile and wave, do they look away?
They will. You see a woman who's currently cuddled into like a group of 3 other ladies, and they're sitting there with champagne. As you look over and give a wave, and they're like, and they start whispering.
Is there anybody who doesn't?
Does Wimp?
Once you wave, he'd wave back and has not stopped. Literally, there's no one beside him. And he's going, well, no, yaks are kind of like bison, because he hasn't looked back down to realize he's talking to no one. So he is continuing a conversation with
you look
no
down
one.
and Dylan is
Yeah,
gone.
like,
and
he's
it's like,
paused, he's like,
Dylan
Lorraine's like,
heard the yak kicks harder and then went,
and Wimp never looked down yet. So right now Wimp is looking at y'all, smiling and waving back, talking to someone that's not there.
I found my target. I'm going in.
As Silny looks to move on, because Oscar's going to follow, he'll just bend down again. His voice is quite a deep rumble, like even from some distance away, you'd sort of feel and hear the murmuring. So he's not very good at whispering, but he'll Silny, just in terms of doing what we have to do here. Do we know what the gentleman looks like that we're looking for?
No.
I mean-
I don't believe that we do we? Do we have like any indication of who he looks like?
Wait, it would have been how well Silney's investigations
Yeah,
gone in the house or
at
something?
the farm.
I say most certainly because there probably would have been paintings of himself.
Photos
Okay.
and old
Yeah,
paintings,
Yeah.
he's that kind of dude. Okay.
So
So-
you would recognize him.
So if you haven't seen him or we're unable to locate him, remember that I can probably locate the thing. You just tell me when I should begin the process of finding its whereabouts.
Noted.
Yeah.
I'm sure that we should be okay, but thank you.
Okay, there's a colourful chap over there looking at you. He's talking to himself though.
Oh
Who do
yeah,
you
no,
suppose
I
he's
need to talk to
talking
that one.
Silney?
I would have no clue. Do you
Are
think
we-
he's
are we
like
going-
a little bit there, or?
I
mean, he's
Still
probably
talking
the
to
perfect person
himself?
to talk to,
He
honestly.
looks like he's very much enjoying the conversation either way.
You just see Wimp over on the right, just still talking, still looking that direction. Just
Totally animate to something obviously shorter and that is not there anymore.
He's a big gesticulator, right? Like I'm getting
Oh,
that. Like, he'll be
very.
doing this
Oh,
as he's
yes.
talking.
Like engaging and describing shit. And
After I finished at the bar, I would immediately just go right back to the spot. beside Will.
make a stealth check for me. Do you drop your duplicate when you come out as you leave?
Yeah, natural
Drop
20.
it. Natural 20. You all are talking and then look back, and there's a gnome just sitting there. And Whimper, you didn't even know she was gone.
And he would like, and he'd be like, but like bison kicks, I don't see anyone like live through that.
Oh,
And he'd look
yeah.
down.
No, I wouldn't think they did.
Dylan's awful.
I
love
love
Dylan
it.
so much.
This is the shit that criminals are like, nah, I have an alibi the whole time. Like,
Yeah.
he's at the
Yeah.
dad that doesn't stop talking.
Then yeah, I'm gonna start making my way over to Wimp, who's still staring at us.
And
Okay.
Oscar will follow tentatively, still looking a bit morose.
He'd be like, oh, they're coming. And he'd say, okay, you get the. And he would
Oh, there.
try to move Dylan, so now he was on fucking Silney's side. Like, as if they were.
Yeah, oh, lining your targets out. You see the tiefling move the gnome over to face Silney as the tiefling is facing Oscar. You both can walk over.
Well, hi there. Beautiful venue it is here today.
Yeah.
Pause and look up for a moment as if he's trying to like grab something from memory, and he goes, a beautiful day in Sylvan.
You understand this?
Yeah,
But it's spoken brokenly. Like, obviously, like, he was fluent. He hasn't spoken it in years.
I don't think, Dylan, you understand this. do you?
No.
But you would recognize it as Sylvan, because you would know he would
Mhm.
speak that. I think every once in a while, maybe. You would probably know you'd speak Sylvan.
He'd usually sing lullabies in it.
Oh my god. Sorry, I'm fangirling a little bit.
And he'd actually look up to both of them because I don't think he's ever seen a Furbolg. How do you say the name?
Furbolg?
Furbolg.
Furbolg?
Oh, fuck.
They're not rare. Definitely satyrs are way more rare. But,
Okay, yeah.
They're not rare. You may have seen one on your travels. It's up to you. Especially since you were a traveler, you very well could have. They're more in forests and they're more away from civilization.
Okay.
So it's up to you on whether you have seen them. They're not like rare. They're uncommon.
And then in Sylvan, you speak the language?
I try. But he would say that in common.
Yeah. Back to common. Well, it was very well done, even with the little that you know.
Puff out his chest.
Delighted to meet you. I'm Oscar Becerra, Mr. And he'll hold
Oh.
out an enormous hand.
He'd take the hand, and he is not used to looking up at people, so it's almost like like a nice moment for him to like finally actually look up at someone, and he'd be like, Wimp.
Wimp, just Wimp or Miss. Do you have a surname, Mr. Wimp?
Whimper's the whole one, but
Whimper. Wimp. Very pleased to meet you, Whimper.
He shakes his hand. He's like, and he motioned, put his hand like not on her head, but like as if like she was the same height as him. And he's like, this is Dylan.
Standing there with hands on the hip. Hello.
Hello, Dylan. Very nice to meet you as well. And he'll put his hand down.
Massive hand, your tiny little hand.
baby hand.
The size of your head.
Silny, it's very nice to meet you all. So I couldn't help but notice, like, this seems a bit out of place, actually, this glade, comparatively to the autumn area. We're very much fans of nature and everything, and this seems to be quite a feat.
Yeah, and ritualistic and a little off, right?
Yeah.
He would say unfiltered. Like he's like, yeah, no, there's things that definitely don't. And he'd look around, like, add up, like, and he'd turn with no tact and go, how do you know the groom?
Oh, the groom? Personally, no, we don't know Mr. Verkian, but we are here in the stead of one Mr. Finkus. I had an invitation with him, and my father knew the man. And I'm here to actually give my my services to possibly perform if the bride and groom so see fit.
Finkus is great.
Oh, Finkus.
You know him. Yeah.
Do you know Finkus? He's tremendous.
Sylvie starts to sweat.
Just keep adding on.
one of my closest friends. Do you know Finkus in Jalula?
Oh yeah, man. God, I spend like once a week there. No, once a week. Like 1 week out of a year there, like every year since I was like 16, man.
Oh,
That place is great.
Next time you're passing through, we live not too far from Burdi and spend a great deal of time. My wife and children are over there. That's Henrietta. She's always happy to host and meet new people to Burdi.
Yeah, no, I would love that. Have you guys ever been to the Beam Festival?
Been to the what?
Yeah.
The Beam Festival.
The
It's one of the
Beam Festival.
holidays in the handbook. It is. You all would know it. Every single one of you would know it. I don't know if any of you would have gone. It is the 10-day festival, the 1-week festival every summer in Burdi. It's what puts Burdi on the map. Besides the wine,
Right.
It is the big Beam Festival. That's a big fair with tons of games and a fighting championship and all kinds of stuff.
We totally would have gone. Well, Oscar's family, but wouldn't have gone to participate. It would have been the spectacle for the children to see.
Taking the Bursera family to Burning Man.
Is it Burning Man?
Bunch
I
of people
love
are on
it.
drugs. And
I had some LSD on a roof. In
yeah. Only when you get to the shadows of the Beam Festival it does turn into Burning Man. Most of it's
I
a
think
fair.
then they would have gone, but it would have been in a staff capacity with Henrietta being the medical side of it, and
That makes a lot of sense.
Oscar helping her.
Oh dear, this is
Oh, dear.
That
The
man is
festival.
naked.
Did you enjoy it? Have you been more than once?
Oh yeah. I like to go every year if I can. I take my grandma. She loves it.
It's tremendous to see everybody having such fun. We don't generally get involved, but Henrietta looks after all of the medical needs of the festival, and I tend to
Oh, sweet.
stay somewhat away from it.
Oh, wow. I wonder if she's ever patched me up. Those pies, man, can be a real fucking bummer.
I've heard about those edibles. They're sick, gnarly, dude.
Hello, fellow kids.
Well, that festival seems quite amazing, actually. I have not been there, and
Oh
I'm not sure
man,
if my father has been during that time, but it sounds like a time.
it is. I gotta show you my T-shirt. I think it's back home, but it says like Beam Festival 318.
And
Yeah,
where is home?
it's pink.
Where is
Oh,
home?
Eric had.
Oh, so you've had to travel some ways to get here, and yourself too, Mr. Whimper?
Make a survival check for me, Oscar.
You're so muted.
I know. I don't know why he's doing it.
11.
11. Even with that, you say that, and Arcad is actually about 2 days, 3 days from here. Less than
Such
a
a
week.
travel.
It's right around the corner from the. It's right. It's actually the nearest town to where you all are.
Okay.
Wimp's tail is flicking a lot like a curious cat's. Like he is very fascinated by the two of you. But he would say he's like, "Oh, I've been traveling since I was born. Like I think that it's just natural to move around. So yeah, I've
All
probably
over?
traveled all over." And he would begin, and when he talked, it very much is a father that is distant of memory because he just leans up. I mean, he was talking to himself. Like he just leans up and he's like, "Oh, I'm from the sovereignty of Garden Rosen."
I was going.
Did I say that right? Oh, thank God! Fuck! God damn it! Tried so hard, Ethan. Garden
Drop the
Rosen.
garden. You know.
Guard-
Guard
Roses.
Guard Rosen.
Guard Rosen.
Guard Rosen.
Roses.
Guard
Rosen.
like the guy with a spear, and then Rosen.
Fuck it, he says Garden Rosen. I'm doing it. Film's gonna be as bad as me. I'm fine with it.
There we go.
Garden Rosen, I'm not sure I've ever heard of.
He's like, it's down south. South and never. Not. He looks like he's trying to figure out what fucking part of south. He's like,
As soon as you start trying to figure it out, Dylan realizes this, and then she's like,
as if it helps. And he'd never be like, "Thank you." Yeah, no, it's east.
You would know it's very south, very east. It's the only other tiny nation next to the Dominion.
I don't believe I've ever been that far south.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Cold.
Perhaps why.
And you too?
Oh, well, Mr. Oscar here lives next to Barodi, and I'm over on the East Coast. My home is in between Tavalis and Manoa.
Manoa's a flower town, right?
Absolutely.
I've heard a bit about him. Used to know somebody who got flowers imported.
It's a wonderful, wonderful place to visit. I always get very excited to go
It's
to
absolutely beautiful. So if you ever do make your way out there, it'd be lovely to see some new faces around.
If you do indeed, you should go and visit a couple of specific shops. That's generally why I go, and it's a wonderful trip out there. And I tend to try and take different routes to get there every time I visit. I travel generally from east to west quite frequently.
Tavalis and between Tavalis
Manoa.
Manoa.
Northeast.
Northeast.
You're looking at the old map, it's not there. It'd be on the sketch map right now.
Fucking. Okay.
Sorry, I don't have the map yet. I'm typically writing.
Fine. It's fine.
Get
You
a
hate me.
whimper.
It's whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
If you look at, if you know where Glenarm is, those mountains right there, it's right on the other side of the mountains.
Okay.
Right on the other side. Mhm.
Like, oh, I've never been there. I've been around Glenarm for a chunk of time, but I've never actually been to Tavalis, and I guess more north.
Gonna take a
If-
look around the vicinity.
If you don't mind me asking, Mr. Whimper, do you believe that most of the guests have arrived now? Is this everybody who's expected?
I have no idea. I need to begin to look around.
Both of you look around in the vicinity. If Silny, you want to roll me a perception check. But meanwhile, you look around and you see that Missy has finished up. Missy's nowhere in sight, has probably gone back down the road because she's not working security on this technically. Like, she's going to be in the vicinity, but down the road with the Amber Trough. Her job's kind of done at the moment. And everyone has been let in. You see a menagerie of elves kind of come in, and a few other people are having champagne and other glasses and are mingling around. Some people are sitting in the pews in little clusters and talking. Some are standing around. You see a couple people are over at the pond, admiring the two swans that are actually there. And you see people are coming in and out of the very small room to the left of the bar. It's very much the vibe is, oh yes. I kind of, fancy.
Quite.
I'm gonna do a look around. Is anybody looking at me?
Make a perception check. Sony, what'd you get?
10.
10? No sign of anybody you're looking for yet, but no one else sticks out to you at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Has Henrietta begun to talk to anyone? Because she's quite outgoing and gregarious and able to.
Would you have instructed her not to, or would she? Okay, I was wondering if it was like a stay in the back. Yeah.
No, not stay out of the way.
Gotcha. They're probably in the very back pew on the very left of the entrance, and they're probably sitting down there. And there's a couple people sitting in the pew in front of them, and they're kind of leaned forward, and the people behind in front are kind of leaned back talking. It is currently a woman and a man, both elvish with that tan skin. You actually notice that the woman has her back to you, but she has her arm up, and she has the golden tattoo that several of these people, at this point, you all are noticing a lot of the golden tattoos along the Yondravi family. And she has kind of brownish hair, but it's almost just getting gray, just a little bit. And it seems that her husband's next to her, and they're back talking to Henrietta.
I got an 11.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, what was that? That was for to see if anybody's looking at you?
Mm-hmm.
No one's at the moment.
I was a real delight to meet you both. I'm going to just get some refreshments for my family. Where would one go to get some beverages?
Oh, he motion one way and then pause and look at Dylan.
I'd motion towards the bar.
Across the pews is the arch into the smaller enclosure.
He just moved his finger to there.
I was going to wander over and ask for drinks and something for the children.
You head into the archway and you immediately begin. There's a small cluster. Like I said, there's 2 tables and there's the bar. And you actually see standing right at the bar. There's a few people at the tables currently sitting. Just there's only a few seats there talking. You hear mentions of, oh, I wonder how she's doing. Like, I wonder if if she's nervous. And then the other one's like, oh, I wonder if he's nervous. Seems to talk about the bride and groom. However, at the bar, as you're walking up and into this enclosure, you actually see a gentleman that you recognize. You see the elven gentleman with kind of pulled back tightly hair into a ponytail, wearing the kind of blue coat with the golden buttons all the way down. He is there. He's kind of got his sleeves rolled up. No tattoo.
Oh, Cascade.
No, this is Carlisle Larnasi. You have not seen Cascade. You actually see the man here, and make a perception check as you walk in immediately.
11.
11. You see him. He's kind of has his elbow on the counter, talking to 2 other gentlemen, and you hear immediately he says, "Well, yes, actually, it took me a while to procure the rose bushes. Essentially, get them that color. It took a little bit more of an effort with the thing, but I'm getting hang of it now. I'm sure you'll take a liking to it." As the gentleman in front of him is like, "It's quite marvelous. I've seen druidic magic that doesn't go this far. This is interesting. It's almost an illusion, almost a dream." As they're laughing and talking.
Osgood will go in and see him and half turn to leave to find Silney and then half turn back and sort of dither on the spot for a moment and then will pointedly not look at him and go straight to the bar. Are there just drinks on the top of the bar? There's no one serving?
There's a guy back there who was serving. All the drinks are behind him, and he's the one that serves them. And there's bottles of water and different wines. You see one that is the Birdie Wine Company. There's very little of those, but you see a lot of Swift Flare wines here as well as some water and other snacks here at the moment.
Okay.
As well as a big bowl of pudding.
He will just say to the barman, two beverages for adults and two for children, please.
I can get that right for you. As he goes over and he makes two Swift Flare wine glasses and two basically juices, probably, as he hands them over onto the bar.
He'll very pointedly turn away from the guy and, holding the drink, sort of wander out without making eye contact and make a beeline for Silney. It will say, Silney, I'm going over to Harriet. You need to go and get a drink for yourself and maybe our new friends here. Goodbye. And he'll just walk straight past really awkwardly.
Start heading to the back. As soon as you start heading to the back, another figure takes his place. This time you actually do see Cascade, the very dark blue, elvish-looking man with a black beard and goatee. Very short, though. Very groomed, and his hair very curly and down far, wearing the kind of the poofy shirt and kind of the red sash around the waist. He's here. You see very closely as he all steps up to you the tiny little water droplets that always seem to permeate his beard and different facial hair. As he comes up as Sony, you recognize him. He kind of comes up and says, "Oh yes, Sarah, it's good to see you. I didn't know."
Cascade, yes. The name is Silney, actually.
Oh, you won't believe this. I've snuck in. I'm supposed to be with the Amber Trough people outside, and none of them know I'm here. I get to come in. I started flirting with one of the young Davi family, and I said, "Can I be your date?" And now I'm here, and now I'm inside.
Oh, well, it's very nice to see you again. I'm going to wrap my arm around him, or through his arm, and do a little pat and stuff.
He does so well. And who are you both? Friends?
New acquaintances.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he would incline his head. He's like, yeah, just met here at the wedding.
You know, I would be inclined to ask if there is a wedding planner or something for me to perhaps give my gifts that I have. I play a few instruments, and I have my drum here today. Is there anybody that you know who I could speak to possibly
I only met these people about 30 minutes ago. I know none of them.
Cascade, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
He'd lean forward and
I'd
just say
Carlisle.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Do you know
supposed to be down
where
the
I may
road.
find him?
Points into a direction, looks at Dylan.
Well, do I see him in here?
No.
He's not here, so he could either be at the bar or he could be in another room.
This won't be helpful, but about this high, dark skin, elven.
Gonna look around everybody else. Thank you. That's a very apt description. I'm sure.
Meanwhile, Oscar had wandered over, holding the drinks to the family in the back. As you approach, you find your wife and children sitting on the pew, and you see they're talking to the somewhat older people. They have little. It's weird seeing them. It's a little uncanny. They look quite young, but they're premature. They look 30s, but they have different bits that make them look older, like strands of gray throughout their hair and premature wrinkles in some spots. It's just odd at first because they look fairly young, but different parts of them show age. As they're sitting here, and Harrietta sees you, and she says, "Hi, Oscar. I was speaking to the bride's grandparents here."
Oh, how delightful! I just like to say many thanks for making us feel so welcome on such a special day. You must be very proud. I'm Oscar Becerra.
You see the woman, the grandmother of Guillory, it seems. She kind of has the brownish hair. It's a little lighter though, and like I said, there's streaks of gray in it, and some parts of it that just are seemingly shorter almost. And she kind of looks for. You can now see she has a lot of makeup to kind of cover up this premature wrinkle she's having, or wrinkle she should have, because she seems to be the grandparents, but they look not like their grandparents. She kind of leans forward, and she was leaning on the pew, and she reaches back, shakes her hand. My name is Zenfiel. I was just wondering. It's good for you all to be here. I haven't met you all before. Gilly hadn't spoken of you, but it's good to see that Verkian has some more people on his side. I was a bit worried for the lad.
Oh, indeed. I mean, the more people at a wedding, the better. In such beautiful setting, isn't it?
Well, it's actually nice. This has all been set up by a good family friend of ours.
Oh, it has indeed. Who is...
Just watching Oscar try to pry out information is so good. She says, "Well, you ought to thank him. It's Mr. Lanasi, Carl Lanasi. I think I saw him go somewhere that way. He's a very close friend. He's basically part of the family. Would have been.
He must be an extremely talented gardener. I mean, everything here looks like it must have taken nigh on a year to prepare and plan it and make it look so vital.
It's believe it or not, is all magical. Actually, he has cultivated it through a spell of sorts. It's just for this.
Well, I don't mind mentioning, as you may know, our kind of enjoy quite an affinity with the flora and fauna of the world, and it really intrigues me. It's beautiful work. Any one of my family or clan would be delighted to achieve this. So I must congratulate him on his achievements.
We should go give him his things. He's been bragging about it all night. It might go to his head a little bit, but he's quite proud of it, as he should be.
Mm-hmm. Well, quite indeed. I imagine that you've met my wife Harrietta and the children here. I'd just like to say, Pyrus, I'm very impressed with your behaviour so far, my lad. Here, have this juice. You're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you, Father. Is Silny getting in a fight yet?
I really don't think that's something.
Is she going to fight those people over there?
No, those people are very nice. We've just met them.
Okay.
So there'll be no need for fighting. A wedding's a joyous occasion. No one fights at weddings.
You see, that's foreshadowing if I've ever. You see Hale's over there, and she's actually writing down descriptions of people. Just something to do with her hand. She's monitoring people, looking around, and writing down descriptions of people at the moment, just to keep her busy.
But I'm just going to pop over and check on Silny again, my love. Pyrus, but if you feel inclined, you could always explain to Zenfiel here the types of plants here, particularly the ones that aren't native to this area. It would be a good test of whether you've been paying attention, lad.
I can do that. Have you heard of the... And he starts spilling information immediately of things that you've taught him, strange plant... The bark that you found on the way here. He immediately starts talking about it, and the grandmother's like, yes.
I don't know.
The grandfather's just looking forward, drinking.
As he takes her attention, he'll make eye contact with Henrietta deliberately and just get a acknowledgement of how she is.
She gives a nod. That worried look is still there, but having able to sit down and actually find that it's going well, and that she's able to make conversation with people, and no one is immediately... It's not going... The plan isn't failing so far, and she seems more calm now.
Okay, he'll pat her shoulder and then turn around to wander back towards Silny.
I've been making light conversation with Cascade on the arm. I believe that I'm going to go find this Carlisle. Would you all like some drinks as well as I'm going
I would, actually.
bar?
We just finished 2 of them.
Yeah, Dylan.
Yeah, I will.
Do you have anything in particular that you may want?
As in, I don't want the Swift Fire.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'll take the birdie.
I'll go and see if I can partake something.
I'll have what she's not having.
I love him. Oh my god.
You
I'm
also
gonna
got that he
go-
mentioned that he's with the Amber Trough Caravan as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But he's not.
Oh, he.
He's part of them. They haven't met him yet, though. He's not allowed to be
Mr.
in here.
Cascade, if you would perhaps help me bring the drinks out.
I've actually got my data over there, so if you bring them over there when you get done. It's good seeing you, though, and friends. As he pats your shoulder and just heads across the pews to start speaking to an elvish lady as she giggles as he comes over, as that seems to be the date he flirted his way into getting in here.
Under my breath, I'm just gonna say charming, and then I'm gonna go walk towards the bar.
As soon as Silny walks away and Cascade's gone, Dylan's gonna turn and look at Whimper and be like, if we don't like him, I can get him kicked out.
Yes, you can. And also, I bet you that rum. Hold on, he had a fucking bet. Oh, that I can dance better than you.
What? No. I'm gonna win that one. Also, here's your rock. I'm gonna take the rock.
You take the rock and be like, yeah. Put the rock in his pocket and
Little
nod.
smooth stone, you take it, pocket it. Add that to your inventory.
No. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win this bet. Yeah.
Oh,
Webcam.
you're on headset audio, on webcam audio now.
What'd you do?
Thank.
As Silny departs, Oscar is walking back.
Are you sure?
You're good now.
You're good now.
No, you're back now. It just for a
Never
split second.
changed.
Oscar now approaches Silny. You're heading into the bar area, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, is Silny heading in for a drink?
Yeah.
Is
She's
she
gonna
arranging-
bring some back.
Oh, she is. Okay. I'll he looks very sort of warily at the bar area. I'll just if you don't mind, that is, I'll remain here with you. Yes.
Tail
Sure.
flicks. But he's like, yeah, of course. How old are your children?
Pyrus, who's the young lad there, is 14. He's the rambunctious. He's the wonderful lad, full of energy.
Look over, you see him
very
standing on the pew, like describing plants, like in this background.
full of passion and energy, but he's got a
Mother
good soul
pulls him
and a,
down.
and a good head on his shoulders. And then Ole, his younger sister, is 8, and I've never known a mind quite like it. She's extraordinary, talented, quite reserved, but once you get her talking about something she's passionate about, you'll be hard pressed to get her to stop. You're very proud of them both.
Yeah,
do
you have
you
the
have-
biggest smile.
Do you have children, Mr. Winter?
A few. Just a few. None around. I have. And he's paused. And he's like, I have grandchildren around their age. But
Do you
yeah.
indeed? Oh,
You see this tiefling, and he doesn't look old enough to be a grandfather
he looks
at all.
40 maybe.
Oscar doesn't even read into the.
Love it.
That's weird or not? It's like, isn't it just the greatest gift? Having a family
Yes.
around you is certainly one of the great joys of my life.
He would like very much empathize with that and like beam a smile. And his smile was always odd, like lopsided. Like his upper cheeks would move, but his bottom jaw won't. But like he would smile oddly. It's oddly like. But yeah, no, he'd be like, yeah, no, they are no doubt the God's gifts to us.
Are any of your children or grandchildren here today at the wedding?
Yeah, and I mean, it'd be probably easier to spot her considering.
She's actually in the tent with Gilbury.
Okay,
Mhm.
he would do a scan. He'd be like, she's Marigold's not here. She's...
Oh, Marigold, talented, lovely girl. She's a delight. Skin like yourself, green hair, flowers, and whatnot.
Yeah. That's my granddaughter.
I had the absolute good fortune and pleasure of meeting her on the road. She's an extraordinary talent, so you should be very proud. I liked her very much indeed.
He would boom, and he'd like, I will definitely pass that on to Colbreen. I cannot take nearly as much credit as my daughter, but I will definitely pass it on to her mother. She will be
Many
with that.
thanks.
At this moment, Silney has walked off into the bar area. You head in. I need you to make a perception check for me as you head in.
He's gone.
As soon as Oscar finishes talking about something that delights him, he sort of glances at that beer tent and gets sad again, like visibly.
Yeah,
like he'll
comes back.
brighten occasionally when he's talking about stuff, and then he'll remember what's going on and go,
Yeah.
18.
You walk in. You walk in and you see a couple people at the tables, but at the bar you see the dwarvish gentleman is actually standing up and his cane into the grass as he turns and starts walking up. Excuse me. Nice.
Yes.
Horns.
Thank you.
And then he'll say in Sylvan,
Jacket.
good evening. In Sylvan.
Good evening to you as well.
I'm glad that worked, or that would have been terrible on my part. As he excuses me. It was very rusty too. It seems like he only knows the hello in that language.
Yeah.
And that's kind of it. As the man with the eye patch kind of heads out. In here you see Carlisle Larnasi, the elven gentleman with the blue coat, talking to other gentlemen at the bar. Several little champagne glasses already empty. As you actually see he's coming in, he's leaning, but between his hands he's flicking a small little coin back and forth. Back from palm to palm. And then you hear him say, basically business related, like, oh, how about yours? And he says, like, oh, the apple orchards are doing fine this year. All time of the year. I suspect they'll pull through the winter now. Talking about the apple orchards that he seems to be a owner of.
I'm gonna go ahead and sidle up next to him and look at the bartender, but be as close to Carlisle as I can.
There's probably one guy between you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I am here to procure a few drinks, for myself and a few friends.
What can I get you?
Shall
I interest you in the Swift Flare lines? Or the
I
Birdie line?
know that we have a request for a birdie wine. And then
No one's drinking much of that one, as he brings it over.
Oh, well, I believe that I'll also have a little cup of that. I came here on the Brody wagon.
Oh, you see his face kind of look a little guilt for a minute, as he's basically saying, that's the poor person's drink.
Mm-hmm.
As he says, it's on the house. Everything's open.
Thank you.
As he pours you another one and fills it tall, both of them.
Tara's face was so classically Dylan when he said the poor person. Like she just went.
The Swift Flare is like, if you remember from Bowcaster, it was the name of the Jubilee wine of the fancy restaurant. It is one of the fanciest wines in the Shaw. It's part of the Silver-Eyed Bargain.
Well, I was also directed over, possibly here or somewhere else in the venue. I'm looking for one Carlisle. Perhaps
He's
to.
Already beginning to point, and you see Carlisle look past the person who's speaking to. Hold on a moment. Yes, may I help you?
Oh, well, hello there.
Pockets the coin. Pockets it in his left.
I was perhaps wondering if I could speak to you for a moment.
Yes, of course. Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me for a moment. And he straightens his coat a little bit. He stands over and he will direct you. He says, "Shall we talk in the corner of the glade outside?" And he motions you back into the main hall, the glade, up past the altar into the corner, kind of right near the entrance. That way they're not in the cramped bar.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, how may I interest you?
My name is Silney. Very nice to meet you. I've heard your name around here a bit. It seems that you have made this wedding venue quite the spectacle, in fact.
Well, thank you very much. It's the least I could do for my favorite family.
Oh yeah, are you related to the bride and groom?
Complicated, but to the bride, yes, of the Yondarve family. I don't share the last name, but I'm family.
Well, wonderful to hear. I was perhaps wondering. I am here on behest of Mr. Finkus.
Oscar shouts, Finkus!
Finkus!
Have any of you seen Boy Meets World?
All
I think of is Feeny. But with Finkus now. Finkus! Yeah, sorry. That's all that came to my mind.
And I do have some talents here that I would love to actually give and partake for this wedding as a gift for the bride and groom on their glorious day. I happen to be a musician in training as of currently, but I did travel with my father around the I'm not sure if you know of his name, the man in Manoa.
I actually do recognize that name. Does he play around Tavalis sometimes? And has he played in Eris before? In Bowcaster?
Yes. He frequents around a lot of the towns, in fact.
Ah, he's like you. That's why you seem so familiar to me. I could almost hear the music as he walked in.
Well,
we already do have a musicians prepared, but I'm sure that maybe they would like an extra. Perhaps. They'll be setting up soon. The ceremony will be beginning soon.
Okay, if you could point me to their direction by any chance.
They're probably right outside and around to the right, setting up. They'll probably bring their instruments in just a few when the ceremony begins.
All right, wonderful.
Talk to them and see. It's their word, but tell them I highly recommend you. Tell them who your father is.
Of course. Thank you.
And enjoy.
You as well. I hope that everything goes according to plan.
I hope so as well. As he looks around the place, and then you stab him.
I will fully admit I was waiting for it. So
Yeah.
He looks around, and if that's all the words you share with him, he will kind of look around, look back to the entrance of the bar room, in dropping that conversation with those people, and now he's the type of person to be like, I'll be right back, and then just never show back up to the people he's talking to midway conversation. He will seek out someone else now as he comes over to someone else now.
I'm gonna go back to the bar, pick up the drinks as carefully as I can. I'm gonna take a little sip of each just so it goes down a little bit so I don't spill it, and then bring it back out to Devin.
Yep, that's wise. You come back as you all are here talking. Oscar talking to Wimp mainly at the moment. Dylan, you all see a elvish woman, quite tall, sticks out more because she has very blonde curly hair as opposed to the darker straight hair. As she has many, many curls back there in a green dress, she sticks out. As she actually has come by behind Dylan, and she goes to Dylan while you both are talking. Hello, Dylan?
As soon as they start talking to me, I'm gonna be like, excuse me, and I'm gonna turn around and just walk away and start motioning them to come with me.
The woman kind of takes you over a little bit to one of the empty pews nearby, and she sits down. And she says, "It's good to see you here. I almost didn't expect you. I was wondering, how's the trip?"
No, it was good. There was a toad.
A toad?
It was really a toad.
I had heard little rumors about that.
Yeah, no, there was a toad.
Did you get it?
No. I mean, I did some damage, but...
It'd be a shame if it stormed this wedding, wouldn't it? She looks around.
I know.
Smiling. One can hope, I suppose. It took me a while to get here. I am a bit busy. I probably won't stay for the whole thing, but it's good to see you. I wasn't sure when you'd show up. But it's good to see a familiar face here. You're not far from home?
No, I figured I might stop in maybe after.
You finally gonna show your friend home?
Yeah, finally.
That'd be nice.
Well, we're in the area.
Not too far, a few days' ride. Well, I might stick around for the dance, but that's about it. I just want to check in, say hello.
That would
she
be...
taps your knee.
I'm going to
grab
real
some of the
good
elvish pudding.
dance. I spiked it.
Did you? Then I will get 2 scoops of the pudding.
Absolutely.
As she stands up, kind of adjusts her dress and says, "All right, I'll be seeing you."
You look lovely. And I'm going to walk away. I'm going to walk back and just join the conversation.
As he was talking, the moment that Dylan was like, "Excuse me," Wimp's eyes would actually flick over. Almost like when you know a toddler's being quiet. So like as much as he'd be engaging in the conversation, it'd be clear that he would be watching Dylan when he knew that she was gone.
At this point, Silny, her eyes back, same as Dylan. Silny holding drinks with little lip marks that has been sipped from them.
The bartender was very generous. I hope that you don't mind. I didn't want to spill it on the way here.
No, I mean, I guess it's cool.
I love how there's all these fancy people and Dylan's like, it's chill, bro.
Want some
We're
acid?
here, Shaka Bra.
I love it. It's suiting to where you've spent a lot of time in. It's very suiting. Very fitting.
Well, Oscar, I found somebody we may know in the bar back there, and I had a little conversation with him.
You did. What a surprise.
Mm.
Okay. And he'll sort of look at you searchingly, like.
I wouldn't mind probably having a conversation with him later as well, but it seems that I will be possibly performing with the band today. I still have to have a conversation with them, but
That's delightful. They're very lucky to have you performing. I look
Thank
forward to it. Mr. Whimper, Dylan, Sildy here is a wonderful talent, just like her father.
I'm really only in training right now. I'm currently going to college for music right now, but I'm here and happy to help as much as I can for this beautiful occasion.
You're in for a treat. I think things are actually going to kick off soon. We'll go over to I'll go over to stand with Arietta. I'm sure you know best in terms of people that may or may not be interesting to me, Silny. Goodbye, both of you. Bye. He'll turn around and walk away awkwardly.
You'll look at Silny and go, where do you go to college?
The Bard's College over in Tavalis.
Oh,
East.
he says as if he knows what it is.
Isn't Tavalis like the big capital?
Tavalis is the capital of the Republic. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Of the Republic?
Yeah, that'd be the problem there.
I was just like, yep, he's like, got nothing.
I'm gonna point up towards Whimper and be like, he's something of a magician too. Musician, sorry. I'm the magician.
I was just going to say, I have no magical talent. What are you talking about?
Both of you? That's quite nice.
He's musical. I'm magical.
He's like, I'm not.
I want that shirt. He's musical. I'm magical.
I love it. It's so perfect.
What instrument do you play?
Drums, actually. He declined that because he heard you mention it.
Do you?
He's amazing.
Clearly, Staj and I are the same character.
Yeah!
I love it.
There's two little crossovers: the language and the drum. I was
Perfection.
like, how that goes.
I love it. It
might be two different types of drums, technically. I think.
Might be. What type
Is it
of
two
drum?
Mine is
drums?
technically a hand drum, but it's still percussion instrument.
What style of hand drum would it be? Do you play it with sticks? Do you play it with you play it with your palms?
Hands.
Is yours the same,
Palms.
Trey?
Yep. Perfection. I love it. 10 out of 10. It adds conversation. I love it.
Yeah. Well,
Drum battle.
drum battle, drum line.
Yep.
You guys could drum in the wedding, Start it off.
Chance. Mr. Whimper, is that something that you would like to do?
Oh God, he would look horrified. He's like, "Oh, I'm not good." He's like, "Nah, she's overinflating me. I'm not good." But I am incredibly excited to see you do so.
Thank you. And then you have magics, you said, Dylan?
Oh, just a little bit up my sleeves. as I do that, I'm gonna cast.
The awkwardness is still there, but it's like that awkward person who just keeps going instead of Mira, who's just
doubles down.
I love it.
I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cast thaumaturgy,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna wave my hands a little bit, and as I do, there's a little quiet singing around your head.
What type of singing?
It's Dylan.
Heavy metal.
Just, right, going past your ear.
Gonna be like a little shocked and everything. He's like, that's
They call that the
Wow,
bowcaster
that's
rock.
great.
Yeah, it's totally Dylan doing System of a Down covers, right?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know many magical people, so that's quite wondrous. That's quite a gift that you have there.
I also do card tricks.
You pull out the deck of cards and
I'm gonna start shuffling them.
he shuffles them with such proficiency. There's almost a twinge of magic to them.
I'm gonna
As
be
you-
so
your magic user.
enraptured and just continue like this really good conversation. She enjoys it.
I'm just gonna sit there and playing cards for a while.
It's after a
So
moment you
somebody
hear.
stops me.
See if I can do the sound effect. Does that get the fancy ting?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You hear it? You hear that as you look over and you see a woman who is not Zinfiel, but you will notice, Oscar, that you've spoken to Zinfiel is actually looks like her. You can assume that this is probably Guillory's mother and Zinfiel's daughter. As she basically says, I think we're about to begin the ceremony. If everyone would like to have a seat, and the bride and groom will come out in just a moment. Man, is there anything else you wanted to say, Harrietta, or are we just going back there to stand to get ready?
Just go back there. To...
Noted. And everyone at this point begins to sit down. As everyone's getting ready, the band will be coming in, so you can speak to them in a moment, Sony. And do we fancy a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right
yeah.
here, since it's kind of there. Is everybody having fun?
Oh,
Yes.
so much fun.
I
Love
love
it.
the-
So good.
I love all the back and forth of different conversations. This is very much like the ball, or like it's very much that type of episode where
Mhm.
it's going around and talking and mingling and fakeness.
We can go for ages as well. We're time limitless today.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
First session,
Screams
big
and notes
session.
of oh no.
Mhm.
I could go. All right, if you want to take a
I
break,
could go
I'm
forever.
gonna go fill up my. I'm gonna go piss in my cup
Monster.
again,
Hell yeah!
and I'll be back. Thank you for
Okay.
playing. I'm loving this so
It's
much.
so good. I,
know it's
love
like
the
a
amount of
little
RP
slow
that's
start.
happening.
Yeah, I love it that it's
Mhm.
been just pure RP and everybody's so good.
Yeah,
I
this-
feel.
Go on.
I was just gonna say, I feel like with the card thing, it would have just been Dylan standing there until somebody stopped her, like an 8, a 10.
I love
Get your
how
card.
diverse and like so in depth everyone is. And
Yeah.
it makes the
Mhm.
conversation fluid. Like none of us are fumbling over our characters. It's we know them. Oh, it's so
Yeah.
Yeah,
good.
exactly.
Yeah.
Compared to that first session that we had in Bowcaster, like doing the background work with everybody and pairing people up and having your reasons, it is perfect. This feels like a movie. This feels like the first episode of a TV show. I love it. So everyone's doing so good. I'm proud of all of you.
And you have done amazing. At least with my
Mhm.
NPC, you have done perfect
Yeah.
with her. So
Thank you.
I love what you see. I'd love to see what you do with the kids and everything. Like they're so perfect.
Hope I'm role playing everybody else okay. I'm trying to get better at NPCs just a little bit and describing them and what they do just a little bit.
Missy's perfect. Like I'm so obsessed with
Missy's one of my
Missy. It's
favorites.
like I don't care.
Throw it over the head. Throw it.
I want to be Missy. Just
Right?
in general.
Only one invitation? Sure.
Yeah, like I don't get paid enough to
Only one
fully
for all of
check
you?
this. She didn't check
Okay.
anybody for weapons either. She
Nope.
didn't have pat down. She's like, all right. All right. I will be right back.
Bye.
Sup, bruv?
Alright, bro. Alright, geezer. Guys, it's nice playing a non-aggro character.
I was dying because, like, literally it's flipped. Like, the two rambunctious are now them two, and we're like, no, we're good. So pumped.
Yeah, it's good that it's worked out that way. Wimp's amazing. I love that they're, like you say, they're both dads. They're both family guys.
Oh, yes. Like, I fucking so pumped to see, like, how they work together and whatnot.
Mm.
I also love that, your kid is me as a kid. Like, you're a little fucking boy, that is exactly how I was. In fact, I was a mixture between the boy and the girl. Like, I was very much I'm just gonna sit and do my thing. I'm sorry, you talked about something I'm interested in? Allow me to talk for 40 hours. Like, 100% both of them.
He's been a lot of fun, actually, so far, like, in the session that we had as well, because he's nice boy, but he's a fucking ball bag.
I love him so much.
Now, I'm 100% not prepared for Ethan to kill our kids. Like, I am 100%, like, I told him, I was like, there's a few kids that if you kill them, like, Wimp is not gonna be Wimp. Like, I will fucking don't do it.
Oscar's wife is quite something as well.
She seems like it, I love her.
She's way more onto it than he is.
Yeah.
And Silney knows it as well. That's a really nice dynamic.
Like, I posted a GIF in campaign chat of, like, it's 100% going to be us. Like, constantly, like, grabbing Silney and fucking Wim grabbing Dylan. Like, nope, stop it. Like, come here.
Silney is acting in an air of...
Silney's a fucking loose unit, man.
Oh,
What do you mean?
I'm so pumped. I cannot wait. Like, so far, the dynamic is so curious.
I love Dylan. I love Dylan as well. Like, Dylan just doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. The heavy metal thaumaturgy.
I love it because I based Marigold off of my younger sibling Faith, and so like when fucking he played like he played her so well. Like I'm just like I can see Faith. I'm like, oh my heart.
There's only 2 people here for Verkian. Fuck!
No, yeah, the moment you said it, and like, there's 2 people here, and they're right here. Like, Wimp and Dylan are the 2 people for Verkian. Yeah. And that's why I was like, that's curious.
You had a 50-50 chance to pick what side of that lie you were going to go.
It's a lot better because the rest of the venue's like, oh yeah, they're for Verkian, I guess.
Wow, we don't know you. Yeah, so it probably works out well. Just with Marigold, I don't think this is spoilery, because it isn't a major thing, but with the similar talents to Oscar, and they were helping this wagon out of the thing, and they sort of recognized that they were both about to do something really similar. But Ethan was like, her talents aren't sort of in the same ballpark as yours. And so she was like working through the process of doing it, and at the point when she cast it, he cast it on what she was doing, so that she thought that she was doing amazing.
Oh my god, Wimp would die if he heard that. He'd be so happy. Oh.
And after she was like, "Oh, that went way better than I thought it was going to be."
Oh my heart!
I am all powerful.
Did he show you the photo of Marigold?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that
Yes.
photo. When I found it, I was like, she's perfect. I love her.
That's my little granddaughter. That's my little baby. Ick. Change your name and give it to Emerald Honey.
I'm a monster. Hold on.
Yeah, you are.
How do I change? I changed it. Now it should say whimper. Hold on.
You can do it in the actual map thing.
Mhm.
Personalization and display.
In the settings, top.
Is there any way to make everyone's pictures smaller?
I have it to where they are off, but yes, you can.
How-
Let me see if I can find it. Does it miss? No.
Oh, fucking Oscar! Did you have a surname?
Audio and video.
It's
Video
so cute.
display. What's
With
up?
the what?
When Oscar was like, "Do you have a surname?" So fucking cute.
Audio and video. Video display. And then play your video avatar size. I have mine on names only.
Perfect. Oh, so we can actually play video through that.
Yeah.
Right. I get it. I get it.
I
That-
say it.
That's the ticket. That's the ticket, Gromit. Good wool. Let's go.
Let's go.
go. I walk up to the
Hey.
band.
Come back. You two know nothing about why we're there, right?
No.
You two? No fucking idea. Not even an inkling.
I love that.
Oh, even in like outside OOC?
No, yeah, no.
You
OOC,
don't
I
know?
have no fucking idea.
Cool. It means we're doing good.
Doing good? What's that?
Yeah.
Doing good what?
They don't. At least Nick doesn't know what we're doing there.
Like, out of character, I have no fucking idea why they're there.
I like how you
Mystery.
dressed up smart for this, by the way, Ethan. You look great.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is the only thing I own to fit this. lost
If
my
I
tie.
knew, I would have done something. You're missing a button. You're missing a button.
You off
Oh,
again?
you're lopsided.
You're too high up the other side.
You've like...
It's what you
No,
did
you-
earlier.
I asked you, Tara, if I was good, and this is the second time. Tara, before you went, I'm like, "Is it good?" And you ran off happily. You asshole.
I'm about to
To
go
be
play
fair,
Colin.
that's a very Dylan-like move. Yeah, sweet, bro.
I never wear button-ups. Ever. I've worn it twice in my
Method
life.
acted. It's fine.
Yeah. Is this good now? Yes. I'm wearing pajama bottom. I'm wearing Deadpool
Fuck
pajama
yeah.
pants.
Yeah.
I was like, I have dress pants, but they're not gonna see that.
Nobody
Yeah,
needs to
that's-
know.
Got to get that newsreader approach to things. I have so many work video calls where I'm like tracksuit bottoms and a shirt.
Yeah. Alrighty. How much? When are we ending? So I can get a frame of time. Realistically.
I didn't know.
Well, I don't want to keep going and then be like, oh,
Give
we
us a
gotta
time,
go now.
Noki.
What's the give or take?
4 hours from now.
Sheet. So we got some time.
If
Everybody
you
good to
want.
keep going for a
Yeah,
while?
just 4 hours from now or the natural ending. And if
Mhm.
if we get to 4 hours and you're like, another hour would be really handy, we can do another hour.
Do you want to go for as long as we
Yeah.
can?
I
Yeah,
got nothing
absolutely.
today but this.
Long pilot. Is everybody having fun genuinely?
Yes, we're literally out here like
Amazing.
fucking gushing about each other while you guys are away.
Yeah, no, we're pumped.
I love everybody's characters. I'm so proud of all of you for these characters and how they mesh well, and I can already see it. It's going to be good. Such variety.
Well, internalize that and try not to kill us.
Yep, I'll try. Just saying, you all could have done something to kill Trey's granddaughter because she was on Neural's 0.5. I
Absolutely.
told him like, that's gonna be real bad
Coulda
if Manners
tipped
and
the
Thoughts
thing over.
kill your granddaughter.
I don't know if you guys picked up on it, but when you got into the chat afterwards, you were like, "Oh, we killed somebody's kid." And then Trey made a face and freaked
Yeah,
out.
you all thought they were talking about like Oscar's kids, but Trey was like, my kid.
It's just really lucky that Silney rolled low when she was trying to stab her.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I rolled really low, but like, I don't think that she noticed because she still like came up to me and talked to me afterwards.
Either that, or we're playing a game of chicken where Marigold's trying to kill the. Marigold also rolled low on to stab you. All right, is everybody ready to get back into it?
Yeah.
Give me 30 seconds to read over my notes now that I've sat back down.
Do it.
Refresh myself.
It's alright. We
Oh,
had a button
God.
up delay. So
Yep.
relax. You're okay. You're looking sharp.
Thank you.
Like Silney's knife, she has hit it.
I swear to God.
In Marigold's back.
Oh my God.
Let me just put that down on my goals list.
I was just about to say 2 of his kids have stabbed Wimp, so it happens. Like, whatever.
I swear to God, if I ever get the chance. Like, accidentally.
Not Marigold! Do anyone
What are
but
you like?
Marigold! She's so sweet!
Throw a dagger and it curved for some reason, right towards Trey's bloodline.
Yeah.
You got it. We're
She
mind
hasn't got the lucky feet, she's got the unlucky feet.
You throw it, and it just...
It's a homing dagger.
I love how we're getting to see a lot of a lot of personality traits and story and stuff here, but we're also there's a lot of shrouded in mystery on everybody's sides as well here, even between the partners as well, so, like that have already known each other, which is nice. Okay, let me cue up some music.
The wedding's about to, like, we're there, right?
Yep, they're about to do the
Wedding's about
ceremony.
to start.
Mhm.
I'd like to cast Earthquake.
Trees fall, people run. Oscar's actually the big bad of this episode.
It wasn't me you had to hold back.
It was the furball druid.
It was all a distraction.
Chaotic evil furball. Are you all having fun playing your characters?
Oh
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
I'm glad.
Oh yes.
I love
Did
them
you really
all.
think I was gonna stab a guy before they said their wedding vows? Like, come on, guys.
Before they said the wedding vows, afterwards.
After that, it's green light.
I do.
Yeah. All right. Queuing up some music at the moment. Is it still playing for you all well and nice?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
It's beautiful.
Thank you. Okay. And then this one. Okay. Is the recording still good? Is there like a max you should record on OBS before you risk like screwing it up? Is there like, or can you pretty much
Oh,
go
do you
for
want
your
to chop
duration?
it up?
Yeah.
On my stream
I
labs, I've
always
done-
record all of ours.
Yeah, and
Okay.
on my Streamlabs, I've done 16 hours, and there was no issue.
Okay. Because I remember like a while back, like I remember people would always be like, make sure you don't record over a set amount of time or else you risk it getting nicked.
I mean, like,
No.
if your computer shuts off or anything like that happens, it will corrupt it, and you'll lose everything. Like,
Right.
that's the
Maybe-
only issue.
We're only at 2
That's
hours. Maybe
why-
here in a bit I'll split it.
That's why I stream it, because then it just uploads straight away. You don't
That's very
have to.
fair.
Yeah.
That's very fair. Maybe I'll go ahead and stop it here just for sake of it, and then just to be safe in case power goes, anything happens. I'd hate to.
Yeah.
We have it recorded, but just hate to lose it.
Do
Part
like a
2 for the
2-hour break.
recording. Yeah, 2-hour breaks every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
Part 2. I'll just stitch it together for the video. So, at this time, The mother, Gilrana, has essentially tapped her glass, announced everyone to take their seats. Everyone sits. What?
What? What?
What?
I'm
What's that?
sorry, I was staring at fucking Milky doing the little caterpillar circles.
That's fair.
I was just distracted.
Oh,
Good.
sorry. I wasn't.
Oh, yeah.
No, you're
I didn't
fine.
even realize
Now,
I
I
was
can't unsee Oscar like having like a pipe or something,
Yeah.
like a Gandalf pipe, smoking some herbs.
herbs that he bought from Dylan.
That she bought in the meat festival.
Alrighty. It's like Beam Festival Indica. It's great. So everyone sits down. Everyone naturally takes their seats. People leave the bar area and come to sit in the pews. Her mother also takes a seat next to her husband. People sit. Do you all sit? Besides you, Sonny, you'd be heading to the band, wouldn't you?
Yeah. To pull them away and talk to them for a second while they're setting up.
Yeah. As everyone's setting up, they kind of come over. You see a few Elvish as well as a halfling who's here. It's just a few people playing very light instruments. As you hear him say, "Oh, are you the one that Mr. Lanasi recommended to us?"
Yes, my name is Silny.
You see
Perhaps I know.
a taller one nudge him, and be like, "I know her dad. He played a good little jig."
Yes, Otis, my father, yeah, he goes around certain towns and everything. Regardless, before they start this, I wanted to perhaps ask for your permission to, play a set with you, perhaps, or even, play a set for the bride and groom after they have their walk and everybody is doing their dancing.
The halfling says, "Do you know the?" And he says like a title in Elvish. It is complete in Elvish. There's no translation, and it is like the dance they're gonna play.
For that song? No, I do not. But perhaps...
Maybe you can follow along. Maybe you can play the music we're gonna play now, and for the vows, and then try the. It's the. Do you know Elvish at all?
No.
Okay. So yeah, I realized.
So I
there would
heard
be a
that and I was like,
translation.
no.
Yeah, there's a translation, but you wouldn't know it. He says you can try to follow along, and if not, you can dip out, and we'll continue. You want to get some dancing in if you want. We'll see. We'll give it a shot. Don't screw it up though. Carlisle will be angry with us.
Then perhaps for that song I won't play for that, but for another moment perhaps.
He nudges. She won't mess it up. She's the son of. Sorry, she's the daughter of. What is his title again? I have it written down.
Man of Manoa.
Man of Manoa. That's right. She's a daughter of the Man of Manoa. She's gonna play it nicely. He says, "Well, I just want to make sure." And people are sitting now at the moment, and you see that standing up near the altar is the grandmother, is Enfiel, and she goes noticing for the band, like, we gotta go. As they come over to the left and stand in the entrance of the bar area and just set up there with their small instruments and start playing a lovely little tune similar to this one. Performance check. If you're not proficient in performance, add your proficiency for your drum.
I am proficient in performance.
Yep, so +2 if you're not already. Oh, you are, so you're good.
22.
22, you're starting to gently. It's a nice basic thing to go along with. It's easy to pick up as you're there. How are you all seated at the moment?
We're right at the back, with the children in between Henrietta and.
Is it separated by side?
Yeah.
There's left and right side. However, because Verkian only has like 2 people for them, the Ondarvi family and guests are sitting everywhere. The family, there's no split of families here.
Okay, good.
And there is 1, 2, 3, 4 pews of rows on either side. 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the other side of the aisle, 1, 2, 3, 4.
This is odd, but he would sit in a way that he is not blocking anyone, because he's fucking tall, and that Dylan can still see.
There's a moment where a tall elf is sitting, she's sitting up front, and just completely blocking your view, Dylan.
I'm just gonna stand up in the seat, like.
Mm-hmm. You're just gonna stand the whole time?
Yeah, I'm just gonna stand there.
Stand up, cross your arms,
Yep.
cough
The
a
woman
little
in front
bit.
almost notices you're back there and just kind of straightens her back even a little bit more, the woman there. She seems to be quite rude. And which side would you be on? Oscar's on the back left side.
Whichever side the groom, like traditionally, if this was
Right
a
side.
traditional wedding, yeah, whichever one the
Yeah.
groom family would.
Verkian's is on the left side as well, so the side of the bar area. So you would be up there. What row back, just so I can get a from
Probably
the altar? How
mid, because he's like, we're not family. Well, no, he'd move towards the front because he knew that he does not have blood family, so he'd be like, we're standing in for that family then.
Yeah, you actually probably sit next. Actually, Marigold will probably be up there, like standing next, because she's like,
Yeah,
she's basically best man for him. So
Yeah.
she's actually up there along with his other friend, who's a groomsman, which is a human gentleman with a slight beard. He's also up there. And on Guillory's side, already standing up there, is several people, about like 6 bridesmaids at the moment. A lot of the dresses are gold at the moment, while his are more white suit colors. Is what his side is.
If the lady in front of me continues to stay with her back like more straightened up than usual.
Actually, if you all are up front, then I don't think she would be up there. Then.
Oh yeah, we're up front.
Retcon. She's behind you all.
Are you still
Hell,
standing to get in
no,
front of
yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Dylan straightens her back for no reason.
I was gonna do something. You were...
Yeah. You all be up front. So everybody's on the left side then, because you're the front pew right here. The door, the archway to the bar area is right there, so that you're right next to the band as well. So everybody's on the left side in some arrangement. The grandmother, like I said, she has an uncanny look to her where she looks kind of 30s, but she has premature wrinkles that she's covered with makeup, and she has streaks of gray. She's trying really hard, but it's still kind of noticeable. And that's the same with her grandfather, and quite a lot of the people here. They just kind of show their age a little bit. Guillory, you haven't seen her, but she looks kind of her elven age, which is like 20s, like late 20s. At this point, Zenfiel, the grandmother, stands up. On the altar, you see this lovely kind of white wood altar that is actually sprouted from the ground and is making an altar here. That's the word, altar, right? Just the wedding. And you see beside of it are 2 bushes of lovely, kind of twilight-looking bushes. They are colors of blues and purples and whatnot. Very different from the whites and golds of roses everywhere around. These bushes are actually blues and purples and whatnot, planted on each side. Right in the middle, kind of where a pedestal would be for the officiator, is actually a brass and golden bowl that juts up on a pedestal and is here. For those of you who had been around it before, you actually saw sand in it, kind of yellowish orangish sand in it. And behind the altar directly is the little pond with rocks all the way around it, and the 2 swans, which have not left. You're almost wondering if they're real or not, because they just kind of go around.
I'm gonna whisper to Whimper as we're sitting here, and I'm gonna like kind of lean over and be like, "I don't trust those swans."
Oh, what'd you say again? Get a little
I
closer
said,
to
"I
your
don't
mic.
trust those swans."
He'd lean over, he's like, well, they're as big as you. I'd be nervous too. He'd grin.
Have they got like the same creepy quality as like garden flamingos? Is that?
They seem to be alive, but they're very much going in rotation around the pond. It's strange.
They're possessed.
Who knows? Yeah, the band is sitting next to you and immediately kind of going along. Oh, you're muted if you don't know, Slash, just to let you know. There you go. You're playing along. At this point, as the music is starting, you see Zenfiel kind of give a clap, and at that moment you see the tent doors on either side near the entrance. Everyone turns back to look at the tents, and from the one on your all side, Verkian Droldir kind of comes out, kind of a paler elf of brownish black hair, of greenish brown eyes. He kind of comes out wearing a whitish suit with gold accents as he is walking along, currently holding something in the palm of his hands at the moment. As he walks towards the aisle, and by the way, the aisle, I didn't describe it, but while all of this is grass, the aisle is kind of a carpet that's been put down, essentially. It's kind of a brownish oak-looking colored carpet that is spread down. He holds something in his hands as he's meeting in the middle. At the exact same time, the other tent opens, and out steps Guillory, who looks very much like her mother and other family members here. Light tan skin, kind of yellowish brown eyes, long brown hair and braids with golden flowers in them. She wears kind of a gold dress with white accents to it, counteracting of her fiance. as she is also having something in her hand, as they both meet in the middle, look at each other and smile. It seems that you can't hear them, but they say something in Elvish to one another. Some type of tradition. As they look at each other, they actually swap places at the moment on either side and walk down the aisle gently. For those of you who can see, as they walk down the aisle, you see holding in their hands are sand at the moment. A bit of sand. A couple of it from Verkian. He kind of a little tiny bit falls onto the ground as she's holding hers firmly. You can already tell the nervousness he has of this, having no family and being married into a large family. He's already having it. He's shaking just a little bit, but he seems happy. As they go, and they actually switch places once again if they get to the end, and the grandmother looks and smiles at both of them. And she whispers something that, you all can't quite hear. It's something just for them, as part of the tradition, something in Elvish, and they both smile very widely. And from this, Zinfiel, the grandmother, as they stand on either side of this altar, right in front of each of the Twilight Witches, basically, she says, Zinfiel speaks louder, and she says, "Greetings all. We all make the trek to these sacred woods to seek out the light that will soon shine upon us. For centuries, the Andravli family has found home within the flame, and today we'll be sharing it with someone new." She looks to Verkian. He smiles, and Gilry smiles past at him. A little nod of, "You've got this," to him. She says, "Verkian Droldir, do you take Gilry Andravi as your partner in the light?" And he says, "I do in light." And she says, the grandmother says, "Gilry Andravi, do you take Verkian Droldir as your partner in the light?" And she says quietly, "I do in light." Mm-hmm.
Can I sort of gauge the crowd and see if, they like this dude, the family, the Andravi family, like the Verkian guy?
Make an insight check.
Or, if they're doing little whispers and being like...
Make an insight check.
Insight, there it is. 7.
It's hard. Everyone is very focused and looking ahead. You don't see anything that stands out of whispers. Everyone just seems to be going ahead, but you can't tell whether it's excitement or just putting up. You can't tell. You're really focused on the drums at the moment, but no one's actively going and whispering at the moment. Everyone's full attention. Anybody want to do anything else before I move on?
Wimp is relatively focused, but he will, once in a while, it's just, I think, security in him, that he would look behind to see who isn't sitting down.
Make a perception check.
17.
17? No one else is standing up. You see no one out of order. No one's left in the bar area. No one's out. No one. You can try to listen to the hedges and see if you see any movement between the light. No one's outside. Everyone is sitting here full attention, it seems. You actually do see Cascade, who's sitting on the right side over there. Like, he's sitting in a bundle of people over there, like, back, cross-legged, still holding the champagne. Everyone else is dispersed of their drinks, but he's sitting there, like loving this. Like, what's gonna happen? He's pleased that he's here.
Did Oscar keep an eye on where Carlisle was sitting? Or... is he able to see where Carlisle is sitting?
Yes, I forgot to describe where he was. My apologies. He would have been somewhere on the right side, probably from the back, second pew up. So third one from up to down. He is on the right side. He is sitting with people, but you can tell the space he's sitting with. He's no one sitting with, like no husband or wife, or there's no immediate family that he's like really next to. He's just kind of sitting on the inside pew, second from the back, just sitting there like pleased and looking and.
So in terms of the pew that he's on, is he on the left-hand side of the pew or the right-hand side or in the middle?
He's right on the left side, so right on the... He could walk out right into the aisle.
He's directly...
Yeah.
Just a little bit diagonal.
Yeah,
so he's not in the pew right next to you, parallel, but he's one up, so he's right there.
All right.
And he's sitting on the end. There's a few other people squished together on the next to him towards the outside wall, but he seems to be sitting by himself, pleased, and he smiles at Gilry as she walks by. All right. Is that all for everybody? While they're walking up? Okay. You see Zinfiel whisper something else in Elvish to them. And Gilry will say, how many of you know Elvish? Any of you? I was seeing if any of you could pick up the the little things she was saying.
Ah.
I wasn't saying it loud, but the people at the front was wondering. Guillory raises her voice a little bit. She has like a softer voice, but she speaks confidently and sternly, as opposed to her fiance, who is a little bit more soft-spoken. And maybe that's just the nervousness in him. But she says, before they start speaking, you actually see Zinfiel, the grandmother. She takes from her hair. Her hair is currently in a bun at the moment, and around it is kind of a gold ribbon. She actually takes it, lets her hair down, the grandmother, and she will take it and step forward over she'll put her arms over the kind of pot of sand that is between them as they each reach out their hands. If you ever know like hand fasting, basically, it's kind of a version of that, but a bit different. You see her hold that there and drape the ribbon over them. And as they will start saying their vows, this kind of goes on. She will go over to each bush, each twilight bush behind them, basically, the twilight colors, and she will pluck a twig from each of them, from each side, because there's one on either side of the bride and groom. She will take Verkian and Guillory's hands and put each twig between them and clasp their hands like this. And she will begin to gently put the ribbon over them, tying it, basically. And this is as they're speaking. And Guillory says, I stood alone amongst the reeds. There underneath the twilight wilds, I stood alone within my heart, with no one there to hold my hand. Zinfiel is currently getting the ribbon and putting between them and having the ribbon. Guillory continues, but you stood tall against the dark, and in this vast unknown expanse, like those before who made this pact, the two of us shall be in the light. There's a moment where, at this moment, she basically puts the ends of the ribbon is around their hands, and she hands each other strand to Guillory and Verkian's free hands as they both take it and begin to pull gently, basically tightening the knot around their hands. And Guillory continues, for you and I are one this day. Together now, for I am yours, and you will stand beside me here, our hands twined by the twilight branch. As they're pulling, basically with the opposite hand, their hands still clasped, you see they pull fairly tightly, making a knot around it. And when it squeezes, because that ribbon is squeezing their hands together, you notice the twilight branches were quite sharp. You actually see a small wince from Verkian, very tiny, of not unexpected, but like, ouch. When you're getting a shot, Guillory's face is fine as the branches between their hands are tightened with the ribbon as a couple drops of blood comes down. Everyone seems fine. This isn't abnormal, as it seems that the branches in between them has drawn blood on both of them, and the ribbon is being pulled away, or is pulled into a knot around the branches in their hands. Verkian now speaks, and he seems to repeat her last stanza instead of saying it all. He says, for you and I are one this day, together now, for I am yours, and you will stand beside me here, our hands twined by the twilight branch. And as he's finishing that, they each pull, as their hands are clasped, they each pull the ribbon away, and their hands slide out, and the ribbon is tied around the branches now that was between their hands. The branches, you can tell, are a little bloodied there, and the branches are now tied with the ribbon around it. A few drops of blood, as they're both holding it now, dangling the ribbon, holding the branches, and they both drape it over, beginning to take it to the pot. However, what you both notice, as the crowd begins to, say something, well, not say something, but the crowd is showing awe now, ooh, there it is. You're like, ooh. People are getting excited now. Because as the ribbon was pulling and the blood was drawn, and as he was finishing his last stanza, you notice that, you all have all noticed by this point, the Andravi family specifically have those golden tattoos up their forearm right here. The ones who show their sleeves. Only the Andravis have it. Something you have noticed by this point as well, now that you're seeing Guillory, and you've seen a couple people like that too. Most of theirs only go from their wrist to their elbow. Hers, as well as a few other people's, go from their wrist to the shoulder, because she is wearing a kind of sleeveless dress. So most people's are short, but some people's, including Guillory's, go all the way up here. As Verkian finishes his last line and the thing is pulled, her tattoo seems to shift and move across her arm. It beams in light. The golden seems to reflect the light that's shining into the glaive, as half the tattoo moves across her hand and over his fingers and up to his right forearm, as hers on her shoulder moves down to her forearm, now not having the one on the shoulder. It seems that all the Andravi family have these, and the ones that go up to the shoulder are unmarried. And when they marry, their partners get the other half. Up his arm now, it's kind of reddened just a little bit as the magical tattoo has solidified onto the forearm. It now beams in light as well. The gold seems to reflect beautifully as they are now taking the ribboned, bloodied branches over to the sand pot. A couple drips, and you see steam up into the air as they drop it in. At that point, I need you all to roll. I'm just kidding. Everybody
Roll initiative.
I told you guys I'm just going to run a 5-hour regular wedding.
Yeah?
Fuck yeah, man.
Steam comes up and dances upwards. It has golden light. Almost like when you'd see a rainbow in steam, except it's a golden light. As they drop, they gently drape the ribbons inside. They both then clasp their hands once again. And with that, Zinfiel, who's behind them, says, "It is now time to begin the golden hour dance." As they say this, they both look at each other, smile. And the light around this glade seems to shift. It's noon. It's like 1 p.m. at the latest. When she says the golden hour dance, the light around this glade, because like I said, it's a mesh ceiling, because you can't, and there's leaves over it, so you can't quite see the sky. The glade fills with sunset. This feels like golden hour. The temperature goes down. It feels perfectly like sunset. You see behind them, the couple begins to walk down the aisle now. Now, as they were going up, holding the sand separately, their hands are together. With his new tattoo and hers halved, a couple drops of blood onto the aisle as they begin to walk down towards the entrance. As they're walking, you see people also shift their attention back to the wedding altar. Over the kind of golden pot with the sand, one single, very vague golden sunlight beam shines on it through the roof. Very vague, but is shining onto the sand, growing a little bit brighter and brighter. At this point, next to you, Selny, you hear the halfling say, "All right, when they get down to the aisle, we're going to start. 3, 2, 1. And as soon as they get down to the aisle, yes, no, I don't. Follow my lead. As they get down to the aisle, they stop and take one another's hands and start to dance. You see everybody begin to stand up, start moving the pews out of the way to either side as people begin to grab their partners, as this is the dance they spoke of.
Right as, once they start
This is
dancing, everyone...
fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Once everyone
that was
stands
amazing.
up, literally, he's going to lean over to Dylan. He's like, ready to get your ass kicked.
I feel like as soon as you said that, it's like everybody else is like happily getting ready, and then Dylan's like,
Cracks your knuckles and stands off the pew. You actually get carried away from it as two people are carrying the pew. They start carrying, like, "Oh, sorry, miss." As you hop off, as people immediately knowing, put all of the pews to the side near the hedges, and people immediately look across and take their partners and begin to dance.
Oscar will pick up Holly, and Harrietta will pick up Pyrus, and they'll start, because they love to dance, and so they'll start dancing with them over where their pew was.
Yeah, make a performance check to see if you can kind of keep in. It's up to you if you notice, but you all see everybody begins to grab their partners and are currently filling a circle in the middle of this glade. People are filling a circle and dancing around it at the moment.
18.
12.
18, 12.
Natural
20.
14.
God damn it! Fuck you! God! I was
Nat
so
one
excited!
You lost!
Are you dancing with Holly?
Yeah.
Holly stumbles on her shoelace with a nat 1. And you have to...
We picked them up. We picked them up, so they're not standing on the floor.
That's fair. As she was walking over to you, she trips and you just grab her and go, "I got you," as you pick her up and start dancing with her.
So cute.
As Harrietta and Pyrus is killing it. He's already full of energy. He's like, I've been waiting, as he is like starting a little too much spirit and jig in there. So what did you get, everybody else?
Fucking Dylan got a 20, I got a 19.
Natural 20, yeah.
Natural 20. Fuck.
Okay, that'll count for a couple rounds of this. And Stash, what did Sony get?
Okay, I didn't know if I was. You want me to do?
If you're playing an instrument, if you're playing right now and not joining the dance, still a performance check to see how well you keep up with the music.
I'm gonna play it, and I'm gonna watch the crowd and see how they dance, and then perhaps later join them and join in,
That's fair. Alrighty.
just to see if I can get a view on how they dance.
Mm-hmm. Dylan and Wimp, do you both grab partners, or are you dancing on your own?
No, he would join the circle.
Everybody in the circle has
I was
yeah.
gonna grab
videos that
Wimp
hands up.
and join the
I was just
circle.
about to say, yeah. I think that we
You wanna
dance with
try?
each other. Yeah.
You both grab each other and head to the circle that's dancing around an emptier space in the middle. You see, it's a little cluttered. There's a few people in the middle at the moment. But as you all are dancing, you begin to see them. They are dancing around swiftly. A few turns and movements. The circle gets a little bit bigger and then a little bit smaller. And then you see a bunch of people nod. And as you're going, this goes around for a few rounds, essentially. Everyone's moving around. The Bucera family, you're all staying in the corner? The odd ones out?
Yeah.
That's fair. You all are dancing in your own little corners. Everyone's making the circle. After a few rounds of this, you see that Dylan is catching on very quickly and is almost leading you now, Wimp, and carrying you. This little gnome is bringing you. And you see everyone at once begin to turn. And Dylan, you do not stop for a moment as you try to twirl Wimp. How does that go? What's a natural 20? I feel like she uses your hand and hops over you like a jump rope. As everyone doesn't miss a beat.
Like pick her up.
I would say there would be a mixture of "God damn it, I'm losing" and like fatherly pride. Like seeing her do so well, it's like very much a mixture on his face. But he would
I feel
be
like Dylan's
smiling, enjoying
dancing.
himself.
Dylan's dancing in the way that Yoda fights. Lots of like flips.
Yeah.
Everyone else is being graceful and twirls and step backs, and Dylan's like.
It's a difference between everyone's doing the waltz and Dylan is swing dancing.
Yep. You all go around the circle for a few times, and you see the people on the inside begin to push outwards, and people begin to move. I need you all to roll, who is participating in the circle, to roll a d12, as you begin to see people push off from their partners to gain new partners.
Trey, do you know what a D12 looks like? It
I
looks
had
like
to
a
look right
Pioneer
through.
D20. It has 5 sides.
Oh, I have one of those.
Yeah.
7.
7?
In.
7, 10. Are you all going and trying to follow along and switch partners to see with somebody else
Oh,
to see who
yeah.
you get to? People like take their hands with others and just give them a twirl, and then they shove away as people begin to spread out from the circle. The circle's still there, but the people in the middle begin to sprawl outwards as there's a circle with now dancing lines. It's forming a sun, essentially. There's people around dancing around the circle as the people who now have new partners are now sprawling out, and they are the rays, dancing along, still moving and orbiting as well. It is...
So
You see a
cool.
see people like stumble, but this family has had, an Elvis family, they have many centuries of practice. Okay, remember those numbers for a minute while I pull up my little table. What'd you get, Dylan?
10.
Who'd you get? Troy?
7.
7. Okay. You, funny enough, Dylan, you end back up with the blonde-haired elf that you have talked to earlier. As you push back off, you are now taken immediately and immediately twirled into the line, forming one of the sun rays. You are on the very end of it, as 5 other couples are in the middle. And you see this elvish woman taking your hands, and she says, "Oh, we meet again. How's it going?"
Oh, fantastic. I just want to bet, man.
This is not over yet. You hear whimper internally.
Because, I saw that little dance competition. I tried the pudding, by the way. It was marvelous. As she takes you and pulls you back, move from side to side. She says, "It's quite interesting, isn't all of these traditions?
It is.
Bloodied ribbon, very abnormal grove.
Seems
What
like
could
a
go
cult.
wrong? Looks like a good place for ritual, doesn't it?" As
It
she
does.
twirls you around and pushes back.
Wimp internally, right?
Mhm. Find anybody interesting here? As she's pulling you in and out.
Dwarven fellow at the bar. Carlisle seems a little interesting. The satyr and the furbog.
I noticed
Keep
you
an
were
eye
talking
on
to
him.
I'll do my best. I'm actually leaving right after this. As you
Aw,
see
man.
the line begins to shift, and you both are dancing. You were on the end of the sun ray. You are now near the center as the sun ray has shifted. Meanwhile, Wimp, you get paired. There are firm hands that grab yours. Have calluses on them as you get paired with the dwarven gentleman. As he takes you, do you mind? As he takes you, and he's dancing with you already, but he's taking at a distance. He says, like, basically asking, "Is it okay if he dances with you?"
Yes, and there was almost be a nostalgic feel to it. With a satyr and a dwarf, he's like, oh, like Duffdorn is just on his head.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he would happily, he'd be like, of course, and he would step right in with no issue.
Yep, he takes your hand, and you now basically have the bottoms of your hands pressed together, and then a few twirls and lefts and pulls ends and moves around as you were in this middle of a sun ray at the moment. And he says, I don't recognize you and your friends there. Do you know the Andravi family? As he's dancing with you.
And he dances, he's like, no, fan of the groom, but I'm part of the caravan most of all.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. It's good you all are helping set up. Need people like you.
Are you, and he would eye looking for a tattoo.
Make a perception check. Because he does have sleeves in his big, kind of leathery black coat.
Oh, sorry. 19, I love this dice.
19? He sees you looking, and then as you push away for a moment, he pulls down a sleeve and pulls back in. I'm not one of them. I'm a family friend, though.
Oh, like Carlisle. And he kicked it to death.
You see his face immediately go, not like Carlisle, as you all spin around to the end of the sun ray. No, that's a lot of family drama there. I am simply a friend. I'm also here to keep an eye on things.
Ah, well, I feel more protected.
I hope so.
Flirts.
Yeah.
No tattoo, I see.
He look.
He seems to be oblivious at the time being.
That's okay. Most are.
Yep. He just say, why do you inquire about Carlisle? You haven't taken a liking to him?
He's a family friend that doesn't have a tattoo and no name. Odd to be family and not have those two.
He was almost family. The woman he was to wed died a few months before. He has remained family friends with them, much to his distaste, as he's dancing with you.
Oh.
He was truly in love with both of them, but her untimely death has caused rifts. He wants to be truly part of the family, but he never can be, as you've seen. He lacks the tattoo.
I see. Noted.
He's not my favorite person, but he hasn't done anything to strike me badly. Looks like our time is almost up. He inquires for your name.
Whimper.
Miriam, as he pushes you away. And you all get thrown back into the crowd.
May I pinpoint if Carlisle is dancing right now, or if he is out and about?
Make a perception check. The many, many people.
Many.
What was that name?
Miriam, Miram.
18.
That's the dwarf. 18. You actually do see Carlisle. He is more towards the center now, one of the center couples going around the circle, so you see him every time the circle comes around. To finish up with Dylan and your friend you're dancing with, she says, do keep things interesting. I'm glad to run into you. I haven't talked to you in a little while. Otherwise, I think it's time to switch.
Aw, man. Well, alright. No, I'll see you later.
Be careful for me.
Yeah, I will.
Goodbye,
Bye-bye.
my friend. As she pushes away into the crowd to get back into the circle and choose a new partner. As you all push, roll d12 for me.
As they push, he will look to see the one on the outline, and he would motion for the Furblock to join.
The other family.
Yeah.
And you
Oscar.
still see the family a little bit of ways.
Like, as
They
they're
don't
pushing
not-
out, which would be the perfect time, he would thought.
Yeah, they don't not want to join. I think that they'll be thoroughly sort of immersed in family time. Like they're dancing with the children, and the children are loving it, and they won't be watching to join.
I get
Like,
it.
it'll just be a lovely time.
That's
yeah.
fair.
Yeah, Wimp would note it, and then I'll roll.
That's fair. Does
got
Silny
a
want
12.
to play, or do you
Yeah,
want to join
Silny
in
is
something
going
else?
for the
to drop the drums, jump into the crowd, and start slashing. No, she's going to.
Multitask. That's a horror movie, dancing to the crowd, no one notices, but
just like stab every so often, just like yeah.
Mhm.
Is going to pull back from the drums and then go and attempt to join in.
But wait. As you get into the crowd, roll me a performance check and a d12, please.
Do you want us to roll another performance check or just the d12?
That's up to you. This was more to see. If you all want to keep trying to one-up another, you can, but otherwise that was your initial. Oh, then go for it. Let me jot these down.
I didn't. It's a 9.
Nice.
So it was
I
Vimp and
tried.
Miriam, and then it was Dylan and his friend.
Yeah, and then I rolled a 1 on the d12.
Okay. You got a
I got
1?
12.
Got a 12?
I got an 8 on the D12 and then an 18 for the performance.
You get in very nicely. Are you trying to go for Carlisle, or are you just heading in to see who you get?
I'm trying to go for Carlisle.
Okay. In that stance, that was a performance check to kind of see who you are. Make a performance check to purposefully guide yourself there. And I'll take the 18 into account because you've joined so well. This is to now move yourself into the sun to try to find yourself.
20. Dirty.
Dirty 20.
God,
Okay.
I love Sylvie.
I got to roll for him.
Same.
Okie dokie. Hold on one moment. Because this table switches around a little bit. Yes. What'd you roll again for Staj for your number?
8.
8. Sylvie, as you get in, you're right next to Carlisle. As you touch shoulders with him, but he grabs someone else. You are back to back with him now. You're right there. And currently locking into your fingers is almost a wet hands as Cass
Fuck
is
you,
here.
Fuck you!
But you are right next to Carlisle and you're keeping up.
Yeah.
You see that he is currently with a woman at the moment. With kind of lighter hair. Actually, who is he with? I didn't roll to see who he was with. He is with Zenfiel. He is with the grandmother. Currently dancing as you touch shoulders with him, he says, "Oh, it's good to see you, Miss Yandravi. Good to see you again. I haven't danced in quite a few years now." As you lock your hands and almost slip away from the watery hands of the water genocide, essentially.
Yeah.
As Cass clasps hands with you, and he doesn't seem to be keeping up quite with the dance, but is just trying. He says, "How we keep meeting? How are you doing? Enjoying this dance?"
Oh, absolutely. I was up there performing a little bit earlier. How
Twirl
are you
me.
doing? Oh.
As you twirl him. Thank you.
Is he good? Is he good at it?
Is he good at it?
Did it call for a twirl?
No. Everyone is twirling in unison, but he just says twirl me. He's trying to stand out, essentially.
Yes.
He's also half cut, right? Like his Mary on his
What do you
way
mean?
with booze and
Yeah, he had a lot of drink.
Oh, he's had a lot of drinks, yes.
I am rolling my eyes.
He's not even looking at you, he's looking around the crowd, seeming to be looking for someone else, but he's ended up with you. He says, "So, where are you all heading after this wedding?" You went?
Perhaps probably back home, but I'm not
Me
sure
too,
for
actually.
right now. I'm also going to be looking. And
Yeah, you're
keeping an eye on-
Dancing, but not looking
Two
towards each
not
other
nice.
at all. What was that again? You said you're heading home or something?
Yes, I am.
Is that nearby?
Oh no, it's quite a bit away. In fact, on the East Coast.
He looks at you dead in the eyes now as you kind of twirl again and locks hands. Dinner after this?
Well, absolutely. I'd love to stay for this.
Good. As he pushes you away as you change partners. He's awful.
I hate him.
He's awful.
I love him. I think he's great.
Oh
He's fun to
god.
play, but he's awful.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the both of you, while that was heading on, tell me your numbers again. I'm so sorry.
12.
12.
1.
Were you all trying to get with anybody in particular? Alrighty. Number 1, you'll actually be paired with Marigold.
Oh, my
Oh.
Really perfectly, these roles.
Wimp starts crying.
Immediately twirl, and she has her back to you, and she turns and locks hands with you, and she's, "Grandpa," as she's dancing with you. "How are you liking the wedding so far?"
It's like, it is gorgeous. I am glad that your friend now has a new adornment on his arm.
Yes, I told you it was a little bit strange, isn't it? But it's not too strange. Just a little bit at first. The
He
blood
would
and all.
chuckle as they're dancing and say, I don't think that we're a good proponent of what's too strange.
It's kind of sweet if you think about it. They're
Yeah.
very happily in love. I'm so happy to see them finally together. And now he's part of the family.
Oh, he's part of the family. And
I hope they treat him well.
he deserves it. He needs a bigger family.
I think so too. And a lot of them love him. So, or at least eager to get to know him. He's shy, but he'll come out eventually, and I'm sure he'll make a good addition. Well, she's actually looking around. You kind of see a very empathetic. You know her well enough that she wants it to go well. She feels she wants Virkin to kind of come up his shell a little bit more and stop being so nervous because she thinks that the family actually does like him.
No, yeah, he would look honestly joyful. Like, he's like, this has gone better than I had assumed it was. So I hope that they continue to have a good path into the light. He'd say clearly kind of paying attention, but not well.
They have a whole thing about that, don't they? It's some religion. I'm not sure too much about it. I don't ask too many questions.
Sounds a lot like how your brother talks about Rao.
I hope it's not quite the same. It's interesting. And at this point, unless you have something else to add in, she gives you a smile, and you push off.
Perfect.
And she gets back in. And I need you to roll again, Dylan. Because I realized I shift them around, but you need you to roll again. 6?
Mm-hmm.
You turn and you feel you see the water genocide man look over. He says, "Huh? What? Oh, hello." As he was expecting someone his own height, and he just looks around. He looks down. He almost tripped over you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to twirl you?
No.
Dylan!
Unless you stop him, is going to push away. Seeing your attitude immediately, he gets to you, you say no, and he's going to just start and starts pushing away.
All right, sweaty boy, and I'm gonna turn around.
You see him stop. As he turns, he stops. Looks to you. When you say sweaty boy, he looks so offended, and someone twirls and bumps into him as he hits the ground on his knees because he got off track. Yes! But you currently don't have a partner. What do you do?
I'm gonna grab the person that bumped into him.
Okay. They're currently holding with someone else.
I'm gonna grab it.
You're gonna grab both of them?
Yeah.
Make a performance check to try to get over there to them and not end up alone. Most games have dungeons
17.
and fighting, and we have dances and... What'd you get?
17.
17. Easy enough because you kind of come over and you just both grab their hands. Their hands still are there, and they go, "Oh, hello." As
Hello.
these two people grab your hands and start dancing with you.
Oh,
They kind of feel bad. They feel like you got stood up, is what they think. Meanwhile, another round of this. Marigold actually departs for a moment and walks and dances over to the Bucera family. And she kind of comes over, and if you all allow her to, she will kind of do almost the same what Dylan did with his people and grab both of your hands of Harrietta. You're with
Holly.
Yeah, you're with Holly at the
Pyrus
moment.
is holding Pyrus, but they can put them down and they'll all hold hands and dance in a circle.
Form a circle, yeah. She will come over and she'll grab her hands and she says, "I hope you don't mind me intruding. I was just catching back up with you all. I saw you all over here in the corner."
Not at all, my dear. It's lovely to see you.
Likewise. Are you all enjoying the wedding?
Oh, it's just splendid. What a lovely spectacle, and everyone's having such fun. It's lovely to be here.
Pyrus says, "I like the dancing part." As he's like probably sweating at the moment. Like, even though you've held him, he's been trying to dance. And Hale is smiling. She's a bit more quiet, but she kind of gives a nod. That's her introduction to the conversation. And Harrietta says, "It is quite fun. I like the dance." And she says, I've been excited for the dance myself." This is what Marigold says. It's what I've been looking forward to most out of this whole arrangement. But hope you don't mind me dancing for a little bit over here with you all.
Not at all. I'm afraid that we don't really know the actions to this one, but we're good at making it up as we go along.
I think I actually just saw a gentleman over there fall to his knees. It's quite dangerous.
Who?
Some blue man with water with champagne in his beard. Yes, she will join the circle with you because she doesn't want you all to feel left out. Essentially, if you allow her.
Oh yeah.
Sweetheart.
I like Marigold a lot. That's Trey's creation, literally and figuratively.
Oh my god.
For another round of this, everyone begins to switch off. Are you trying to get to Carlisle's hands this
Yes, the
time?
fuck I am.
Are you trying to as well, Wimp?
No. I'm just
Oh, okay.
rolling again to see if I fucking beat the natural 20.
Yeah.
I don't, but he's trying.
What did you both
I
get?
got
Dan,
it.
this is for your dance off as you're still keeping each other in view. Performance and performance from both of you.
I got 16.
23.
Yes.
She's a charisma character.
Oh my god! He will never bet on dancing again! Holy shit! She's about to get
She's
the rum
over
she
there
already
with those
has!
people as they push off. When Dylan pushes off, before she's heading to the new partner, she breaks some moves in the meantime as she's heading to the new partner.
Dancing over to the next one.
Poof looks so irritated, like, god damn it. Fucking never
Sure,
trust the
shuffle.
goddamn halfling. The gnome.
This could have been like a regular real life wedding where they play the wobble and they play the keep and shuffle.
Bubble, baby, bubble, baby, wobble,
Yeah.
baby, wobble.
That's a version. That's an alternate universe.
Eh.
All the elves one stop this time as they anyway. Anyway, you're trying to put yourself over to Carlisle. Go ahead and roll me performance on that. As you were near him, so you're trying to push over.
14.
14. You end up in his grab. You see he's about to grab someone else. How do you just grab him directly, or do you kind of try to play it off as if you weren't trying to? Because you're going to be able to.
I
if you
played it
want.
off. Like, I do like a little turn around his back, and then I just end up in front of him, and...
Because of this, because it was so close, roll a deception check to make it not look forced, if that makes sense.
Okay.
You're there, but it was really close.
12.
Okay. You do grab his hands and motion in as the other partner goes and starts grabbing someone else. Essentially, gets paired with Miriam at the moment. You can tell. Actually, that person would have been Guillory. He was about to grab Guillory's hand, and she gets kind of put over to side.
Oof.
I'm trying to keep up with who other people who the NPCs are with as well. But you embrace into Carlisle's hands. You go, hello once again. I thought you were playing with the band tonight.
No, I gave my hand at it. I don't think I messed up anything too bad, but I
So,
decided to join the revelry down here.
well, I'm glad so. This dance only comes every once in a while, whenever someone's married, which can either be every other week or every other decade.
Well, I have to say that this is quite the experience. I don't believe I've ever seen anything like this before.
I'm glad. Their family traditions are quite the marvel.
Absolutely. And while we are like talking and stuff, like I'm gonna get a little bit closer to him, and I'm going to try and go into the left pocket.
Okay. So when you go for like a hands-free moment, I need you to make a sleight of hand check and hold that for a moment as we switch over to what did both of you roll for on the D12?
In.
6. I love that you can see something brewing, and Dylan and Whimper are like, we're gonna beat each other. They're such basic fucking wants compared to whatever y'all are planning.
I feel like Dylan would like turn around, like do a spin while switching partners, and just like wink at Wimp, and then just go back into dancing.
Yep. Dylan, you actually get paired with Verkian, and Wimp, you get paired with Guillory. Dylan, you get paired with Verkian as he is here, and you can already, as soon as you grasp his hand, your hands are firm and confident. His is very nervous at the moment. He's still the adrenaline and the nervousness from the whole ordeal is on him. Because even while everyone's dancing and mingling, people occasionally look over to find the wedding couple at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
There's plenty of talking and voices as you are now in the circle now. Losing a little bit of sight of Wimp at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
As you are now with Verkian. He says, how are you doing? I am Verkian Droptier. Oh, Verkian Yandravi now.
Yeah, it's changed now. I'm doing well. I'm Dylan. You have a beautiful wedding here. I could only hope that mine would be as well.
I hope someday it is. It's a bit much, but I enjoy it.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Are you all right? You seem a little nervous, a little shaky, maybe.
Big day, and I'm nervous I'm going to mess it all up. But so far, so good. There's more to come.
No,
though.
I think you're doing well. Oh, what's more to come?
Just the mingling, the finishing of the dance, and the mingling after this. That's when the
yeah.
family really gets to pry into me a little bit.
Oh yes. Hey, this place looks like it's really good for a ritual. I would
What
be
do you
careful.
mean at that point you pull off?
I don't want you to die.
You don't want you to die. He turns back, like horrified.
Holy shit.
He actually stumbles into someone, and she's like, ah! I'm sorry. As he starts pulling into
I'm
someone.
sorry, that was my fault.
I love how that joke from session 0.5 is just continued.
Oh god, it's gonna
die.
be so bad.
When you actually get paired with Gilry. And behind her actually is her grandparents actually dancing right behind you both. And she goes, Hi, I think I know you. You are related to Marigold.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we talked briefly. And he'd go on, sorry, you sound like you were gonna talk. He'd smile and he would say, congratulations on your big day. I look forward to, if y'all choose to have kids, the plethora of more to come.
She blushes already. That's fast talk there, but maybe someday. And she does say, thank you for your work with the Amber Trough, by the way, with all of this. I had heard about you. I just wanted to thank you personally, in case I forgot later.
He'd smile and he'd continue dancing smoothly with the 16.
Yeah.
And would just trying what I can. And he'd say, he's like, I'm excited to once it's all done to be back on the travels. This is a beautiful stop between.
Small talk continues as you're about to be pushed. However, in the meantime, you are Sony. You are with Carlisle and Aussie. As you were reaching for the pocket, as you're twirling and reaching, in the mid-twirl, he says, "So where do you come from, if you don't mind me asking?" What'd you roll?
10 on sleight of hand.
Okay.
I come over from the east. My home is in Manoa. My studies are in Tavalis.
And that's when you start to go for it. Everybody else make a perception check in the meantime. I'm leaving tension on that on purpose. As you were reaching and making conversation.
11.
17.
3.
17. And you're preoccupied at the moment with the pickpocket. Oscar, you see actually, because you are not in the circle at the moment, you begin to see a strange ordeal happening. Because you are kind of off in the corner, you get a good view of the dance. First off, you notice that because the dance is in front of you, and then behind that is the wedding altar, and you actually see that beam of light that was beaming down onto the sun, onto the pot of sand, has gotten brighter and brighter. It is a marvel back there, glittering in light, basically, as you just see it beaming down at an angle, and you actually see with a 17, people's hair is, most of the Gondarvi family has that kind of brownish hair. The tips of them begin to turn golden white. Just a little bit. You're only just now noticing this. As some of their skin begins to dot golden. The tattoo seems to flake off a different color of gold. They almost remind you of sun elves a little bit. Sun elves usually have almost golden skin with white hair. These are not sun elves, but they almost seem to be taking on traits, and you all will begin to notice that in a second. You're only noticing this from the background. As ahead of them, there's just almost golden light in the air, an aura around the sun of the dance. Meanwhile, you are pickpocketing, as you say, from Noah, and he says, from Manoa, I have been through there a few times. I've at least ordered through there before with a silver-eyed bargain. You have any relation? As you reach in and take it.
Yes, my mother, in fact.
He clasps his hand on your wrist, still moving with the dance. What do you think you're doing?
Sorry, I thought this dance was going a little bit better. My apologies for being so forward.
Good.
Caught him off guard almost.
So brilliant! Holy fuck!
Of course, his worries were about that, but he almost starts to wonder, is it?
What did I roll? Oh!
Oh god, an 8!
You can see the confusion of your lie almost taking, but then he realizes the truth of what he should be worried about. And he stops. He pulls, if you... he kind of jerks off just a little bit to the side. Jerks off, God.
Holy god!
He kind of comes over, he jerks you to the side.
Oh, he jerks me. Okay.
I hate DMing. I hate speaking to you all. I say the most words in these sessions. I'm bound to slip up statistically.
Oh, that was
Damn.
one of the best. Oh, amazing.
I hate this. Why is there shit in the quote? No, stop typing!
No, stop typing!
Jerks off to the side. No, he jerks you off.
No. He takes your wrist and pulls you out to the side, because you all are in the sun at the moment. He will basically pull you to the side. That way, if you all stand there, you don't get, berated by the people dancing. Do you kind of follow?
If he
It's like
has,
it's like 2 steps over, and he has your wrist.
if you have his controller over me, I'll let him.
Yeah, he's not pulling too hard, but just enough to be like, let's move over here. And he looks sternly, and you just both are stopped now.
Given that Oscar has just had pretty good perception of what's happening with sunlight and stuff, and he's looking at the dance, does he see this?
I'll roll percentile die to see what side he's on. Is it what side you all came out on?
Oh, it's my first ever real life percentile
Woo!
die.
Yeah, go for it.
94.
You can see just the hair of... You can almost just see a head pop out. You don't see Silney? So it's up to you to assume, because they're basically... It's forward, so they're on the actual almost opposite side, but you can barely
Her
see...
her whereabouts would be enough. He wouldn't therefore notice any specifics of what's going on. He'd just know that she's in that direction.
Right, understood.
Maybe that she's with Carlisle as well,
Yeah.
perhaps. But yeah.
Right. As he kind of comes out, and he has your wrist. He stopped as people keep dancing. There's a couple looks over, but most people are still engulfed in their conversation of the mingling dance. And you still have it in your hand, and he's clasped your wrist, and he says, "What are you doing?"
Simply having a dance, sir.
Did someone
Holding
send
on
you for
my
this?
arm, very tightly.
His grip is tightening just a little bit, like unnerving. Not like trying to, but you can tell his emotions are taking over. Someone sent you?
I think you should let go.
Make an intimidation check.
That was not bad, actually. It's bad. 7.
Shall we speak in private about what is happening here?
If you would like. Happen.
He won't let go of your wrist.
Dylan.
He's not like taking you hard. He will basically guide you through the band. There's actually a moment where the music stops for just for a second, and people accidentally prematurely twirl as you hit one of the people with the drums as you head into the bar area, kind of through the over, and immediately at this point, Oscar, you would see Carlisle and Silney head off and through the bar area.
Okay. He will move Pyrrhus in front of Marigold, and he'll look at Pyrrhus and Marigold, and he will bow. And Pyrrhus will do the same, and they will be dancing, and then he'll catch Harrietta's eye as he starts heading away towards. He'll go around the edge towards it.
Okay.
Does he see Wimp or Dylan
Make a
on the
perception
way
check.
on that side of the circle?
Yeah, make a perception check, and then Dylan and Wimp make perception checks to see if you notice this whole ordeal as well.
21.
12.
8.
8. You would see Dylan. You don't know. You're too busy focusing at the moment.
I gotta dance.
Oscar, you do see Wimp, and Wimp, you see Oscar. Wimp, you didn't see Silney go into the room, but you see Oscar heading towards it. And you make eye contact with one another.
Oscar will move around so that he passes Wimp on the way to the thing. And as he gets there, he will just say, Mr. Whimper, I am dreadfully sorry, but I'm hoping to prevent any kind of a scene. I know that we don't know each other very well, but I see in you many of the same qualities as I share as a father. If you wouldn't mind accompanying me, I'd really appreciate it. I can assure you that anything happening, though you have no reason to trust me, is not of a malicious intent from myself or my friend Silny.
It's like walking along the circle as you're dancing.
Yeah, at that point, he would look for Dylan.
I will say at this point, Dylan and Wimp and Silny, as you were leaving, Silny, you only caught a glimpse of it as you were taken into that room. Like, just a glimpse of the light. As Dylan and Wimp, you start beginning to notice how golden rays are shining everywhere. You look back and see the beam of light really bright, like almost hard to look at.
It's getting warmer?
Not warmer. The temperature's like fine, but it's not warmer. But then you begin to notice the golden aura around everyone, and the Andravi family specifically, hair is starting to turn white. You see people starting to notice it and pick it up as they are admiring it, as their skin is beginning to dot with gold and glitter. You all notice this.
Is it beautiful, or is it alarming, or is it just weird and different?
It's weird and beautiful. Both. Like, no one seems like upset or anything.
No, it's a beautiful thing at a beautiful wedding. Okay.
Who am I dancing with at the moment?
Roll d12, because you all probably would have split up a couple times.
1.
You're actually with Miram, as he is currently has been with you, and he says, "Hello there. You are with the tiefling gentleman, aren't you?"
Yeah. What's with the light?
No, it is their traditions. It's their bloodline. It is religion. It's hard. I wouldn't be too alarmed.
Man, is this a cult?
No, but it does look like it, doesn't it?
It does. I'm a little worried.
I've been a family friend of theirs for quite a while. I'm actually here to, he's being careful of what he says. I'm here to keep an eye on things to make sure nothing gets like that. This is just how they invite someone into their family.
Have there been sacrifices before?
No, definitely not. That's something I would have
Okay. Oh, okay.
You see that this gentleman's demeanor is he's aware of how it looks, not being part of the family. He's very much aware of how weird it looks, but he seems to, in his opinion, say it's fine.
Okay. I guess I can roll with this then.
At this point, you see Wimp.
I would say Wimp would raise his hand and act like he's eating pie.
I gotta go. It's pie time.
I actually really like pie. My favorite apple. As you get,
I'm so sorry. Maybe later.
Pull away. Miss Miriam is just left there. He's like, with his arms, I guess I'll dance with myself.
No, funny enough, like as he's stepping away, he would to his partner. He would motion to the dwarf and then head off. Essentially, like, hey, y'all two don't have a partner right now.
He motions to you. Thank you. Hello. As he takes the partner.
Hell yeah. And yeah, he'd look towards Oscar. He'd be like, yeah, let's discreetly and he'd look at him, and he'd look at himself, and he'd look at Dylan. He's like, as discreetly as we can.
You all head over. Are you all going to the bar area?
Yeah, and Wimp is going to move, like, follow, but, like, be aware of where that bush is with his halberd. Because he assumes Oscar is talking to him because he knows he's security. So he's like, okay, where the fuck is my halberd? It's
actually, so if you're looking through the entrance, the left side, near the altar, is where the entrance into the little bar area, and your halberd's actually on the right side, the opposite wall, because that's where you all were standing hanging the lantern. Mm-hmm. So it's actually across the dance floor.
Fantastic. He's like, okay, noted.
Do I notice Wimp looking?
It's
like realize where it is.
He looks for the direction.
I don't have it on me. Nope.
Right. I pull out his halberd.
Fucking Jesus.
Where were you keeping it?
Do you have anything you do then while you three are walking over? Okay.
No.
Meanwhile, because this is only a few seconds apart, a lot of this timing, the dance isn't as long as it seems because a lot of this is happening at the same time. It's actually only a couple of minutes. As Silny, you are just a few seconds ahead, are being led in by Carlisle through the band. There's that shift that makes everybody twirl, and you head into the area, still bar area. There's no door; it's just an archway. But you head over in the nook, and he comes over, and he kind of has you positioned near his back is to the entrance, basically. And he gets there and he says, "Who are you, and why are you after that?"
Mr. Lernasi, is this how you treat all your women? And I'm gonna, like, snatch my hand away.
Make an athletics check. He's not very much holding you down. It's more of just his emotions. He hasn't even realized that he's still doing it. He's not gonna, like, try to fight too hard.
12.
You pull away. His hand's up there. He says, "Why do you want it?"
I'm honestly appalled. Want what?
"I knew you all stuck out your thieves." At this point, the three of you approach the band. They're playing.
Sorry.
Oscar will say as they're walking past the band, they say, it embarrasses me to admit that I lost possession of something, and unfortunately it's come into the possession of someone else, and I believe that Miss Silney is confronting that person now.
I'm gonna turn around towards you a little serious and be like, was it stolen or did you lose it?
It was stolen. All I can provide you is my solemn oath on Eldeth, the Green Goddess, that our intentions are simply to retrieve the item without a fuss or embarrassment to anybody.
Dylan's gonna start walking a little more buffer, a little more angry.
Was it stolen?
Yep. You all head to the band, and they're just playing, and their band is like right in the walkway.
As
They're going
as
up
they
and looking
reach,
at you all like, "What?"
As they reach the entrance, Oscar will quite quickly take in the back of Lanassi and the.
Well, how are you getting through the band first? They're right in the walkway. They're all right. Go ahead, and then you see one guy be like, "What are you doing back there? There's a conversation." Because they know Mr. Lanasi's back there.
Oh my god. Oh, let's say when he decides to pipe up, fucking Whimper's ears would flick back, and he would say, "And are you security?"
Make an intimidation check.
Oscar doesn't know what to do.
Yeah. They've actually positioned right in the doorway. They had to like move to the side while Lanasi.
Oh god,
and
5! He looks like a dad. He looks like a little sad little puppy.
He says he's still playing and trying not to mess up. He says, "Lanasi is having a conversation back there. I'm sure you can speak with him in a moment. We're trying to play a song here."
What race is he?
This one would be the halfling.
Okay. I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna be like, "You want me to take your instrument, little man?"
Make another intimidation check.
Oscar will put a hand on Dylan's shoulder and in halfling will say, we simply need to assist Mr. Lanassi and the person he's talking to. We have important information. We don't want to interrupt your performance, though."
I got a 14.
Make a persuasion check versus, and also the intimidation
cop.
check. Yeah.
I got a 14.
This is basically a combined roll for confusion because they're like, "Are they going to beat them up? They're going to help? What's happening?"
Well, that's not bad. 10. 12.
They both look around. "We got a song to play, boys. Let's just keep going." As they move.
Yeah, and as they go past, he will say in halfling, "You're playing beautifully. Please continue."
Thank you.
I think
Because you all are let into the back of the bar area.
So as they get in there, because he's realised that Dylan's got the fire in her belly.
Make a stealth check, all of you, to see if you catch him off guard, just to see if he jumps.
Oh, sorry, wrong thing.
Of course, that's when I roll a 19.
I just rolled 2 natural 20s in a row, but one of them was an accident.
There you go.
5.
There you go.
How
You sneak up
is the
perfectly.
smallest creature fucking the less stealthy?
And what
We're
did you get?
7'2"
A 5.
and 8.
Somebody has dropped like a box of spoons and steps on every single one.
I was saying, it's Groot
one of those-
and fucking the raccoon.
I think as part of that role, because Oscar was already looking to move Dylan behind him so that he enters first, and so any commotion would have been behind the big frame of Oscar
Yeah.
that kind of fills the entrance.
Probably what happens is he looks back to hear the commotion, but in his mind it's farther away. He is scared to already see these sneaky furbolgs. He was like, "What's that noise?" But sees the furbolg towering over him. He goes, as he just gets caught off guard, like a jump. What do you all do?
Can Oscar have a split second to gauge Silney's demeanor as he walks in? Because she's facing him, right? So he'll be able to see
You're
whether
welcome to
she's
check that.
angry or afraid or worried or haughty.
Not scared. Sort of like a bit defiant. And has her hand back and is like looking at him like, "Oh, you're accusing me of stuff," and then
So
that's
Oscar
strange.
will stand behind Larnassi, trying not to loom, like he just wants this all to remain peaceful. And he will say, Mr. Larnassi, as much as I credit the fine work that you've done with the tools at your disposal, I must point out that those tools don't belong to you. I would very much appreciate having my possession returned to me and not causing a fuss at this beautiful wedding.
He looks at you. Like after having jumped, he looks back at Silney, who's behind him. He looks back. He looks to say, "It's yours. I bought this. I traded."
We both know that that doesn't belong to you.
I traded my fiance's wedding ring for it. It belongs to me as much as anyone else. It does not belong to you.
At this point,
what a dick!
just about to say,
Oscar,
Oh.
it will be too much. He'll look at Silney and...
Is he
helpless.
focused on Oscar?
At the moment, yes.
I'm gonna try and get the dagger into a more accessible area.
Okay, lining it up. Are you hitting him with it?
I'm lining it up.
Okay.
Will
Make life hand check.
will step out from behind the massive frame that hit him, which is obscene. And he would just say, like, surprised, "Does the Yandravi know that you sold their daughter's ring?" As if,
You
like,
see-
he had just, like, come in for some reason to check on things.
There's an immediate look of a slip up on his part. Shouldn't have said that. Like because he was trying to like firmly show his passion and emotion for it, and his face like pales a little bit. As Silney, what'd you get on your set of hands?
15.
15. You line it up just in the back. It's just no. I earned this. I traded for it.
Would step towards Carlisle, but like as if beside him, as if being a security guard, like very much a no, like I'm here.
Look
like,
back
to
and
make sure that you're safe.
pointing out. You see behind is roll. What's your passive insight? Actually,
12.
what did you roll? 15. So you do not see Silney's dagger back there.
Yeah, 12.
Yeah, rather than the waistband, I'm putting it within the...
Mm-hmm.
And he would just say, let's start with the fact that, Chloe, you have traded something of value for it. Who did you sell it from? Because clearly it was stolen from this man.
He looks around. Make a persuasion check. And this is like also feeding off the crowd of people in here. This also helps.
Does he look like he's gonna run?
Fucking 6, God!
Make an insight check.
God damn it.
He says to you, "It's none of your business. You all have infiltrated a wedding as thieves."
6.
He
I
looks
don't take
to.
kindly for you calling us thieves.
He looks back, noting that. He says to Dylan and Wimp, "Mr. Ambertroff will hear about this if you all do anything to me. I don't know who both of you are."
Say, I'm with
Sir, we do not wish to do anything at all to you. This makes me terribly uncomfortable, and I wish it hadn't come to pass. I desperately require that which is my property. However, if we can do anything to retrieve and fix the situation in which you came by it, we're more than happy to offer to help there. I've travelled very far to retrieve it.
He looks at you because he's kind of looks back at Silny because she says that, and he looks at you, listening. What'd you get on your roll, Dylan, for insight?
6.
You can't tell. This guy is a bunch of nerves, but also his standing. You're not sure what he's gonna do.
Can Oscar get a gauge before the guy does anything if he looks like he's about to bolt?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Without, yeah.
Can I hold an action?
You can. What would you like to do?
Charm person. I'm gonna hold it for if he
So
seems like he's gonna
You
attack
have
or
to
run.
Cast it and then hold it, so you'll have to roll a sleight of hand to cast it. Because
Yeah.
how old spells work is they cast and use the spell slot,
Yeah.
and then when that trigger happens, you release it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll sleight.
18 on insight.
18 on insight. It is almost as if he can't decide himself. He knows that there's too many people here, and you can kind of tell he's not going to run. He wants to, but simply because if he runs out there, it causes a scene, and people will see him run.
On
Standing.
seeing that indecision, Oscar will sort of lean closer and say, Mr. Larnassi, I think that the one thing that all of us have in common is that we do not want to cause any upheaval or a ruckus at this beautiful wedding. I hope that you can tell that I am simply a peaceful person who wants to get to the bottom of a tricky situation. And so I really appeal to you to sit down and discuss this as gentlemen and figure out how we can resolve the situation.
Make a persuasion check. Dylan, what did you get on your... It's a lot of checks to deal with this. This is
Well,
basically
no, it's
the equivalent of a
every
battle.
single check is a charisma check, and I'm fucking
It's
terrible.
hard, but I don't know what other check would go under except persuading him.
Yeah.
Dylan, what did you get
Not-
on your sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand. 19.
19? You seem to cast it behind your back. What's it look like back there, even though no one can see it?
I just
Or how you do it, basically.
I just moved my cards around,
You're holding your cards slightly.
talking to him.
You hold the spell. Spell slot is used.
Yeah.
What's the trigger for that?
If he moves or fights. So if he looks
Okay.
like he's gonna hit or if he's gonna run.
Okay. If he does anything, basically.
A 10 on that final persuasion.
Okay. Silny, what were you going to say?
May I hold my action to throw the dagger at him while I stand here, in case he runs.
Okay.
Not walks out, but runs.
Okay. If he runs. Gotcha. You have the dagger, twirling it. You're at the ready. Do you want to do anything?
No, funny enough, like, he is in between security guard mode and, like, this dude stole, so it's, like, in between, but he is standing beside Carlisle and seemingly, like, not against them, but definitely I am going to make sure Carlisle gets out of here safe.
Make a persuasion check alongside Oscar's, basically. This feels in, because you are playing a very neutral at the moment. And you're standing there, so this will help aid. This aids Oscar's as he looks between all of you. I would like not to ruin Gilry and Verkian's day. I'd like very much to speak about this.
It's a very beautiful wedding.
It is. How do I know this artifact is yours?
Have you looked closely at the inscription?
I could make everybody tell the truth.
He looks over like...
It's like without seeing it and without you presenting it to me, I can tell you that it has the sign of Eldeth, the goddess of nature and peace, the waterfall into a pool. And he'll reach into his shirt and he'll pull out the case. It will say, and if you will take this, you don't need to give it to me yet. And he'll pop open the case, and it's a wooden carved case in a circle that hangs on a thong around his neck. And he pops it open, and you wouldn't be able to perceive that the thing opens. It just looks like a medallion. But he deftly pops it open and he says, I created this case to protect that coin. And if you take it and place the coin in it, you will see that it is perfect fit. It's designed specifically for what you have there and don't know is named the Coin of Blossoms.
I was just about to say, the moment there's a coin, his eyes would flick to Dylan.
She's just standing there. No interested.
You see, he looks around. How did you acquire this
It was a gift to me. A gift from the person whose markings are on that coin.
Squints a little bit, almost disbelief. But he looks back to Silny. Looks at your hand with the coin in it. Seeing that he is...
Oh, Oscar didn't realise Silny had the coin. He'll move that case
No,
over
I don't
to
have the coin.
Silny.
Oh, you don't? Does he have it at the moment?
He hasn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
I never got the coin.
Oh, I couldn't remember. Sorry, I couldn't remember. I wasn't sure if he got it back or not.
Oh, that's fine. So he'll just hold the case open on his palm very flat so it doesn't look like he's going to snatch it.
He's holding it out very shakily. You do see the coin, and it is the coin of blossoms. The symbol of Elith is on there. You see shakily. Can't tell if it's angry or if it's fear. As he places it and looks at you. And puts it in.
And Oscar doesn't snap it shut or remove it. He said, as you can see, it does belong to me. However, if you have found yourself at a monetary or other sort of loss in the way that you came by this, I am more than happy to help you remedy this.
And at that moment, you begin to hear a couple yells from the glade, from the dance hall at the moment. There's a couple sounds of people falling. The band stops. As soon as he was about to speak, he looks around, because you all can't quite see the door at the moment. He looks around as you hear the music stop, a couple instruments fall over, as people, they just run from the doorway, as you begin to hear something is happening in there. You hear branches tear away as people begin to scatter at the moment.
Wimp's gone. I mean, screaming Marigold's name and is like running back in there without a second fucking thought.
What the rest of you
Oscar
doing?
will snap his hand shut and put his arm protectively in front of Carlisle, and will look at Silny and say, Silny, the children.
I'm going out.
And move away from the door.
And Dylan.
I said I was following Wimp. As soon as he
Following
ran,
Wimp?
I ran.
All right. And with that, you see him. There was almost a glimmer of Carlisle, like almost wanting to retrieve the coin, but you snap it shut and do that and protect him as he's looking worriedly now. As go ahead and roll initiative for me, everybody, to see what we have here.
As they run out, Oscar will say to Carlisle, I swear to you, find me once whatever's happening out there is dealt with, and we will continue. I'm not leaving with this situation unfinished, but please stay safe. And he'll sort of push Carlisle to the back of the beer tent.
Yeah, while speaking to him, you kind of see his jaws clench, but he looks at you and exhales as you push him to the back, as he stays there. And then you exit, correct?
I walk to the door, and look for the kids.
All right. I will pull up the map and start the music. You know what I like?
Holy crap.
That was...
Yeah.
I enjoyed that scene a lot.
Fuck.
Dodge, we got it.
That could have gone a
Yeah.
ton of ways. That could have gone a ton of ways.
Oof.
All right, one moment.
Y'all, I'm just saying, I'm proud of us.
I was
If
like, do I
that
want
was
bloody
Penn
murder
and
during a
Dash,
wedding?
We didn't kill
would have
someone.
been dead. Like, we would have caused issue. But
I
I'm
would have just thrown a dagger as he ran into the fucking tent.
Yep.
I love that. That is the first encounter that could have gone bad, but it shows like, nah, our characters want to resolve first.
I like that you all.
Grown.
I like that you all had a really good hold on it on vocalization, but you also had the backup as well. Like
Oh
the
yeah,
dagger and
no
all that.
fucking.
You also had the
Dylan's like,
backup.
and Dylan's like, I'll charm him. Like, we're in.
Yeah, you
Like,
had
what
the
are we
charm
doing?
and Yeah, unfortunately, your spell slot is used, but I say it's well
Yeah.
used because if he would have done it,
Mhm.
anything,
Yeah.
you would have had him with that. All right, is everybody good to keep going for a while?
Fuck
Mhm.
yeah.
All
Let's
right,
go.
Initiative
Everybody having
in the
fun?
initiative tracker.
Yes.
something
So
finally
much
goes wrong.
Ah.
This is such a cinematic session. I'm proud
After
of
I
everybody.
just made Birkin afraid that he's gonna die, something's happening out there.
He's gonna die.
Yeah,
I hope you don't die.
yeah, he's like gonna be like, I knew it. The whole gnome told me.
Oh my god, she told me.
She's a witch.
Yeah.
I am gonna die.
Oh my god. Ethan,
you all-
this place is beautiful. Like the whole
Aw.
ceremony and stuff.
Wonderful job.
Thank you. Alrighty. Let me just write down all my stuff.
Stoof?
Stuff.
So the family is here, right? Or Oscar's family is at the back on the left. Is
That's
that
right. That's right.
I'm gonna change from green because it doesn't show up.
Yep, that's fine. Alright, let me jot this down. I'll start placing people on.
Are we down in this tent?
You all are actually up here in the bar area. This is
Oh,
the
oh,
hedge.
oh, I see it. Got it. Yeah,
Yeah, you all
the
are
tents
up
were
here.
for the
So
thing.
you all would have just exited. I'll kind of place you all a little bit out. I know Oscar's in the door. I would have Wimpendale just a few more feet out, and Sony would have been heading towards the tent.
Yeah.
You all are still generally in the same area to start out with.
How do you make the name small?
Settings,
main
audio,
panel.
video
There we
display.
go.
Yep.
Sweet.
There's a big blue line streak.
All right, let me roll for other things. What's your dex? You're rogue. Never mind. Forget me asking.
Actually, no, my dex is not great. It's +3, 17.
Still better. Thank you.
Okay.
Also, for this fight, I need to let you know that I have AC of 11, not 16.
Yeah, I have
Gotcha.
13.
Oh yeah, because armor difference.
Yep.
That's correct. All right. Whew. Forgive me for for having to write all this down for a minute. It's just a lot of people, and I'm
Oh,
grouping
yeah.
people up and
You
whatnot.
good?
Yeah.
So
It's a
we
big
were
wedding.
in here, were we? This
Yep.
is the
Yeah,
bar.
up in there. Yep. Around the corner, basically past that one table, confronting him. And these two tents were the bride and groom tents.
That was so good, guys.
That was fun. That
Let's
was
go
so good.
us.
Found a revelation that maybe he didn't steal it directly.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Because judging on those notes, the exact words were believed to be stolen. And
Oh, is that what I wrote?
that's what you wrote, believed to be stolen. So it still was, but maybe not by him.
Oh my god. No.
He's
He
the
fucking
receiver.
sold the ring.
Yeah, he's still bad. He's still awful.
Still an
People-
asshole.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but he didn't steal it directly if he's telling the truth. But he ended up with it. To add a little bit more drama and narrative to this. Alright, let's do...
Oh, we fixed it!
We did.
What do
We're
you-
magical. You're musical, I'm magical.
Mm-hmm. While you're taking down notes, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, no worries. I'm going to be a couple minutes or so, because there's a lot of people here, and I'm grouping people up and all that.
I am as well.
No worries.
I'm gonna make a cup of tea.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna leave too, just to be weird. Bye.
Thanks. Thanks.
You got this, bro.
Thank you. Are you having fun?
Oh, I'm having a fucking blast. Gonna
I'm
get
glad.
my
Is this-
ass kicked with no fucking armor. Oof.
It's a wedding. Didn't have armor.
Exactly, and that's why I was like, I'm gonna let him know, because I took it off on my sheet. I'm like, he wouldn't wear it.
That's fair. Did you? Is this what you expected? Is this good campaign start?
Honest to God, the fact that we didn't go full-born aggression makes me so happy. It means we definitely took
Mhm.
what was said to heart, and we're our characters, which I love.
Yeah, I like it. I like how we're not full pacifist or full aggression. We've got the pacifist with the backup too.
Right,
I like
which
that a
is
lot.
good, because, yeah, there's going to be times that we can't fucking
Doesn't
talk
work.
our ways out. Yep.
Yep,
Are you liking it?
I am loving it. This is one of my favorite
Oh, yeah.
sessions.
Right?
ever, probably.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
so proud of everybody. Hope I'm doing all right on my end.
you're doing great. I cannot wait. Like, oh,
How'd you like the ceremony?
beautiful. Funny enough, I got my next character. Every time you bring in some part of your world, I'm like, cool, I know my next character, and it will 100%
What's
be
that?
from that. Oh, I'm gonna ask you to be part of that family.
That's cool.
Oh yeah, nah, I love every bit of lore I get to see.
I love watching you all. Oh, were you going by the way somewhere? Are you leaving?
No. No.
Okay, I didn't want to stop you from. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, I love watching you all waiting as you all are waiting for something to go wrong. Every time something was happening, everybody's like, Is this it? Is this what's gonna happen?
And I
Dandy,
love
something's
that
gotta go wrong sometime.
you're good that you were good that it was like, oh no, this is normal. This is what they do. Like, I love that, like, we were all prepped for something and you're like, no, this is the normalcy of this race. And it's like, oh, okay, like, we don't have to worry.
Yep. Not for the race, but definitely for the family. They got weird stuff,
Oh,
but
yeah,
seems
they're
to be all
culty.
right.
They're funny enough. Have you ever seen what is it? Ready or Not? Is it Ready or Not?
That's the one where where they have to play the games with the new.
Yes,
the,
and
the
then
new,
it's hide and seek.
Yes.
Yeah.
Should have done that shit. Should have done that.
No, funny enough, like when it was like, oh, she draws it and like they're all hunting her, I'm like, oh my god, this is very like that feel of the family of you're married in and you'll always be a part of it. I'm like, oh, I love it.
Also, yeah, it also makes sense that Verkian as well also has nobody there for him. It's just
Yeah.
done.
No, the moment I saw that, that's why I was like, what's the bride like? Because I'm like, that seems manipulative. But once she was the same, I was like, oh, maybe it's just a fluke. Like, okay.
It's weird. Yeah, I hope there's a lot of mystery and a lot of who's good, who's bad here.
Yeah.
I hope.
I'll be right back while he's still gone.
No worries.
And another one bites the dust.
Are you both having fun?
Yeah.
Fun.
Fuck yeah.
I'm glad. I think it's a good start to the campaign. I hope.
I had all the great performance roles until I got to him. I'm like, fuck.
It was good though. It made for good drama. We got the back
Yeah.
scene, and we still
Yes.
succeeded.
God, I love it.
I like how I like that you guys got Dylan and Wimp involved as well. I was wondering if it would just be both of you, and that was it. But I like how you got everybody else involved too. It's nice.
Very good job, Milky, wherever you are. I know you can hear us. Fuck.
Yeah, very much. Everyone's doing fantastically on the RP now.
Yeah.
Like,
just
like
gonna
so
say-
far in this session.
Going into this, Dylan was convinced that the food was poisoned. So a whole spell that I prepared today was purify food and drink.
You and Wimp both were talking like, if it's poison, do this. Like, I'll tell Marigold not to drink it. Like, so
Don't
much.
drink anything. I'll purify everything for us.
How are y'all liking like the session 0.5 leading into this? Because you all got to meet Trey's grandkid and
It
like,
was very good. It's definitely setting the session up for success. Like,
I made immediate bonds.
Yeah.
As well.
That's the so good.
yeah, the ones like the preparation for all of this was amazing.
It should
Yeah,
be like a
everybody's done
general
fantastic.
recommendation for D&D parties.
Yeah.
yeah, I think so. Like the amount of prep we've all done and the session 0.5 has made this session perfect. This is one of my favorite sessions ever.
Good. Well, I'm glad that I killed everyone.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
It was all
Earthquake.
part of my design.
Yeah. There's an alternate reality where everyone's already dead because of the earthquake. Alrighty. So you all would be running this way. I'll have Silny. I'll put you here, and then you right in the entrance. I'll put you all a couple more feet out. That makes a little bit more because you all were a little first. That's where you'll be. I don't think I have since it's a new roll 20. I have one token to make. I gotta get my basic NPC token of like the friends, basically, of like innocent people tokens. That's because I don't have that on this roll 20. I just realized. I don't think. Oh, maybe I do. Where are they? There's just like 40 Dorashes here for some reason.
Hell yeah.
There we go. Ally NPC. I need to copy and paste this a bunch for just a general crowd, basically.
Yeah.
This is one thing that I didn't get to properly set up for the session. This is the one thing I was running behind on was this setup.
Look at all the
I hate
people,
how many people. Oh my
goddamn.
God, they're gonna get eaten.
Yeah, I wonder how many will die.
It can't be our things, right? They're not causing that much of an commotion.
Well, we'll see.
So many.
Unless it's Papa. Papa that's here.
Who the hell's Papa?
Well, the Papa Groot. Obviously.
No.
Is that Oscar? Because that's who Papa Groot is to me.
No, not good Groot. Bad
No.
Groots.
Oh.
Bad Groots.
That's
I mean,
a
they were kind
general-
of cute.
Yeah, this isn't the exact amount, but a generalization. Let's mark.
Are any of those
Actually, yes, I have a token for her. I was just about to grab it. Like I said, this is one thing I didn't get to set up is the tokens. I'm so sorry. It's a lot of prep.
You're good.
That I didn't quite get.
Session ruined.
I know. Give a little break.
Where's our tokens?
I demand assets.
I made the enemy tokens, but they didn't turn out right.
Don't worry.
Yeah, they basically because it kept the image behind it, so it's just a square instead of the actual PNG of it.
Right.
It's just weird.
That's okay. We can use our imagination.
I got him.
Marigold is fucking huge. I didn't know I was talking to a
big?
giant.
Oh, she hasn't gone down yet.
Oh, look at her. She's so pretty, my heart.
She's so pretty. That's a byproduct of the byproduct of your of your loins.
What?
I'm just imagining. This
Your
is when
virile
Dylan
loins.
starts hitting her. And you're just
Oh
like,
no!
stop.
He's like, that is my
cutie.
10th grandchild. You knock it off.
Dylan hits on all of the family.
This is the first one of them I've met, and then I'm immediately like, "You're beautiful. I love you."
You're
Okay, purple is Carlisle, blue is Verkian, and red is Gilry. Everyone else is a mixed mash of NPCs. I don't think there's anybody. Oh, one other person that I don't have art for is Miram. He'll be here as well. I'll make him.
Is Missy around? Is that a guard?
I know she's
Missy's down the road.
Trough.
Got it. Oh, that's okay. They went to the
Who was blue and who was red?
Blue is
Blue is
Verkian,
Verkian.
red is Gilry. Yeah, and this kind of greenish is Miram. I think that's everybody. So, everybody good to go?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So at this point, you all begin to run out, and you see the crowd is dispersing, no longer in their dance lines. You do, however, see out here there's a blinding light as the sun that was the kind of energy that was over them is still hanging around. And the beam of light is still shining down into the pot. It is bright. It is almost like solid, it looks like, beaming down into the sand pot. You see a lot of the Yandravi family here are golden-skinned and white-haired and yellow eyes now.
Is Verkian like that as well? No.
He is. He
Cool.
is now. He has turned into that now. And there's you can tell who's not the family now. It's a small proportion because they don't have that, but they are doing this. Interestingly enough, one little detail is a lot of the make a perception check actually for that before I start describing what the chaos is.
Hey, Ethan, do you want to put a bunch of something else out there just to show me where kids?
Oh
fan
yes,
is-
that's the other NPCs. My apologies. Do you have art for them? Or no? Gotcha. Let me just put some people over here.
You put 3 more Oscars on the board.
He actually would have been over here then.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
'cause
that's
she
right.
was
She was dancing with them.
So you probably would have been heading this way then. Both of you then.
Yeah.
Alright, she was dancing with them. I will mark them all as green, and I'll change Miriam. Or Miram. Miram will be yellow.
yellow.
There we go, that's fine. Alright. And perception checks, just for a little small detail.
16.
16, 12. Anybody else?
9.
9.
16.
Both Oscar and Dylan, as you come out here, you're scanning the room for everybody, and you see everybody's positions and where they are. Whimper, you're not even sure where your granddaughter is at the moment, because you kind of weren't able to see them over behind Harrietta at the very moment with that roll.
Do I have time to, when I see them, like tap and point?
Yeah, you could. And with that, you also see something interesting is you notice all of the white hair and the golden skin. However, Dylan and Oscar, you notice something different, is people look a little different as well. The grandparents specifically, you find them, and they look younger. Everyone looks healthier, younger. You're beginning to realize on why the grandparents seemed, with those little touches of ageness, are now gone, as they have all aged just a little bit younger. That's all you notice. However, as you all burst out here and notice where everyone is, you will see creatures have bust through. You don't see any exit holes from the hedge. However, busting through some of the hedge or jumping down from the trees, basically, and tearing holes in some of them are small creatures. You first notice these 2 foot to 3 foot tall little creatures made of wood. Small, slender, dark wood with little twigs and little dead leaves hanging off them, little bits of mushrooms hanging off of them. They are almost like Groot-like, but smaller. And they have hollow eyes instead, a line for a mouth that will occasionally open. You will find they are moving on the edge of their hands. Their hands aren't like palms, they're just balls of wood, basically. It looks like someone just have made them out of wood. And they're slender. And from their fists, you find these twigs that form into long claws, and several of them are around the room, jumping out from the hedges. Some of them scraping through the mesh and falling and jutting around, making grunting noises. Their bodies moving like wood and making cracking noises.
Anything that stirs from my background?
Make a nature or history check.
15.
15. No, you're fully firm that these are strange, but not quite from that. You don't think, at least. But they're definitely plant in nature, but not from your background. And let me put this on the board. And this isn't quite what they look like, but this is the closest I can find of an image, because these are personal creations. And they're considered small creatures.
Itty bitty.
Itty bitty. Let me just put them over here. And this won't be where they will be. This is just me putting them in, and I'll move them. Because they're coming in from all different directions. These would have been in here. This one would be on a pew.
There are halberds over here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. This one would have been... Yeah, they're trying to surround. Color I not used, pink. And then yellow. This one would have fallen out and plunk. You come out just to see it plunk into the water. As you see that. Also, what you see is you're immediately gaining around Oscar until you gain recognition of these creatures. However, you look back and you see a taller one. 7 to 8 foot tall. Very much regular Groot style. Coming in. However, one other trait that these little small ones have is there's a magical aura around them of, it looks like shadow or dark mist is just flowing around them occasionally, like dancing around their bodies. It even moves the dead leaves hanging off of them. You just see dark mist and shadow.
Oh no.
Moving around. However, these large ones don't have any of that mist around them. They are just large and slower, basically. They don't have that darker mist, but they kind of tower in, like 8 foot crouch. They're like, as they move some hedges, like, you're seeing it, especially Oscar and Dylan, as you see it come from the hedge, it doesn't just burst through, it steps out from the hedge, as if it has been hiding there, camouflaged, using its plant-like nature to be here the whole time. And you will see a couple of these things.
Oh god.
Because it seems that they were lying in wait in the hedge. This one will come from here.
You almost stabbed it earlier.
Oh yeah. And this one will be coming all the way from down here. Alrighty, let me switch my OBS to show this, actually.
Can I question what this is?
I didn't put that there.
That I did. It's it's a 20 foot diameter.
I also have
Okay, you're gonna use it later.
spell templates for you as well. If you look into the journal, if you ever need spell templates, I have them for you.
Ooh.
They actually tell you the feat, and they match up on the grid exactly to what you need. It's pretty nice.
The journal. I've only got characters in there.
It should be under... I mean, you've got that one for now, but for the future, it should be in... What is this called? Art library. Is that it?
Oh, library.
I have my library.
It's library. Should be under marketplace purchase, something like that, and it's called Spell Templates Magic. I know you have access to it, or should at least. If not, I'll add it. I'll make sure it's there for me. I'll make sure it's for you all next time.
Okay.
I can, if you tell me the spell, I can always add it in the future as well. Like I can just drag it on myself.
Yeah, it's not here this time.
Oh, weird. I don't have. No, it's that one specifically. I have the old one that doesn't work. I have. They're not here, so I'll add them next time. I thought they were added.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. They're not here for me either. I thought they were.
That's good.
So, you see these larger ones. They don't have the shadow mist around them. They just step out as they step out, and as the larger ones stamp their foot on the ground, the grass kind of curls up onto the foot as if they're attuned with it, essentially. The little ones, however, are darker wood, very much like dead wood, as they have that shadow mist around them. And the larger ones almost have eyes. They almost have plant-like vine eyes in there. First off, tell me.
Okay.
With Wimp Soon.
I am automatically running straight towards this guy because it's the closest one I can see to the family. And as I'm running towards the family, I'm just going to go and swipe up on the little tree man.
Yep.
And try and continue on from that.
And for the sake of, none of you know what these creatures are by name, but for the sake of out of game, they are called shade sprouts, and the taller ones are vine blights.
You have an advantage on that. I'm trying to see if I get advantage because I'm alone or not.
You should, I believe.
No, I don't get advantage.
Oh,
I
no,
don't
you just get the
need
sneak attack.
advantage.
Yeah, you just get the
but I
sneak
get the
attack.
sneak attack.
Are you able to get up there in time? Are you able to reach?
7.
Yeah, it's just 30 feet away, so it'll get you there exactly.
Yep.
7 to hit?
Yep.
With that, unfortunately, you look back and you actually catch, as it puts its little hand up with its twig-like claws, it catches it, and you splinter some of the wood, but it's got your blade currently in its fingers. As it comes out and it scratches some of the plant-like matter off of it, but it doesn't deal damage to it. It's now at your feet looking at you, these nimble little creatures. Its claws are out and it's looking for an attack.
Cool. That's my turn.
No worries. Alright, it is now some shade sprouts. That one is going to swipe its claws at you, but at the moment it's still got its hands like into the rapiers, and it uses kind of its turn to get out of it. Okay, it misses, so it's like, and it's just looking at you, snarling now, as it's not able to. Meanwhile, this one come out. What's their movement? I just gotta remind myself on that. Dylan, as you're coming out, this one, the orange one, will come up behind you. You hear the plant-like matter, a few like twigs kind of drop off of it as it comes over to you and slashes upwards onto your leg, and will deal 5 slashing damage and 1
Does hit me?
necrotic damage. Yes.
Okay.
What's your AC?
12.
Yes. Let me quickly gather everybody's AC. I rolled high on that. That's one thing I don't have. I have it, but not. I lost it.
Which we also lack of armor now, so.
Yeah, your armor's off as well, right, Dylan? Your AC
Would
be
it
lower.
be?
If you're wearing your dress, I feel like you wouldn't have your armor on.
It's just a piece of hide armor that she typically wears under her clothes.
Yeah, if you normally wear it under your clothes.
Yeah, because she typically always
It is hide.
wears
It's not like
it
a
under her
plate or anything.
Yeah,
so
it's
that makes
just hide.
Okay. So your AC is what?
12.
Wimp?
11.
Because your AC is a little bulkier, I'm pretty sure. So you would have.
Yeah, it's usually 16. Yeah.
Yeah. Oscar, what do you have?
11.
And Silney.
13.
Armor's a little low this go around.
Yep.
All right. It does hit you. You take 5 slashing damage, as well as 1 necrotic damage. As it slashes you, you find a little bit of that gray shadow kind of gather along the wound, and it just lingers for a moment. With that, the green one can't quite make it, but as you're looking towards your granddaughter, this little one is kind of slinking around and looking at you, kind of curling around, trying to cut you off. But so it's just running alongside of you, still at the back though. Doesn't quite make it to you. The people over there like scream as they try to get away from it. The one in the water is gonna get to here as it just comes out of the water dripping, using all its movement to get there. As the blight is going to begin walking this way. You see it's walking towards the beam of light, essentially. As these little ones are heading into the crowd. As they begin to move into the crowd, you hear people shrieking. You can't quite see what's happening over there, but you hear people shrieking in pain.
May I yell out something?
Yeah. Hmm?
Oscar, they're going for the light.
And the light is centered on the urn.
Yep, it is right on here.
It's centered on the urn, and it's centered on all the people.
The people themselves
They are
also
trying to
giving
steal
off.
the light.
They are the people themselves, because they are now imbued with this light. They are giving off natural light as well, as the beam is spiking down harshly.
Or I should say they're going towards the light again, just so everybody can hear that.
Mm-hmm.
As this one is going kind of in general, it can't decide whether to go to the small group or to the large group. It's like it's looking around at the moment, and it will go towards the main group because that's where it's following the light. As this taller guy up here is making his way. Alrighty. With that, it is Wimper's turn. With Oscar soon.
Yeah, Wimp is going to yell. He would scream, "Marigold, go get Missy." Because that gets her the fuck out and hopefully to safety. He would know that he's nothing without his fucking halberd. So
sorry, it's so far away.
no, I'd love it. That is
Yeah.
totally realistic. He was not planned for this. Like, he's not a warrior. So that green one's gonna get an attack of opportunity on him because he's running past it.
Okay, running past it. That's the little one. Misses. As you go, it scratches the dirt and kicks up a bunch of grass and dirt, a clump of it, as you jump over. As it tosses it, and the dirt kind of goes into the water as you run past.
He is running up to that
tall
altar.
Oh, to the altar.
Oh, yeah, he knows that
You're
he's in
positioning-
range of that tall one.
Yeah,
but
you're
he's
positioning
like,
yourself-
once they said light, he's like, cool, get the fucking light out of it. And he's going to try to push it over, but he's not using my action for that. What is he gonna do? He doesn't fucking know. His first action is Armor of Agathist. And like, it's just an exhale of like cold air, and it flushes over him like fucking ice.
Yes!
That gives
It's
you
so
a 14 now, right? 14 AC?
It doesn't change AC.
Gives me 10 extra
Gives you
it's
10
temporary
HP
hit points.
Um,
And it makes
does-
the damage when it hits you, I believe.
It
Yes.
does hit. It hits after attacks, right?
Yeah, yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, he does that, and then he turns and he's like, and he looks off into nothing. He's like, "There you fucking are!" And a replica of him appears. He's using his bonus action for Echo.
Yes, you do. Let me pop that on the board for you.
Ooh, what? You have a
I'll
what?
post it. What the fuck is his bonus action? God, it's so hard.
Look at that handsome boy.
Where would your echo be?
I'll grab it.
That freaked me out so bad. I saw your water bottle. For a second, out of the corner of my eye, I thought someone was running across your screen.
And you have access to the. You have access to the
Yeah,
to the token of
I
the
can't
echo.
move it.
Oh, you should have it
I'll
now.
to move.
Here, to go ahead and drag it on now. You should have it. Whimper Echo up in the thingy now. Should be there.
That I see. Oh wait, yes I do.
And plop them where you think.
So he's gonna appear right there, and it looks like funny enough, it looks like Spider-Man. I didn't mean to, but I just realized he would be pointing, and the Echo would do it, and he'd be pointing at himself.
Mhm. I love it. It's a very gray tone, spectral looking one. All right, is that your turn?
Sorry, yeah, that's fine.
Alrighty. With that, it is the Blights. The Blights.
Not me.
You're soon. There's two
All right,
people
okay.
before you. Yep. With that, this Blight is going to go for you, while the little Shade Sprout is going to go for your Echo, because that was right there in the way. So you're attracting both of them. As this Vine Blight, let me get the dice for it. Wait, is it different dice? Nope. You will take 7 bludgeoning damage. Sorry, 7 bludgeoning damage. Alrighty. And you see, as it hits you, it uses both hands down, and it clambers into your shoulders, almost on your neck. And you see the vines, when it hits you with its fist, its vines try to grow around you to constrict you, but it doesn't. As you seem to be a little bit too big for it. As the vines kind of pull back, but you still sustain the damage. And
hold on.
Oh, sorry, the little Shade Sprout doesn't get to go yet.
Yeah, no. But the my armor Agathis can go off.
That's right.
10 damage.
Cool.
Yeah, 10 damage.
We love it.
Alrighty. 10 damage on to the Vine Blight. What color is that? That's red?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Red. Alrighty. You see it's plant matter, because these are a lot more plant-like. They don't have the dark wood and the shadow magic. They actually seem of alive plants almost. As you see a lot of it crystallize, and green little kind of ice falls off of it from getting hit by it. Alright. And with that, it is Miriam. Sylvie, as you're walking past, you see Miriam kind of pull up the cane and start to run. He's like, "Excuse me! Head for the entrance!" And he is going to start running around to this one. It's going to hit it. Doesn't do great damage, but he does hit. And on this one, that is blue. You see him just go into the crowd on the outskirts and hit this one and knock it down with the cane and hit it again. And he'll actually take that one out.
Cleared the
Go,
way.
Miriam.
Let's go, buddy.
Yep, Miriam seems to have been ready. All right, because it seems that he was the actual hired security for this event for inside.
Mm-hmm.
He was on. He didn't expect this, but he was ready. With that, it is Oscar.
So Oscar is going to move here to flank this little one with, I almost said Mira, but with Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I don't know if this is going to work or even necessary, but the sandy pot is super bright, right? That's
Yeah, just the beam of light
Altar?
is still coming from the sky down into it. Remember, this whole
so
place
he's
is like
going
Twilight.
to cast Mold Earth.
Not Twilight, Sunset. Mhm.
He's going to cast Mold Earth, which is a cantrip, and then he is going to lift 5 square feet of earth. I can't move it.
Yeah,
never
it's
do
really
this,
hard
but-
drawing stuff.
I
Yeah,
can never. Well, I've drawn it. I just can't pick it up.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll draw it over. He's going to lift 5 square feet of earth up from where I did draw it, and he's going to dump it straight on top of the urn to fully
okay. Go ahead and roll me a spellcasting ability check.
20.
Family.
20.
It's a whole ritual.
You see a lot of their come up, float over, and begin to dump as a lot of steam comes out and a lot of the light begins to flicker. At this point, you will see the grandmother in the crowd. She goes, lets out a no as she motions out her hand, and from her tattoo glows, and from it a sunbolt whiffs out towards your direction.
Yep.
Oscar.
At Oscar?
Seeing that the beam is about to be put out.
Yep.
She doesn't care who's doing it. She lets out an emotional and primal no. As from her arm, the tattoo lightens and the sunbolt just whew, off of her hand and towards you. And I'll mark her as she will be this one. I'll make her this one. She's gonna try to hit you. It fails. You see this sunbolt go past you in a blinding light and hit the shrubbery behind you. It just sizzles some of it. You see the light is flickering now, as the wrong kind of sand is now in it, basically. All right, your turn.
No, on seeing that, because he will be dismayed. And is the light fully covered in that 5? Because it's not 5 feet high, right? Is it fully submerged?
Yeah, it's altar? Yeah. A lot of it, it's a little bit smaller, so it kind of went over. But a lot of it is there's like a pile of the dirt now out on top of it.
That's all difficult terrain, by the way, just as per what it says.
Gotcha.
On seeing that and realizing that he doesn't know whether he's fucked up or whether he's got a good decision,
You
and he's
fucked up, Oscar!
Can he see the children? And are they going with?
You see Marigold is already beginning to grab them and start
away?
ushering them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows that she's there with them. He's going to look panicked and look over the head of the little group at Dylan.
How tall
and
is this one?
Look panic and go, I don't. And he'll click his fingers and go invisible.
Yeah, this one's about 2 feet. As he's looking at you over this creature, and he just
cute?
I'm like,
the light kind of sparkles for just a moment as he vanishes. You are now invisible.
He will stay there though. He's not going anywhere. He just in a panic went.
Yeah.
I messed up!
Yep.
God, if I only had that ability in real life.
Yep.
Yeah.
With that is actual Marigold. I'm gonna say because they're not in combat, she's gonna be able to start ushering them out. She's gonna get them right to the door as she is currently hurtling them out. She probably would have pushed them first. As she is heading out the Bucera family, trying to get them out. That'll be her turn. She's looking back, seeing what's happening, looking for her grandpa, looking for you, Oscar, and she's motioning them outwards. And with that, it is Dylan. It's only soon.
So after watching all of this happen and just getting hurt, I'm just gonna be like, and I'm gonna grab it, I'm gonna shake it, and I'm gonna cast Inflict Wounds.
Okay, you just grab the little plate as you start grabbing him and shaking him. Okay.
17 to hit.
17 to hit. Hits. Go ahead and what's the damage?
23 damage.
23 damage. How do you want to kill this one?
I'm just gonna
That spell is
touch him and be like,
nasty.
ah! And then
Shake all the leaves out?
Yeah.
That one's out. Yeah, it just
Uh,
you did it in the black and this kind of comes over it. Is there anything else you want to add?
no.
No, she
Okay.
shook it and all the leaves
Yeah,
came out.
shook it really hard. It just, as it falls, it just turns into plant matter. Different twigs and leaves. It just falls into plant matter, mushrooms, everything that just litters the forest. Make a perception check for me. Oscar, you don't need to, because you've already seen this.
Mm-hmm.
10.
10? Never mind. But it does fall dead onto the ground.
As it all crumbles, you hear this disembodied voice from nowhere going, "You know what's really interesting is that parts of this animal aren't from around here. It's bits of."
You love him so much.
The little lore you made last session.
Yeah.
It's back.
She's just gonna be like, okay. Thank you. And then to depart.
It just comes up nothing.
Okay, step over to this one. It's like this one turns to you. This one was currently going towards the pot of light, and you see as it's starting to flicker, the thing is like really going for it. It looks at you and like almost as if you're getting in my way. All right, and with that, it is the people. They are gonna start
Surge.
heading this way. Since there's none on this direction, well, not Miriam.
Yeah,
Miriam's making his way this way as they are
Make
just
him
gonna start going. Some of them are able
Do the
to.
ones that move away from the baddies get hit with attacks of opportunity?
They do.
Does that happen with the NPCs as well?
They
Wow.
do. I'm rolling like a general check to like. I have basically a health pool for them to see how many people go down. That's what I have as a pool for all of them. Yeah, there's different people like screaming in pain as a few of them get slashes or something. With that, it's back up to the top with Silny, and then the Shade Sprouts, and then Wimp.
God, I hate these fucking. I'm gonna try and slash it again.
Go for it.
All. Dagger. Roll. 12 to hit.
A miss, unfortunately.
Fucking little.
These little ones are a little squirrelier. They have low health, but a little higher AC. Not too bad, though.
I know. I
I'm
hate
so
these
sorry.
guys.
Anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah, I'm going to use my bonus action to steady my aim, because I haven't moved this turn, and I'm gonna have advantage next turn.
Nice. Can you do that with melee weapons?
Yes.
Or is that only ranged? Gotcha.
Steady, you can use this money. Your speed is 0 to... Yeah, it just says I
Yep.
get advantage.
Alrighty. shape
And then... Sorry, I'm gonna yell out, to where Oscar was and be like, that's their life force, maybe clear that out a little bit. You might be killing the guests.
Oscar Busser is not here. Please leave him.
Is that you done?
That's it.
Yeah. Everybody just let me know, like, turn done.
Yeah.
Shade Sprout's turn. The one on you, Silny. It's going to hit you with 4 slashing damage and 2 necrotic damage. As it slashes onto almost your lower stomach, and then it just, that kind of mist kind of floats over to it and just coats it and hurts it as black veins beginning to crop up essentially as it deals necrotic damage to you. With that, the one on you, Dylan, is going to deal 6 damage to you and 2 necrotic damage. As this one essentially will turn back to you. It's turning towards the beam of light that's flickering, eager for it. It turns back to you and just slashes you and gets almost your collarbone since you're at the same height, and then turns back. Meanwhile, this one's going to go for the Echo. I don't know how that works. Can it even hit it?
Yep, 16.
That's a miss. As it comes over and it is confused by its kind of spectral image at the moment, where it thinks its hand is for a moment. It slashes as your double kind of moves to the side.
I love
Right.
that it's a black and white version of Tez's tile. That's amazing. Love it.
And this one's still raining hell in the middle. All right. With that, it is... That was the Shade Sprout's Wimp.
So his action's gonna be, he doesn't even think about the life force thing. He tries to tip it over. Literally just dump it.
Make an athletics check.
Imagining every single member of the Andravi family drunk.
Thankfully it was horrible, because it's a 5. Because I didn't roll my real dice.
Oh, God.
That is... You got a 5? Yeah, you turn over, and this thing is heavy. It is real hard.
He sits there and he goes, fuck. See, I told you, and he turns and he teleports. Using my bonus action, he teleports to his Echo. He's like, I know! And he's as if he's having a conversation with himself. He's like, I told you it was going to be so heavy! I told you!
Is the other one speaking?
Oh yeah, now it's the other one, and he is gone. That one has now faded to gray, and he is gonna get an attack of opportunity to this guy because he's gonna step and move towards to grab his halberd.
Okay, so where did you teleport to? Did you switch?
His
places?
echo.
Swapped to the echo. Yeah.
So you swapped. So you're up here. You're down here. All right, and you begin to move. This one gets an attack of opportunity on you. That is a hit. You will take 5 slashing damage and 3 necrotic.
Okay.
As it slashes you as you teleport, it slashes you in the back immediately as you step away, and you feel the wounds sizzle. As you land there, you do hear the grandmother saying, "Leave the light alone," as she's heading for it.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't see her at the moment, just know she's at the end of the crowd. She would have moved a little bit last time. She's not quite there, but she would have been coming up, essentially. Alright. And you're heading for your halberd. You reach through. Oh, Tara?
Did you get that the yellow one took 10 damage?
Oh, yes. Would it take Armor of Agathis?
Oh yeah, it would have taken it.
It hit you and dealt
The last of
that
the
damage
armor.
to you.
Oh
It dealt
yeah,
damage,
you're
that was
right.
the last
Yep.
of it.
So you take that damage, and how much does it get?
10.
10.
10. And that's the yellow one. Alright, yeah, it is very covered in ice at the moment. As you step over and you reach through and grab your halberd from the hedge. And you pull it through. There's a few branches on it.
And as he does, like, as my turn ends, he's talking, and his echo vanishes. He's like, I fucking knew you were gonna leave the conversation. He looked pissed off.
It's gone. Alright. And with that, it is Divine Blights. This Divine Blight is going to step up. And you begin to see its hands start forming a bowl to get the dirt out of the way. As it shovels the dirt and a little bit of the sand out, there's a little flicker as the golden light beams back in strongly. However, it uses action to clear the dirt, so it's not able to do anything with it yet. So the dirt is gone and beside of it. That helped waste its turn, having the dirt there. As the light beams back strongly now. All right. Oh, the other blight is going to. Yeah, it's in here causing havoc. All right. With that. Oh, yes. There's another one that steps in. This guy hasn't made it in yet. And he will be green. As this one is where's he? He's up here. Yes, he jumps from the bushes, coming outwards. Alright. With that. Oh, he gets to walk. You're invisible. He's just gonna walk right past you. He's gonna go to there as you see this other tower walking along. With that, it is Miriam, who's already fighting. Alright. And with that, it is Oz. Yep, Oscar.
So that one can't see me.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
And if you attack, it'll break your invisibility.
But is the invisible until the start of your next turn? If so, then I think you come back. Or end of next turn.
It's after this turn, like after I do anything.
So it's
At
end
the
of
end.
turn.
Let me just double check. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
No worries. To the start of your next turn. You come back now. That's the start of your next turn.
Okay. Oscar will be quite surprised that this thing has appeared next to him.
Mm-hmm. Just walking past you at the moment, heading towards the altar.
Hmm. So he will. You'll actually, anyone listening would hear him go, oh no, no, and he will shudder, and this sort of very, very faint green light will just creep over the tops of his hands, and his nails will grow, and his teeth incisors will grow a little bit, and he will attack it with primal savagery. But
Nice.
he'll close his eyes as he's doing it. Because
Yes.
he hates it, but the thing's right next to him. So... 10 to hit.
Unfortunately, you go to slash as part of its plant matter kind of just caves in where you would have hit it. And unfortunately,
Okay.
you're not able to.
In that case, he will... So if Oscar is invisible when he moves away from a creature, do they not get an attack of opportunity because they can't see him? Or do they have it at disadvantage?
It might be with disadvantage. I can't... I think
And
I
you
don't
also
think there's
just
anything for
attacked.
that.
So you lost your invisibility, right?
I lost my invisibility before
At the
I
start of
attacked.
Yeah,
It
I
went
might-
away
I
at the
do
start
that.
of your turn.
I
Okay.
think invisible is disadvantage if it... I'm not sure, though. I'll have to double check on that. I
Okay,
think it's
he'll
disadvantage.
clip his finger, and it will be awkward because he's got these long nails that are just fading, and he'll go, and then go invisible, and he will move backwards to. Oh, I'm still drawing. Sorry. He will move. Oh shit! I just deleted myself.
Oh, no!
I was
Put him
deleting my
back.
drawing. He will move to. He'll move back to here, but he'll take the
Disadvantage.
attack of opportunity with disadvantage.
Was a miss. It seeming it can't find out where you are. I just realized they wouldn't have disadvantage. These things do not have quite eyes. They can see through the ground. They have blind sight.
Ooh.
Be a regular roll. So I'm just gonna roll it. Still a miss. So you're good. It would have been a regular roll.
Okay. Good to know, though. So can we... Is that, like, if he's moving away
Yeah.
after being invisible, generally disadvantage unless...
Yep, it'd be disadvantage from that.
Cool. Okay.
That's what the condition says. All right. So you start moving away. With that, that's your turn.
Yeah, sorry.
All right.
Yeah.
No worries. Zinfiel is going to come up, push past them, and get face to face with this one. Kind of on her way, she sends a bolt of sunlight onto him, and someone just flakes away. And she,
Let's
the
go,
grandmother's
Mama.
gonna stand here and hold the bowl, and she is protecting this at all costs. And with that, it is Marigold who is going to continue to usher these people off as they are heading down the road.
Good job,
And-
Marigold.
Dylan, let's sell these soon.
I'm gonna do another inflict wounds. 15 to hit.
Hits.
20 damage.
That's ridiculous. Yes, you kill it.
Why
Other
is
than
the
people
cleric
on those.
big slapping these?
MVP. MVP.
Get away from me! I'm done with you.
Cleric can be nasty.
Pushes it out of the
Is
way.
Inflict Wounds a spell or is it a cantrip?
It's a
It's a
spell.
second level spell.
Okay.
That's both your,
It's a first
your
level spell.
slots.
Yeah. God
Yep.
damn.
Yeah, it's a
If it
first
doesn't
level
hit,
spell.
it's really sad, but when it hits, it's amazing. In our first campaign, she one-shot a baby dragon just immediately, and then had to use Spare the Dying to save it because she didn't expect to kill it.
I didn't want to
It's-
kill it.
That spell is nasty. It's a first level spell. You're casting it a second, though, right?
I didn't cast it a second that time.
Oh,
That was first
it's just
level.
Oh my
nice
god!
and powerful.
20 damage. What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's 3d10.
It's real nasty.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna sidestep his body.
Okay, just walk over it.
Go, Cleric.
So mean.
Clerics are nasty.
I'm going to go here. And that's it for
Okay,
me.
you see the grandmother's infield. She like motions her hand, her tattoo beaming for a moment. Her eyes are golden, her hair is white, and she's looking at you defensively, trying to gauge what you're trying to do. Do you look like you're gonna? What are you
Oh
gonna?
man.
She's holding
Plant.
it, looking back at the blight ahead of
Plant.
it, as the gold is lighting up. You see, no one else is able to do this except her. at the
I saw
moment.
her
No one
shoot
else.
Oscar, so
Yeah, very much. Alrighty, end of turn.
Mhm.
Yep, just get in the habit of letting me know.
Did you not hear me?
I did
I
not.
said
I'm
that was
sorry.
it for me.
Oh, I'm
Pay
sorry.
attention, Ethan. Good grief.
I'm trying.
You're
I'm sorry. I
fine.
thought I said it loud enough. I might not have said it loud
There's a
enough.
lot in my head.
There's a lot going
you
on
gotta
right
just
now.
you gotta just scream it at me. You just gotta yell it. It's not-
Say less, bro.
Yeah.
That is all.
Right. People begin to flee out of here. Basically,
There they go.
people are trying to get out. as it's now clearing, we're gonna start to see people who are laying down.
Aw.
Um,
Ooh.
From here, you will see these people are able to go because of Miram. These people are trying to skedaddle.
God.
Silny, you are able to see this group of people here, as well as Oscar if you're looking this way. These people are not dead. They are on the ground. Their golden skin is gone. Their hair is no longer white, but gray. These people who you saw earlier, you swear were 30s, 40s maybe, of elvish appearance, now look 70s, 80s.
It's a cult.
As their true age have seemingly shown, as their tattoos are still there, but they are black instead of gold now.
Oh.
Did putting dirt on it just kill those guys?
It seems that it wasn't that. Both of you, Tony and
I
Oscar,
figure like I know what it is.
you both look at the little shade sprout, and you see where it was all that dark mist. There are now cracks in its wood of golden light, as if it has consumed their light and has it now. Yes. So they're not dead, they're just weak on the ground, like fallen, elderly now. Alright. With that, it is Silney. With the Shade Sprouts and then Wimp.
These little fucking... Like, I've lost all decorum that I had during the dances and
so
stuff, and it's
sorry.
just like, ah!
So sorry.
No, it's good. That's how she's
Beginning levels
doing
are
it.
rough. We went from +5s at the beginning of last campaign to +3s.
Natural 20.
You crit.
So it's dagger. Is that gonna do that? Okay, it is. Right? That is that. That is my sneak.
Yeah, I think it doubles your sneak attack too. Glass Cannon Rogue. So that's 46 plus your 2d4.
So then that'll be 14. So do we double it, or do I do...
Are you at 14 already damage?
Yes.
You kill it.
Okay.
That's a lot. Yeah, I think you double sneak attack. You double sneak attack and your dagger, so it's 2d4 and then the 4d6 because sneak attack is 2d6.
Holy
So,
fuck.
rogues
you'd
are
have done,
blessed.
like,
2d6
nearly 40 damage.
plus the piercing damage is thorns. Okay, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you deal a lot. But you are able to kill it. How do you want to kill this one?
I'm just gonna like run it through and then drag it with me. And I'm going to
Wood starts to splinter.
make it over to... How is Miram doing? Can I see what how he's doing right there?
You see him
When he's
currently.
fighting?
He is hitting this vine blight with his cane, and this vine blight has cracks in it from being hit.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna go over to these people and like try and step on to get out of the way.
You see
and
this one
engage
that has the
this guy.
golden cracks.
Yeah. I'm going to get up in its situation and make sure that the bride and groom can like at least skirt around.
You get here now, and you see currently Verkian is on the ground. He's not aged because he just got the power,
Yeah.
but he is on the ground weak at the moment from having his
Yeah.
newly gift pried away from him.
He's a
And-
goner.
And Gilroy is like
predicted it,
holding him.
He's dead.
They're weak at the moment. Because they're not being damaged per se. They're more taking their power.
they're
He's a lot
rolling
better off. Yeah. He's a lot better off because he only recently got the power, but having that amount of power come into you and then leave immediately has strained him nonetheless.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm gonna get up into the blight situation and look over to... What is her name again?
Gilroy?
Gilry.
Her wife?
And tell her to back up. Take them with you.
She's like crying at the moment. She's like, okay. She takes.
And then... I have a thing. Which I don't really need to do. Disengage just moves you away without opportunity. Okay, yeah. No, that's it.
Okay. You see as she's pulling her husband away, you do see her pull out her arm and try to do what her grandmother does. You see a little bit of light on the tattoo, but she doesn't seem to be able to. She's trying, but she doesn't seem to have unlocked that ability yet. All right. that you done?
Yes.
Okay. With that, it is the Shade Sprouts. This one is going to... You're all up in this one, correct? Try it. Sylney? You're with the red and gold one at the moment?
Yeah, I'm trying to get up in its situation.
Okay. Then it will turn,
Standing
seeing
on
that
top
you're
of
coming
audience.
for it. And it's going to try to hit you with a hit. You will take 6 slashing damage and 1 necrotic damage as it slashes at you. And it turns back, and you see there's a lot of cracks in it, in its like neck at the moment, glowing. Alrighty. With that, this one also has glowing. I'll change the color of this one. This one. This one is going to... Can you get there? Wimp, you see this one leave from these people after downing someone. You see a person on the ground. This one jumps over the pew, past you, looks at you, and through the hedge, and disappears into the hedge. That was one of the golden ones.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's all the Shade Sprouts on the board.
The purple one in front of me. What does he do?
Oh, I see that one. Thank you. This one is going to come... What is he going to do? He doesn't have any gold on him yet.
They're not attacking, it's a heist. It's a light heist.
Yep.
Light heist, this one isn't going to go for you. Because he doesn't have any gold. He's not going to head that way. Gold and light, as he's going to come around this way. And is heading towards the altar. And he starts to clamber up onto it as the wood touches the golden and brass base. And he will get up there as the grandmother's trying to fight him off, like, no! As he basically, his jaw kind of unhinged. And there's a hole in his mouth that begins to try to suck in the golden light. You see it begin to flicker greatly. He's not able to get all of it, but a lot of it is going into him as cracks begin to form all over him of the light. It is flickering now. All right. With that, it is...
Wimp.
Yep, Wimp. And the Vine Blights.
Yeah, Wimp is going to look quite more serious and upset, and his eyes would flash to make sure Marigold was getting out.
You see her heading out.
Yeah, and he'd step up, and he'd call, on your right, to Dylan. Yeah, I can get to him.
You're flanking.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
With the
so as he is raising his halberd, bonus action manifest echo, and his is he's gonna drop his.
Oh my god, does your echo give you advantage if it's flanking?
I don't know if I get that yet, but I know at some point it does.
Mm-hmm.
So as he is swinging up with his halberd, his echo manifests, and I'm doing Unleash Echo, which is no bonus, no nothing. I can just do it, and the other one is swinging too. So they're swinging on unison on 2 different creatures.
I like it.
That's fucking sweet. Woo!
They have like the same movements and everything. Like it's exactly copied.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
What's cool is we have the combat person who can duplicate, which is Wimp, and then we've got the, as we saw with Dylan earlier, the kind of trickstery version as well.
Dylan and what was the name?
Denise.
Denise. Dylan and
Of
Denise.
your illusion. So at certain points, we're gonna have a lot of people on this board because I think Dylan also has different spells. We're gonna have a lot of duplicates on this board.
Sorry, shit's not fucking rolling. Jesus, I'm guessing the second one doesn't fucking hit.
Which one on Divine Blight? The one next to you and Dylan.
The one next to me and Dylan is a 12.
Is a 12, and that is that one. That one hits. Divine Blight hits.
Okay, 12 damage.
Nice.
12 damage on Divine Blight.
I should have already taken 10 damage. That's 22 total now. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah, this one is falling apart. Essentially, it has like parts carved out of its torso. And the one the little shade sprout over there that you're engaged with.
Okay, I think that's it's the end of his turn.
Did you hit the other shade sprout?
Oh, sorry. It was 8.
Because you were doing
so I
two
assume
attacks.
not.
And that one misses. This one like clambers around as you actually ding onto the basin at the moment. It doesn't do enough to knock it over, but you do hear a loud sound as this one's clambering onto it. You see it. It is mouth open wide as Golden Knight is falling into it. Basically void of a mouth. All right. Good turn. After that, it is after Wimp. It is Divine Blights, correct? This one is going to turn onto you. Yes, it is going to play protective. It is going to turn onto you, Whimper, Divine Blight ahead of you, and miss. You see this one, you turn around, and it's actually like half carved away, so it only has a part of its torso, and tries to clamber down on you, but it's almost falling apart. You're able just to put up the halberd and to stop it easily. Meanwhile, I think, the other one, the green one, is going to go for the other Echo. And that's AC 16 on this one, correct? It's a miss on the other Echo. The other Echo does. As you block this one, the other Echo turns and blocks this one exactly the same time. All right. You begin to notice that a lot of these creatures roll somewhat bad because they have disadvantage in the sunlight. You're realizing that the sunlight is draining on them. You do see that while it is still sunlight, all the little fairy lights that were all on the roof and all in the hedges are gone. They're put out because they seem to have consumed that when they arrived. But it's still light in here from the sunset, essentially. All right. And with that, it is Miriam, who's already gone. Taking that one out. Miriam looks at you, Silny. He says, "Do you have that one?"
I've got it.
All right. And he steps forward. "I'll take him from here." As he picks up Verkian onto his shoulder. "Follow me." And he says that to Gilroy. To essentially take them out of here. These people are running. With that, it is Zinfiel, who is gonna try her best to
Is it
get
not
this little
Oscar's
shade
turn?
sprout out. Sorry, Zinfiel's after Oscar, yes. Either way, she's going to try to get that little one out. She's not strong enough to. Oscar, sorry about that.
Oscar will, he will yell to this wimp because he can't tell the difference.
Oscar's colorblind.
Mr. Whimper, do you need help, or shall I get the one that's running away?
You were talking to that one, but this one answers. And he goes, "Let's deal with what's here. We don't know how many are out there."
Okay.
But they're stealing the light.
Yeah, alright.
Hi,
So
I'm
with that-
musical, not magical.
Yeah.
I got no
We've
concept.
seen that this one has only got this far, hasn't it? But it's the other side of the battlefield.
It's out of sight. You don't know where that is. It's gone
Right.
through the hedge, and you don't know how far it's actually gotten. That's just for maps purposes. That's where it exited, basically.
Alright. And this green one hasn't been hit yet, has it? Because
Nope.
the Echo missed it. Okay, Oscar's gonna cast Entangle on this one. And for
That will also get the echo, I believe, if you cast it. How big it is.
Yeah, well that's
Can he not put the
I can
light
put
at
it-
the edge of it?
the edge of it catches it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right there.
It's a 20-foot square.
Yeah. You can get just the blight.
Yeah, so if I cast it here, it's just gonna get him. Okay, so he will cast Entangle on it.
Okay.
And that does
Strength save, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fail.
Okay.
What's your DC just to make sure? It's 13, I believe. 13, 14. Either way, I think it will.
It said 14 on here.
14 is my spell.
Yeah.
So,
It is able to encompass it. You see the roots, just like the night before. The roots kind of come up and entangle this much larger one. And it has it held. It doesn't pick it up in the air like the small one you did the night before. However, it is the roots have grounded around its legs essentially and is pulling it down. Plants versus plants.
okay, and he will also, as a bonus action, see Silny has been fighting largely on her own, and he'll cast Healing Word.
Fucking thank you.
Healing Entangle is a first level spell, correct? Mm-hmm. So with spellcasting, if you cast one as a level, the other one has to be a cantrip. So if you cast one spell, either a bonus action or action as a level spell, the other one has to be a cantrip, basically.
Oh, right. So even though it says Healing Word's a bonus action.
Yeah, that would mean you could have cast it as a bonus action, and then your action would have been a cantrip, is basically what that would have mean. That's basically is made so that you can't cast 2 9th level spells as an action and then a bonus action. One of them has to be a cantrip. Whichever one you do first, the other one
cast a cantrip as a bonus action?
You can if you do it first, and then the other one can be a... Yeah, you can cast it if it says it's a bonus action. If a cantrip says it's a bonus action, you can cast it.
Oh no, the only bonus action I've got is
Yeah. Some will say action or bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is the end of my turn then.
Yeah, unfortunately there's one little thing to spellcasting that balances it so you can't cast 2 mega spells at once.
He will in fact with his movement he'll move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He'll move like here.
Gotcha. So in the future, like if you cast Healing Word, you would cast Healing Word first, and then your action could be something like Primal Savagery, basically. The other one always has to be to counteract, which is nice.
All right,
it bounces out. But there you go. So that one
that is the end of my turn.
Thank you. This one is restrained. With that, for the Vine Blights. After you, it was Zinfia. As Zinfia, Marigold does that. Dylan, it's up to you now.
Alright, can I move through Wimp space?
I believe is what we said. Okay.
Small creatures can... It says
Move
they have to be
within friendly.
2 sizes larger, but I can move within friendly.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just...
I think that's what we figured out last time.
Spread
Okay.
around. And the
Walk through
purple
Wimp's
one...
legs.
Pardon. As I walk around. And then the purple one, 19 to hit.
On what?
The
You
purple
hit.
one,
Purple blight.
Yeah, on what spell?
inflict wounds.
Jesus.
Just keep
second
shaking
level.
the leaves.
At second level, how much
Second level.
damage do you do?
26.
Nice.
Decays. All the spell slots, just death. Keep in mind, it's necromancy. That's a big no-no. Big no-no is
These
necromancy. That's the
people
one
are a
downside.
cult.
Hey, that's the
They're
one
a big
downside to
no-no.
like inflict wounds is regular people will be like, ooh, that's black magic, basically. But at the moment, everyone's like running for their lives.
They're a little preoccupied, you know?
All right, so the purple one dies. Make a perception check, both Wimp and Dylan.
Natural 1.
Nothing then. Sorry.
I love how
You
they
look-
just
My turn.
won't notice.
Yeah, Dylan, you're too busy blowing the smoke off your hand like a gun. And you got 16, Wimp. Wimp, you first see, you realize it now. In hindsight, when these things, when the little ones die, you know, there's just that shadow magic around them. But when they die, from the center is almost like a firefly-sized little light that zips off. You've noticed that so far with other ones, but with this one, a ball of light, like a baseball size, whoosh, heads off, rustles through the branches because it had sucked in a lot of the beam coming down.
Still get to keep it.
As that large light whoosh, left through the hedges as it rustles through.
You would be further confused. But be like,
That's
magic
fair.
be magic. It's weird.
Of confusion intensifies.
More people are heading out. Silny.
All right, you little asshole. Have people moved away from me? I need to know if like there's people around me.
Yes, this person is scared. This person's gonna go and get an attack of opportunity, but he's fine. So they run. These people run as he's getting them out. These people are now heading this way. These people are now heading this way, skirting around as much as possible.
Yeah. Okay, little fella. And I'm gonna do what I can do, and I'm trying to attack it. With a normal roll. 13.
And you'll get your sneak attack. And this is on the... Unfortunately, just misses. These little ones have a little... I'm so sorry. This was great in our 0.5 session.
I was just about to say, it's so fucking honest. Oh my god. At least you got one hit. I didn't even get one hit on that shit.
One point away. The Vine Blights have lower AC, but these have
Yeah, I'm gonna
one-
like slash
14.
out towards him, and then I'm going to use that momentum to rush past and use my cunning action to disengage,
Okay.
and move away towards the battle, but still
Yeah.
kind of like trying to
basically
get its
slashes
focus
at you,
on
but
me.
you're so quick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Alright.
and then I'm just gonna keep holding the dagger at it. A bit
Heading
further
there.
away now.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm so sorry.
That's good.
Alright. It's them. So this one comes up to you now. Still following you in, basically.
Mhm.
And it'll hit you. And you will take 7 slashing damage and 3 necrotic. A lot. Are you down? No! Yeah, you've taken a few hits.
I've
Down their
taken
first
all
battle.
the hits.
Yeah, I don't think it would have happened if you would have landed those hits as well, because they're little glass cannons too.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just unfortunately on the bad rolls and the exchange. So sorry. And it sucks your light out. I'm just kidding.
Oh, Jesus.
This
Yeah.
one's coming along.
Little
I'm sorry, I didn't
claws
want to
and it
down
just
anybody in
goes
the first battle. It's just that was less of like powerful creatures, and I think just the exchange of not hitting and they
Mhm.
hit really well.
Yeah, exactly.
So sorry.
Yeah, claws at her legs and everything, and then she falls and like it hurts, so she like passes out.
Yep, I'm so sorry. All right.
My
and
little
with that-
legs are not gonna get me there on next turn.
25 feet of movement. All right, and that's the only shade sprouts.
Mhm.
So now it is Wimp. You look back and you see Silny. Just this one gets scratched up in a fury, then fall down in and out of consciousness.
So Wimp is about to have a very, very volatile fatherly reaction, because, you know, looks
Uh-huh.
a little familiar. Yeah, so he is first going to swing, and it's going to swing on both again. Unleash Fury.
Nice. Yes.
Can I be thrown?
I would say with a good athletics, yeah. With a good athletics check.
How much does Dylan weigh?
Like 30 pounds?
Not much. 3 foot,
Yo,
little scrawny little
yeah.
gnome. With a good
Get you like
athletics
a little puck and like do
You'll have
the
to
little
toss
run
me.
and
Wait, my legs are.
You have no choice.
Okay, yeah.
you know
that's
that you're
definitely-
rolling 3 times, right?
Yeah, because I have advantage.
Okay.
Yep.
Does the
Oh, for the
Echo
first
get
one.
advantage because the thing is restrained in Entangle?
I believe restraint does that.
Yeah, if you're going on to the restrained one, then yes. If you're
Yeah.
hitting the green one, then yes.
Roll
That one's
again.
also advantage.
Didn't matter, ton.
Yeah.
No,
And
they're lower.
can I ask what you're rolling in order to get both the damage and the roll at the same time?
Yes, so if you click the weapon, up at the top, if you click the Beyond 20, it rolls both.
Yeah, on the tab where it shows info on the weapon, it says there's a Beyond 20 up in the top right.
And then if I do that, then it'll.
helps.
Oh,
It rolls
wow.
Yeah, we figured that out last time. I was like, oh, thank God.
Okay, I like that. Thank you.
Yeah, it saves a little bit of time. It's good. What'd you get to hit, Wimp?
The first one is 15.
15.
On which one?
The one in front of him.
Which one? There's two
Oh,
of you.
oh my
The
God, the
actual-
red one. I'm sorry, the red one. Oh, I'm
Red.
so horrible.
Yep, gotcha. Yep, you hit.
And that one
And
was
this one was
11
13.
damage.
13. Both will hit on
Okay,
the
both are 11 damage.
Both are 11 damage. So that is... The red one is down. And the green one... still up.
Is throwing an action?
Can you up?
Is
I would
throwing an
imagine
action?
Yeah, so it'd be throwing an action.
Yeah.
Is that you done, Wimp?
No, sorry. Give
Gotcha.
me just a
I wasn't
moment.
sure if I missed it or not.
Yeah, so he is turning and running towards this one.
Okay. It's like actually already coming towards you. It's trying to get to the
With
basin.
10 feet, he's swinging. I am
Yep.
action surging, which gives both of them another attack. Not as Echo, not as Echo. Because I already
Gotcha.
used Unleash Echo twice.
Gotcha.
A little upset.
Halberds, man, those long reach weapons keep things
Hell
at a
yeah.
distance.
Oh, what's the range on it? On the halberd?
10
10 feet.
10 feet.
That's
So you can have a block between you and the enemy now.
yeah, that's
11.
Right.
11.
These fucking little guys.
I
I hate
know.
them so much. We fought them in our .5.
Yep. Yeah, Oscar and
so we
Sylvie
also got
had
injured
the
there.
little ones.
God.
Yep. Yeah, I gave you all a little side thing that didn't pertain to this because you all had more NPCs, but I gave Oscar and Sylvie because they had less NPCs. They got the little shade sprouts a little early,
Yep.
so I gave them a little foreshadowing and gave you all more NPCs.
Love it.
They're causing us more problems today, though.
Right?
Yes, a lot more of them.
We just chewed through them. Yes.
What'd you get to hit again? Sorry.
11.
11. Unfortunately, miss. You slam down your halberd and it moves to the side with insane speed. The mist actually catching up to it, delayed, so the mist flows back over to it. And this one, it actually has gold in it. Yes, so this one has gold cracks. All right. You action surge, so did you get to hit again? Or was that...
No,
was
that
them?
was mine,
It
because
was
I
the
swung
goal,
and I
yeah.
killed the red one, and the action
Gotcha.
was the swing.
Thank you. And with that, it is the Vine Blights. Blight, plural, I think.
Yeah.
This one is going to swing on the Echo. You can't tell the difference. Misses anyway.
Oh, that one needs to perform a strength check before it does anything.
You're right, thank you very much. It fails. It's still in there. Yep, it is still in there. Alright. They're decently strong. Alright, that one is useless. Alright, after the Vine Blight, Miriam is still carrying them out. Oscar.
Oscar will, no one really, any of you will have seen this, but when he sees Silny go down, he'll just bellow in anger. And he will cast Healing Word on her as a bonus action first.
Yep.
So, just so that I'm clear, bonus action first,
Um,
and then I can do a cantrip.
It doesn't matter what order you go in, as long as the other one's is a cantrip. So you could do the cantrip first, within the
That's
bonus
fine.
action.
Yeah, that's fine. So he'll cast Healing Word on Silny as soon as he sees her drop. Let me just...
You bounce back up.
Right.
I'm so sorry you went down during the first one. You've done
You get-
a lot, though, with Carlisle.
you get
and everything.
8
I'm so sorry.
points.
Just unlucky.
8 points of healing, and then he'll just bellow with fury, and he'll run towards this one here, but he'll be casting Primal Savagery as he moves. And so
I like
as he's
it.
running towards this, his nails are coming out, and he just
There you
absolutely
go.
let rip. Probably not very well, because they have a high...
Ooh, he lets one rip.
So,
Furball
19
poots
to
can't smell
hit.
good.
Yeah. And
19 to hit. You hit.
8 damage.
8 damage on this one. And all right.
Acid damage?
Yep.
Yeah,
It begins to like burn the wood there.
Whoa. Oh.
The damage, bits of it is dripping off, though it's still up at the moment, but it's dripping off.
He'll have run sort of here actually to protect Selny.
Gotcha. That's you done?
Yes, my
Alright.
turn is over.
Thank
Sorry.
you. I just wasn't sure if I missed it. I'm never sure if I missed it or not. And with that,
No, we have to get into the habit also of saying it too. So
I need to get in the habit of listening better as well. She's just covering, the grandma's just covering this thing. Dylan, now that you're up close to her, you realize that her skin is beginning to turn back towards the normal tan, and the hair is going from white back to not its brown, but brown and gray now. Because they're not like the ones that got the light consumed out of them, but because some of the beam is gone, they're losing some of it gradually. While there's other people who are now elderly on the ground. So she's looking her a little bit more towards her normal age, just slightly. Maybe not as quite. Still younger, because she's got some of it. As the brown hair with gray now. And with that, is Marigold still getting it out? Dylan?
Sacred Flame on the red one.
Yep.
They need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, is the red one still up?
It is.
Red sprite, not the red.
Oh, the little
Yep.
the little drop.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, this one.
yeah, Sprite, and then this guy up here.
That is, unfortunately, a success.
Success.
As you
Okay,
bring
nothing.
down the natural light.
That's it.
You've killed a shit ton. So far, one misses. One it actually dodges the light, and for flavor, it consumes some of it. All right.
Flavorful.
With
Just take
that,
the chomp of the air.
yes.
Liver.
Hologram bite like plankton. Was like hologram meatloaf. All right, Silny. You were back up. Use 15 feet of movement to stand back up.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to put my hand over on Oscar. I'm going
Yeah.
to stare down the little guy, and I'm just going to take the dagger and throw it at it.
Yep. You got this. Come on. AC 14.
Let's go.
Please.
Kill him.
Just...
Come on.
Oh,
What'd you get?
12.
No, Silny. It's
Silny walks away.
your luck. Your luck.
Starts
She
leaving
like
with
starts
everybody.
pacing. Yeah, no, she's
quit.
just like pacing
Pats her on the
angrily.
shoulder as she
I'm
says.
it's one of those nights.
Oscar picks her dagger up from the dirt next to her
Yes.
and hands it to her and goes, "It's okay, you'll get it next time."
Have anything else? It's one of those nights.
No. I start walking towards the bar. That's it.
Yeah.
Gonna go and
Alright.
stab Carlisle for good measure.
Yep. Yeah. At least I can
This
hit
is all you.
something. All right. The Shade Sprout's going to turn to hit you, Oscar. He sees 11. It will just hit you. And wings pop out.
Jumps on its back.
Yep. You will take 5 slashing damage and 1 necrotic, so 6 in total. As it turns and slashes you, and it starts turning back, looking to the light, trying to get the things that are trying to stop it away. Little glass cannons, these things. And
I need my
that's the only one
rapier.
left. It's going to start running. So you can take the attack of opportunity if you'd like.
Can I take it with Primal Savagery because it isn't the beginning of our next turn yet, and I still
Yeah.
have my claws?
Can you? Oh yeah, if you're not casting a spell and it's on, I don't think you can
It
cast
hasn't
it
gone yet.
But
It's still
if it's there,
It's-
then yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if it's with your
within the
hand,
same
it's not a
turn, right?
spell, is it? Like,
Yeah.
it's still just your claws
Yeah.
and everything.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah,
melee
we'll do it
attack.
now and look into it in a few. It's fair.
Okay.
As it is heading off this way.
24 to hit
You hit it.
and 9 damage.
Take it out on its way as it turns.
So
You take it out.
he's still furious. So hitting it like the first time, but this time he digs both of his claws in and just goes and rips it
Yeah.
into shreds.
Splinters onto you, Wimp, who's standing nearby. Just plant matter and leaves. And you all see a little baseball-sized light whoosh away.
How do you grab it?
Wimp takes a point of acid damage because it's splattered on him.
Oh no!
Imagine.
Get little burns.
Sorry, Wimp.
All right. With that, there's one. There is the one left. Wimp.
Yeah. No, he is. It's just gonna be like there is no playfulness. There's no engaging with himself anymore. His ears are pinned back, and he is fucking mad and protective. So he is going to teleport right to that creature. Well, hold on.
Yeah, Dad power.
Swap.
That
Go for
power.
it, Wimp. Taking names.
Teleport. And it's advantage because it's restrained.
Actually, he is not going to teleport, but it's okay. You don't move him.
Okay.
Can he throw the halberd like a javelin?
Probably.
Don't believe so.
Be
I
cool,
think,
though,
that would,
wouldn't
that
it?
would be a javelin. I think that would be if you got a javelin. Could get one.
He's gonna swing.
Okay, go for it. Advantage because it's restrained still because it could never get out. Still
On
got that
both
magical
hits? Are you doing your echo too?
Thank God on advantage. God.
root. I don't know.
God damn.
Ooh, I don't know if that hits.
What'd you get on that?
12.
Hits barely.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
fuck
the AC.
yes. 8 damage.
Damage. This one, as it is restrained, how do you want to finish it off? It's not getting out of this.
Honestly, he probably just swings upward. It is probably a planted foot, swings upward, and literally slices it. Like, just uses the bladed fucking axe side of it and just slices it as deeply as he fucking can gouge it.
I like it. Yeah, immediately as you do, it falls. Plant matter going down. A bunch of like green goo comes from these because these are more plant-like, it seems.
What
You all look
direction
around?
Is the light been going?
To the right. So, towards the pond, basically.
So east.
Yep.
Yes, but the creature ran the other way.
Yeah, the creature ran down.
It did.
Southeast.
After that, you essentially settle down for a minute. Having all of that, you look around and see that all of them seem to be gone. You see people currently laying down. Some of them look old for elves, old. Some of them who have only aged somewhat, maybe 20, 15 years, but even for an elf, that's probably a lot more. So people are laying down, coughing. There's a dozen or so people that have been wounded like this. And the rest of everybody who's just leaving, as you see them leaving, they have begun to turn back to themselves, and they've only slightly begun to age. As only the ones that have aged fully are the ones who got their light personally taken by the Shade Sprouts. Everyone else is just generally affected by the light, the beam. You actually see now the beam is flickering. It is still there, but not all of it. It is somewhat gone.
Oscar will go to Zinfil and
She's currently laying on the basin, like, no.
and drop to his knees in front of her and take her hands and say, "I would like to apologize for losing control of myself and misunderstanding how important your light was. I hope that everybody is okay. Is there anything that we can do specifically for the fallen?"
She kind of just takes her hands back, not even seeing you, looking at the light, messing with it. Her tattoo only slightly glowing. She's, I gotta bring it back. I have to bring it back. Not even seeing you.
Wimp would run as his echo is running another way, and when his echo hits him, it's almost like blue on the edges and pink with like any type of like body that's intersected that kind of forms purple. But as he moves through, his echo is running towards Silney, but himself he is running towards Dylan, and his echo once it's within 30 feet, it vanishes.
Are we still got a little bit more time? Do we want to keep going?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Do it.
I would walk towards Wimp and just kind of like reach up, take his hand, cast Cure Wounds.
He would take your face and wouldn't even be paying attention to himself. He's like, "Are you okay?" Like he would be very worried.
You get 12 points of healing.
God damn.
Delicious.
Rolling well.
Yeah.
I think all of
And then-
Staj's luck went to you.
I'm
sorry.
glad. Listen,
sorry,
you were at the
Staj.
altar. You're good.
Do you bend down to her level?
Oh yeah, no, he is like even like putting his forehead to yours, like checking on you.
Yeah, she was gonna pull back and like kiss your forehead and be like, no, I'm good. Why don't you go find Marigold?
He'd actually kiss your forehead and bolt. And he would
And
probably
then I'm gonna start walking to Silney.
Yeah, he'd probably slow down around Syl, and he's like, stay standing. And he would run past.
I'm down, like, on my knees, like, trying to help these people, the old people on the ground.
He doesn't even look at him. He's very kid-focused.
Yeah, you're heading out towards the entrance, following the crowd of people. Almost everyone from here has ran.
Kid.
Whoever's left in here, you see from the bar area, peeking out, holding a bottle filled with wine, is Carlisle Larnasi. He says,
He was
"What
fucking
happened?"
getting drunk.
No. He's holding it as a weapon.
As a
He's just
weapon.
holding- That's the first thing he could see that he could grab is
Yeah.
a full bottle of wine. That's all he has. He's peeking around. He says, "What's happened?"
Well, there was some things.
He looks and starts realizing, and he walks over. He looks at the people on the ground, and he walks over towards the beam of light that is still flickering.
I have daggers on him. Eyes.
Gotcha. He heads over.
Not actual.
Yeah.
Almost
Yes.
actual.
Yeah. You head over, and he heads over, and Zenfia listens. Please. And she just drops onto the basin, just holding it, just staring into it, into the bright light, or at this close bright. He comes over, and he kneels, and just watches. That's it. Not a stab,
Oscar,
just watching. Mm-hmm.
Oscar goes over and rests his hand on Silney's shoulder. He said, Miss Silney, are you quite okay? And he'll cast healing word at second
Nice.
level on her. So you get another 8.
Nice.
I've been better. And still, like, glaring daggers, is gonna try and help pick one of the people up and start walking them over to the bench, so that way they're not just, like, decrepit on the
Yeah.
ground.
On the other two laying there, Oscar will. How heavy are they? Can he pick them both up?
The kind of elderly people here now, easy enough.
Yeah.
'Cause they're
So
not just-
he'll also cast healing word on one of them, as he picks them up, and they get
Yeah, he heals the
5.
little scrapes, but doesn't heal their other ailments,
Doesn't. Okay.
as
Alright,
they
so he'll-
have seemingly have lost their light and have returned to their what should be ages. But you look at them, make a perception check as you're near them.
Okay.
Both of us, or?
If you're around them, yeah.
15.
Fucking 6. God damn it.
You're still recovering and getting your vision back. Oscar, you realize these people, they're elderly. As soon as their light got consumed, they are elderly, but you notice it's happening more. The gentleman's hair is beginning to fall out slowly. The hair is becoming even more gray. Skin's wrinkling slowly.
Yeah.
They're still aging.
Oscar will leave Silney, make sure that she's okay, leave her with them, and start to make his way towards Wimp and towards Marigold and his family.
Yeah, they've gone down the hill. Dylan, where are you headed?
I'm going to Virkin.
Birkin.
Verkian.
Birkin.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over to him.
Yeah, you head outside, out through the arch of the glade, basically. Miriam has taken him and Gilry outside and down the hill a little bit. Sylvie, what are you doing? So is everyone heading out?
No. I am going to go over to the altar, where those two are.
This is why you all are making your way down the hill, basically.
Fuck. God, I want to stab Carlisle.
You see the grandmother looks just out of it, just staring with great
Silky,
loss.
no, don't be a dick.
Yeah. As
I
Carlisle's
hear in my
here, just,
head.
just kneeling, and he stands up, arms crossed, looking.
I'm gonna pointedly grab his shoulder and start poking him. You created this around here. They
did.
were in here.
I didn't make them.
What did you do?
I didn't make them. He looks around, disgust.
I'm disgusted with him too.
Yeah, he's just
I-
he's just mad at a whole situation that
Yeah.
has even happened. He's seemingly forgotten about your all's confrontation at the moment. As right now ahead of him is
Does he
staring at the
seem
light.
genuine? Genuinely
insight check.
disgusted?
like an insight check.
Uh,
You got physical dice. You need to start using those.
It's not much better.
Oh,
I
what'd you
just
get?
rolled a 2.
13 is on the thing, but 9 for the one that I rolled.
He's hard to read. He's just staring at the beam that is very faintly there.
And then
Even
I'm
the
going to-
the room is no longer sunlight. It's returning almost back to
Yeah.
daytime now.
I'm gonna kneel down next to the older lady. Put my hand on her. Take a deep breath, recollect myself,
And then stab her.
and then stab her.
One day it's gonna happen.
Oh,
Someone.
Abby pants.
Is there any way to get this back for your family?
She's just looking. Not seeing you. Looking at the light. Her eyes are golden. And Carlisle will say, I've never seen it taken before. I didn't know that could happen.
We came across these creatures on our way up here. Nothing like the big vines, but the smaller creatures. They were stealing our campfire.
He just says, I've never seen anything like it. He just stares at the beam. Not at her, just at the beam. They've ruined it.
There's no way to get this back.
I do not know. They seemingly took it. Perhaps it's still out there. I do not know.
And what exactly is this?
The light?
Yes?
It is a gift found within.
A gift found within?
Yes, that's what he says. A gift found within.
I can pretend to write too, so I feel like part of the group. All y'all's head went down. I was like,
Yep. Meanwhile, outside, walking down the hill, you find people are just going down the hill. You actually see coming up is both Missy and Stockman is coming up the road, like running. They were ways down the road, and this was a matter of minutes of when this happened. They're still on their way.
yeah. Go on.
No, go ahead.
As they're coming up, he's gonna look at Missy. He's like, they're not there anymore, but make sure everyone's safe. They were plant creatures. And he would look at Stockman. He's like, it's not our fault.
Yeah, as they come up, Stockman is like, what happened? And Missy's like, is there any more trouble at all?
He said, not at the moment, but they came out of the trees. And I don't know if that's going to be the only attack. I assume it is.
All right. If they would have hired me too, this maybe would have been dealt with a little easier.
I
As
agree.
she just takes out her axe and starts heading away around the glade to start checking the trees. Stockman looks at you. Marigold is off with the family. You see she's like a few feet over, 20 feet over, and she looks at you and just gives you a hand wave. She's with the Bracera family at the moment. Oscar, as you're coming down, you're able to go towards them. Dylan, where are you heading exactly? You're following Wimp?
Can I change what I was gonna do?
Yeah, you get down here and you see them together.
How does Verkian look?
You head over to Verkin. So you head over to Miriam, who's with Gilroy. Gilroy's just tears, basically, at the moment.
Yeah.
You see everyone's tattoos are a little dulled golden now. And she doesn't change appearance. Even with the affecting, she seems to be probably close to her age. You see Verkian. Verkian he looks fine, not aged or anything, because his age wasn't hidden by whatever this is, but he's just laying there coughing, and Miriam is there trying to give him water, the man, and Guillory approaches and is talking kind of to Miriam, but kind of to you now that you've come up, and she says, he's sick. He's been sick. And the light was going to help him, but now it's gone. It was going to help him. And now it's coming back in full force.
Oh, fuck.
You know what he's sick with?
I'm not sure. It's something he's been to several healers and apothecaries, and they couldn't fix it. We had gotten lucky with our marriage. If it was going to help him. How it seemed to have brought it back double. And Miriam just says, shh, it's all right. We're going to sort this out. He looks to you, Dylan, and he says, maybe you and your friends can talk in a few moments.
Maybe. I'm gonna begin ritual casting Detect Poison and Disease.
Okay. That will take how
10
many
minutes.
10 minutes? You start casting it. How does that look like?
Basically she takes out her cards and she's just gonna lay on face up around him. And then kind of use the pink magic from it and just be moving cards.
These are playing
while
cards,
the magic
correct?
Yeah, while the magic flows over him.
Okay. You begin that. Meanwhile, with Wimp, Stockman is still there. He basically is wanting a rundown, and you can just, however much you tell him.
No, yeah, he would be fully transparent. He would be like, they're weird little plant creatures. It's like they came in different sizes, 2 different sizes. He's like, they were killed by normal weapons, and magical shit. When they died, there was this weird little light, and it would be sent in a direction only one got away. They seemed to be attracted to the light. It had nothing to do with us, but we solved it with the one security guard they had.
One hell of a curse. Omen, as you said. I'm gonna go speak to Carlisle.
Yeah, and we had an issue with him, but I'll go check on him.
Should I go speak to him?
Should I speak? Yes, it seems that he was in possession of some stolen goods. They have been retrieved, but...
He just squints, knowing that this is already a stressful trip. It's now more as he starts heading up. Oscar, you begin to come down to your family. Marigold kind of sees you coming, and we'll head over to Wimp instead. Mm-hmm.
Did Oscar hear the discussion about Birkin being sick?
Make a perception check as you were going by. Because everybody's kind of huddled somewhat, also in their own groups.
25.
Yeah, definitely. As you're walking by, you hear Dylan talking to Miriam and
Gilroy. He'll go over and he'll fuss over the children and check them over the top, like looking at them and say, "Did any come near you? Are you hurt at all?" And checking over Henrietta, and she'll sort of tell him to sod off and that she.
Yeah, everyone seems fine. Pyrus was excited, but also you can tell he's a little shaken up. Everyone's a little shaken up, but
he'll quietly say, "Did the children see what I did, or?"
I shielded them as much as possible. He did see Silney take a swing and miss, but that's about it.
Good.
And you hear, I saw Silney fight.
Ooh, she's very good at it, isn't she?
No, she isn't. Sorry. But she says, no, they're good. They didn't see anything.
Cool. And then he'll say, "Can you go and check on the groom? He's sick, but a different type of sick. You may know more than they do."
You see, even without an insight check, she is nervous about all of this. She says, I think I know what's happening here. I don't like it. It's peculiar. I'll go check on him.
We'll talk later.
She pat your shoulder.
Stay where you can see Silny. I'll stay with the children.
She heads over next to you, Dylan, and crouches and starts checking him over, asking Miriam questions, asking Guillory, and starts to check him over. Meanwhile, your ritual has gone up while she's over here. And she would recognize what this is. And she, as you were finishing casting the ritual, Harriet actually says to you, "How is it?" Asking about the spell, because she would probably have access to the spell and detect poison and whatnot, and probably be part of her healer's utility.
What do I learn from it?
From that, you would see, I'm not exactly sure how the spell goes, but you would definitely see an aura
I can identify the kind of poisonous creature, or disease.
This is a disease, but it's you're not sure what it is, actually. While the spell should tell you, this is something more than an average sickness or poison, if that makes sense. It is a disease that's afflicting him. And this seems to be why Giller is right. They can't figure out what it is. But you do see that it is present.
Does this
Strong.
remind me of something from my past?
You're not sure all about it, but it definitely seems familiar. Even Harrietta says, "I've seen people come down with what he has. It's almost unhealable most of the time. It's strange. Pops up every now and then."
I don't know what it is, but it's familiar.
She begins to check him over as well.
My mother died of something like this.
She looks at you for a moment, stopping what she's doing to give you empathy eyes, basically. And keeps going.
Maybe we can do something for him.
I hope so. She's checking him out with her healing. So, or Wimp, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted really quick. Like, he's gonna take Marigold, like he took Dylan. Just look her over, place his head to her head, and say, like, he probably has tears in his eyes, like the obvious, like, coming down from that adrenaline and not a fan of what he saw and whatnot, flashbacks and whatnot. And he'd say, "Sverk is hurt. I saw him drop. I know he was breathing, but I don't know how bad it is."
I know, I've checked on him already. I walked by. I think Guillory, that man's over there now. Oscar's wife was over there. He's been sick for a very long time. And knowing what I know about all this and putting it together, I think with their things gone, his sickness has come back in full.
Oscar will look at Marigold and say, "Thank you so much for shielding my family and getting them out of here." And then he'll put his hand on Wimp's shoulder and say, "You've got a lot to be proud of, Whimper."
Smiles.
Whimper would do the whole where, looks up and very much is trying to hold his emotions back. And he just nod to the other father.
Oscar will look at whatever you would.
I swear to God, when I heard him.
Yeah.
But he would look at Marigold and he would offer like a sad smile, and he would go, "Suffering is balance. They will learn a lot, and he doesn't deserve it, but he's blessed in other ways."
She just nods. The sadness kind of coming on her as well now. Sad smile, taking it all in. She knows these people.
Oscar will probably sort of go, "Are these other people, like, they're gone, right? It's just him and the kids?"
Yeah, we're not even on this map anymore. Everyone's down in the hill now.
So Oscar will actually take the children and go and sit sort of in the corner somewhere and beckon Wimp over. And Marigold if she comes as well.
She'll linger if you allow her.
Yeah.
He'll sit down and sort of look around and say, "I wanted to thank you for coming and supporting me in the altercation that we had before that, and I hope it's not the wrong time, but you showed faith in me and you didn't even know who I was, so I feel it's only right to show you what it was you helped me retrieve." And he'll take the carved coin case out and he'll pop it open and go, This is Eldith's coin of the blossoms. It enables me to tend her garden and create things like what we see today, but not to be used for personal gain, which I believe Mr. Larnassi was doing. But this is what you've been able to return to me, and it helps put food in mouths and protect the forests. So my deepest thanks to you, and to you, Marigold. And then he'll pop it back in his.
He'd incline his head. He'd just say, call it intuition. But at the same time, you also didn't need me. It seems that your other partner was more than equipped to handle. I just saw flashes of the obliteration. But seems that when she does hit, she hits hard.
Yeah, she's very, very capable and very dedicated. She's a good soul. Can't throw for shit though.
He's like, he kind of half shrug and he's like, well, they're kind of not made to fight. They're made to enjoy life.
It's all practice.
He'd give us a small smile. And a very, very sad one. Silny, what are you doing?
I'm going to give a very pointed stare at Carlisle. Make sure he's staring at me.
Takes him a moment, but he does look over as he was staring at the beam, but he does look over to you.
And I'm going
Stern
to
face, crossed arms.
speak to, I didn't write her name down, the mother.
Zenfiel? The grandmother? Zenfiel?
I'm not going to write it down still. So I'm going to try and put my arms under the mother and be like, you should go with your family. There's going to be a lot of people wondering if you're okay.
At this point, noticing that you're trying to grab her a little bit, she says, we have to get the light back. It's
We can
dimming.
figure that out.
It's dimming.
Is it dimming? Like, is it going
It's-
away?
It's not going away, it's just very dim. It's like flickering
Yeah.
still.
Yeah.
It's in pieces.
I'll be right back.
We can get
No
more
worries.
minds on this. Perhaps follow the moats that had escaped.
I'm going to
Go
stay
into the
here and
east.
watch this. I can't let any more go away. She still has her hands on the basin.
Do you believe that you being here is going to help?
Won't let it go down without something taking me first. I will guard it.
There's a big sigh.
You can try further, but right at the moment, she is dead set. It would have to take something really good to get a persuasion check or something in. Because she is set. Like, this is
Yeah.
her life.
I know she said on that exactly. I'm gonna give a big sigh, stand back up, and start walking out.
As you start walking, Carlisle says, kind of in response to Zenfiel basically being lost right now, they've had it for generations, centuries. They've lived on it for a very, very long time. More than any of us have been alive. This is going to affect them greatly. You must understand.
I
The others will
understand.
begin to age, slowly. You've already seen it in some of them. It'll catch up to them, with the light being fractured. He kind of looks down. Well, he doesn't look down, but he kind of, not even realizing it touches his own forearm. Just watching the light. Not having one. Maybe perhaps wondering what if he did have one. Would it
Yeah,
have
exactly.
come to this?
Little bitch. Yeah, and I'm going to start walking out. You know, these guys on the bench over here are just like withering away.
Yeah.
But there's not much else I can do. She's not gonna leave her altar. The most I can do is try and go get her daughter. to go and meet with her mom.
Yeah, there's a point where she comes down and meets up with you, Dylan. Dylan, you doing anything with Miriam and Harrietta and Gildery?
I was actually
Yes,
going to head back
family?
in.
Okay.
To the people on the bench.
Yeah, you'll actually cross paths.
And yeah, I'm just not really gonna say anything, just walk over to the people. Are they relatively in a circle or a line or anything?
Who?
The people on the bench.
Yeah, the old people that we had put on the bench.
Oh, the old people on the bench? What do you mean a circle or line? They're just
Like, are they in a row or?
There's a few people on a couple benches here, yeah.
How do they look? Are any of them like, have any
Very
of them
elderly,
died or
weak.
are they just?
Not died. And there's a
Okay.
couple other people here that's like tending to them that are able. But they're
Mm.
like, you notice that they're still slowly aging. But their age is caught up
Mhm.
quickly and now it's slowly going.
Mhm.
These people are probably past how long they should be alive. So it's slowly catching up to them.
Cold.
Um,
There was a ritual, technically. It was the
Yeah.
ceremony, the wedding ritual.
mhm. So yeah, I guess I would just watch them for a minute, see how they were doing, and then I'd kind of head back outside and find just a spot to myself to sit down,
Mhm.
and then I'm just gonna take the wooden box out of my pocket and just kind of flip it around in my fingers for a while.
Okay. Suddenly you head down. You approach Miriam and Gilroy and Verkian, who's awake but coughing a lot and just out of it, kind of because all that his energy just got sucked away. She's still crying, but she's consoling him.
Miss Gilroy,
Yes.
I know that you have a lot going on right now. I've tried to have a conversation with your mother, and she seems a bit inconsolable at the altar. I'm not sure if you can get her in a right mindset or anything, but I just thought that you should know her whereabouts.
As long as she's fine, I don't think anything could pry her away. She started all of this.
Yeah, I don't
She's
think
had it
so
the
either.
longest. I'll check in on her.
Said
It's
the
Gilroy's
longest.
grandmother, right?
That's her grandmother. Out the
Oh,
altar.
grandmother. That's right. Okay.
Yeah. She seems to have had it the longest. Miriam actually says, I might want to speak to you. We need to catch up on all of this. Debrief. This was a lot. Talking to you, yeah.
Oh.
You and your other friends, the tall one, the smaller one, and the other tall one.
Oh, those ones we just met today, Mr. Bracera?
Oh, you don't work together. You all were the ones keeping everything in control. If you all weren't there, many more would have fallen. I couldn't have handled all of these on my own.
We were probably just the most capable people. I'm sure that anybody else would have if they had the means to.
Well, you four and myself must be the most capable people.
Must
We
be.
need to get on the same page with all of this. There's a lot of explaining.
Miss Gilroy, if I may ask, I know, again, a lot is going on, but this gift you all seem to have, is there any explanation that you can give to an outsider?
She stares at her husband and she says, "It's our light within. Our own power that we've created. There are no room for the gods here." As she touches her husband's face. Would you like to roll a religion check?
I just had a realization.
Yeah. Let's do it. Religion. R. Okay.
Out of character, I just figured out what it was.
9.
What'd you get?
9.
9. Basic what you would know about the pantheon of the paramount gods and whatnot. The god of light and healing and all that is the Dawnlight, Pelor.
Mm-hmm.
He is seen as the god of the sun, the god of light, the god of healing. all of this very much would fit that. The sun, the light, them kind of getting healing, although it's a little... He's a Paramount god, so he's a good god. That's like borderline, like, is immortality good, bad? You know, it's a little weird. But it very much fits the description of Paylor. All of it, kind of, in some way or another. But she says, no room for the gods here is strange to you, because this feels like Paylor.
Yeah.
But it's not.
As if like they're siphoning off their power, his power or whatever. Maybe? I don't know. Look back to Miriam, and I'll go and collect everybody. Do you want to meet anywhere in particular, or?
I will be in Verkian's tent up there. More private.
Alright. Thank you.
Begins that
And
off.
yeah, I am going to go back to the wagon, and I'm gonna pick up my shit. Because I want my
Fair.
rapier, because I feel a lot better with it.
Yeah.
Get
Get your equipment.
and then get my leather and stuff.
On your armor.
Wimp would be looking for Dylan.
Dylan.
He did kiss Marigold, said stay here, and go and look for Dylan.
Make a perception check, because you're a little out of the way, aren't you, in the trees?
Mm-hmm.
9.
9. You don't find her. However, Dylan, as you're sitting there kind of in the trees a little bit, you hear someone coming towards you, and you see Missy coming through the woods, holding their axe. What are you doing out here?
Sitting.
After an attack, right where the things came from?
Yeah, you know how it goes.
Get your ass back in there.
Alright.
You do what you want. I don't care. Just be
Pumpkin
Oh, okay.
pie! Pie slice!
Sorry, I'm being calm.
Make a perception. Probably at this point you're not too far away. You'd be able to hear pumpkin pie. What the hell is that thing you both have? I haven't even seen you eat pumpkin pie.
Man, we're the PvP. That's it.
The PP.
Yeah, the triple P's.
I ain't got time for this, Dylan. She takes her axe and continues her
Thank
approach.
Missy.
As you all,
I'm just wandering towards the sound of the pumpkin pie.
as you all are being collected, Harrietta actually comes away from Verkian. As some of the people are helping him and Guillory out, as Harrietta's coming for you, Oscar, in a moment. Dylan and Wimp, as you find yourselves together.
I'm gonna come like wandering out of some tents and wagons, and then just be like, "I heard you calling."
He's like, yeah, like, kind of had just an attack and suddenly you vanished.
Yeah, no, you're right. I was just sitting.
He honestly, is this like normal? Like, would it be odd, or do this from time to time?
A little odd.
Okay. Yeah, he looked curious and kind of pat your head. He's like, okay, you okay?
Yeah, that is weddings, relationships.
He smiled big and he's like, well, it's all done and we'll be home soon.
Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna pocket the box and then take your hand and start walking.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Harriet has brought you over. You see Marigold's going to watch the children for a moment. She kind of brings over. And if you want to pop into the Whisper channel with me.
Imagine!
Whisper whispers.
Me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you.
If
Your
you want.
wife's with
He's
you.
so excited! Look at him!
We have
Let's go.
whispers!
Whispers.
Oh my gosh. Jealous. Oh god, they're whispering. I need to go to the bathroom. I've had so much water.
Do it.
Oh my gosh.
That was so cool. Oh my. You're a
Wow.
damage dealer! Like, thank God my character doesn't give a fuck about necromancy. Cause, bro!
Oh
love
my
it.
god. It
Dylan's
was
perfect.
3 of them? I could have done more. I could have done 2 more, but I decided not to.
Love it. I was nervous we were all gonna drop. I was like, fuck, they're hitting harder than I
know.
thought. Oh.
I was at 19. So I wasn't doing too bad.
Yeah, no, I was at 23.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
I was about to start dishing out some healing as well.
Now that whole throw thing, I was like, funny as fuck. Like, oh my god.
And I was like, I'm gonna take some fall damage, but it was like, it might get me there. Because I was gonna be like, I was either gonna look at the grandma or I was gonna look at Wimp and be like, throw me, I gotta get this still knee.
Oh god.
I'm really curious if what they're talking about
Right. Oh my god.
has anything to do with my backstory.
Funny enough, when you said that, I'm like, oh fuck. Like, I think
Yeah.
we may all have someone that has died through something mysterious. I'm like,
Yeah.
how curious.
Okay. Like, as soon as I said that, I was like, does this seem familiar though? And then Oscar's wife being like, oh, honey, I know this. We need to talk about it. And I was like,
So interesting. Oh my god.
The PPP.
Yeah. What?
Pumpkin pie punchers?
Close,
picklers?
actually. You'll hear it. They'll announce it.
I'm sure, yeah. It works sometimes.
I can't tell you how many times I have to go back to the family tree just to be like, okay, who is this to her? Like, fucking
Which
God.
one?
Exactly.
Follow
no.
the line.
And I'm looking at like dates, and I'm like, when were they born? What do they know each other? Like, have they met? Like, fuck.
Oh god, this is a rough situation.
So I was curious because like how Zake would have reacted is running through my head, as well as how Dash would react. So it's so curious because they're so different from how fucking Wimp reacts.
Yeah.
I'm like, huh. Fucking fascinating how different characters can get.
every time somebody says Miram, I'm like, hmm?
Yep, it's so close to me that I'm like, oh wait, no, the dwarf.
I'm like, somebody talking to me? And I'm like, no.
Excuse me.
Like, I think it was Ethan. He was like, oh, Miriam says this. And I was like, I do what?
You're telling me what I do?
Or it was like, I think it was like, this person hit Miriam. And I was like, about to start taking off damage. And I was like, how much?
God damn. The fucking rolls, man.
I know.
It was all pretty, like, right before everything kicked off.
I also just rolled. I didn't use it, but I rolled a second level Cure Wounds.
Yeah.
Just because I was like, oh, I might use this on somebody. I rolled a 20.
Nice.
It's max on both D8s plus 4. Oh, it would have been 19 plus 3. Yeah, max on both dies and plus 3 for 19 points of healing. Oh, they've been in there for a while.
Yeah, they have. I think I know what this is, excuse me? Do you? That wedding was beautiful, though.
Oh god,
Mhm.
so pretty.
Fuck.
Like, it was described so well. Like, oh
Yeah.
my god.
I want to get married like that. What the fuck?
I'm saying.
Get matching tattoos? With
Yeah.
your
That's
spouse?
cool. Funny enough, Ezra and I are considering that because I don't fucking wear rings. They piss me off.
Yeah.
I only wear
Yeah.
watches, and that's barely. And so, like, Ezra and I were like, oh god, it'll be 12 years coming up. And we're just like,
Nice.
fuck it. Like, fucking get it tattooed. Because even if it's like, even if we break up, it's like, cool. Like, that's still, like, it has impacted my life. I'm like, I wouldn't mind still having that.
Mm-hmm.
I was joking with Ethan. It was like on our anniversary. And that was like our 5-year anniversary. And I was like, let's just go to the courthouse right now. And he was like, what, on a Monday? And I'm like, right now, let's go. And he was like, what? No. And I was like, right now, on a Monday, let's go. And he was like, if we're
Fucking
getting married,
beautiful.
we're gonna have a service. And I was like,
It's what,
Well,
and
right
then he
now.
was like,
Let's go.
like, we've talked about it, so we were like, when we get married, we're gonna go all out. Like, there's gonna be like dice placeholder cards on every table. We're gonna have like
Stop
fantasy
it.
swords and like
Oh my god. When I get
leaves and
married, I
vines and
want to
flowers.
have a sword forged.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I love it.
I've always wanted a sword.
I love
Feel
it.
that. I know. I was even like, I think it was like a while ago. I was like sitting there and I was like looking at wedding dresses and I was like, but this one has a cape, like a D&D kind of cape. And Ethan was like, why do you need a cape? And I'm like, just to have it. Like,
Yo, you can put some like
Love it.
armor on.
exactly.
We're nerds.
Amazing.
100% My friend had a whole Marvel wedding. So everyone fucking came. It was so fucking funny. I was like, yeah,
Yes.
that's top tier
Amazing.
millennial. What?
I know. I was like, it's like the one blanket that we like use often. And it's right here. It's the Critical Role Taldore blanket.
Oh,
I love
okay.
it.
It's the map of Taldore, and we
Uh-huh.
just so whenever we're like, I need a blanket. Where's the Taldore blanket? And we're like, I don't know. It's over there somewhere.
I love it.
Need to check.
I've realized that
Oh.
one of Wimp's kid reminds me of Mira. Another one reminds me of fucking not Calcion, lol, Creonza.
Creonza.
And the other one is well, one of them reminds me of Pen, like really of Pen.
I fucking love
Pen
that.
and
That's
Mira
amazing.
turn like that. Those are not the good people, and I'm like, I feel like that's how it might have gone. Like if like scary Mira came out and like Pen got
Yeah.
along, I'm like, yep, no, that makes sense.
Yeah. You literally just made your family the past.
Yeah. What makes? Oh, I can't wait till you find out one of the things, because I'm like, I have predicted so much in this campaign already, just by my children.
What was that?
Hi.
Hey, what are you talking about? Hi, welcome back.
What? I don't know. Excuse me. There it is.
So everybody currently, except Oscar at the moment, because he's catching up, you all are heading up. Is everyone heading to the tent, or what's happening?
Yeah, at the wagon. As I'm gathering my things and stuff, I'm gonna go through my bag and find my little what is it technically? I believe I'll have it in like a little flask or whatever. And I'll have that, and then I'll take a little cup and put it in, or put some water in like a wineskin or whatever. And I will open up the flask and drip out the last bits of my concoction.
Mm-hmm.
Take a big sigh, and holding with the one that isn't shaking, take my drink, and then just have everything calm and relax for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go and walk up.
As you get up to the entrance, because the other two had already gone in, I believe, and because you were already up there.
Yeah,
so
I'm looking for them on the way.
Yeah, let's say,
to
where are we
Bring
going?
them in.
We were
You
all
both said you were
going in.
heading. You both said you were just heading in last time, so you all would have been heading back into the glade. All right, that's all. Right? You both
I
said
will
you were
say,
heading back.
I'm following Dylan, so yes.
Is that somewhere else? Yeah, you both are just heading into the glade. Sonny, as you get back up to the entrance of the glade, you look down the hill, and you actually see Oscar coming back behind some wagons, coming back towards you all. And in the distance, behind, you see the birdy barrel wagon leaving. Atop of it, Harrietta, Pyrus, and Holly, and the halflings, heading off into the distance. Oscar's coming towards you.
I'll go up to Oscar. They're heading out?
Oscar will lean down and put his enormous hands either side of your head and give you a kiss on the forehead and say, Harrietta's been given a calling that she needs to follow. And you, my dear, have performed beautifully and done everything that was asked of you. And I'd be delighted if you continued to accompany me. Though, if you decide that you need to return to your mother, I'll travel with you to ensure that you get there safely.
Still feel like I need help.
We've still got
You
much
have
to
your
do.
coin. I want to know what's going on with these creatures. And still
As do
need
I.
help.
And he'll give a wry grin. I have it on good authority that we're on the right path, the two of us. And I believe that Mr. Whymper and Dylan are part of that path as well. And I'd be very happy if you were to come with me.
What's the plan?
I think we're about to find out.
Okay.
You guys got 5 minutes left to wrap this up? Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have
Just
all
make
time
sure.
in the world, yeah.
Just want to make sure. You both head up, find Dylan and Whymper up in the glade. I know you know, Silny, that Miriam is waiting for you. I don't know if everyone else knows.
That's
or not.
right. If I could have, I guess all of us, Mr. Whymper and Dylan, we have somebody who needs to speak to us. Miriam.
He assumes it's because of the amber drop, so he's like, yeah, we'll call him.
He is in Mr. Verkian's tent currently, so.
You'll head into where Miriam is waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Let's see if we can change this up. It's a little too hardy. It's a little too hardy for the moment. As you all enter, you find the basic tent, you find different clothes laid out. This was Verkian's groomsman tent, essentially, to get ready, get changed, all that. It's here. There's a tea set that's already here. It's cold, not drunk from Verkian. Miriam is the only one in here, though. He's sitting in a chair. It's a little bit too small for him. He's a dwarf. He's quite large. He's got like to describe Miriam once more. He's kind of got balding hair, black to almost gray beard and hair of what he's got left. An eye patch on one side. He's got his walking cane of black and silver. He wears a black coat with some kind of chain on his left side. He's kind of got a decent build. He's got a large gut at the moment. And he's there and he kind of stands up, sorry, as he creaks open in the chair. For those of you I haven't met, my name is Maldor Marum. I am pleased to make your acquaintances. Unfortunately, under these circumstances. You guys can go around, share names, and he says, none of you have belonged here, either through job or through other means. You all didn't mean to be in all of this. I can tell. The Yandravi family I've known for years. Well, I don't agree with all of their views, and I'm still struggling to figure out where my own views land on the light. I've kept an eye on it at the very least, while unable to decide. While they use it selfishly on themselves, I've known them to be great helpers in others, to bring light to the darkness, to heal others with it. I have been always for years unable to decide what's right, what's wrong. Is it... I don't know. I couldn't tell you. He looks around for y'all's opinions.
Whip is gonna pause and shift his gaze outside, like just to ensure that like they're relatively private.
You are.
He'd turn back and he'd say, not much balance in selfishness, but not my place to say anything.
It's true. But at the very least, I haven't known them to inflict harm onto others. I've been stuck at this for a very long time. You are right. You are right, though.
It gives them life.
Yes. They give them all sorts of powers. They are able to live longer. They are able to stay healthy. They are also able to share their gifts, to heal others, to push back the darkness and help others, which they have on many occasions. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I've done my research. I'm not sure what it has a name. It mimics that of the Dawn Knight. Palor, the god of light. And you all would know that. You all know that, who he is. But it's not from him. They aren't of religion, or clerics, or any divine. This is something they have found within themselves. Sinfiel has found it long ago. Before the Broomfall, before even I was alive. She's found a way to harness the own light. They say that everyone has light within them, even you and me. We all have vitality and aura. But they have figured out how to use it, to tap it, to use it and break it physically. You saw her grandmother harness it physically. Almost took some off of you, Mr. Busera.
Indeed.
But they can also heal others. They can do all sorts of things. Some of them can, at least. It's tricky. I don't know if it's dark, or good, or in between. But I, personally, have known them to do enough good that I want to see them healthy and fine. I intend to help get their light back. And then figure out where to go from there. He holds his cane out in front of him. He has been thinking about what to say, and he has just said matter-of-factly his opinions and what he plans to do. He now looks to hear your alls, seeing if you all align with him or differ.
Despite them being selfish, it's probably better for them to be selfish with the fact. And if you say that there are good people who share healing gifts with everybody, I don't mind that they're doing it.
You see he's like kind of twisting his cane into the ground a little bit, into the grass. He's just like, he nods, not making eye contact. You can tell he's struggling to find his views on it, his opinions. He's listening to everyone, so he's like, just nodding.
And if this has been taken from them, I would like to help bring it back, if this is a source of good that they're giving into the world.
Wimp is side glancing Dylan. Don't you grin like that, god damn it! I fucking knew it! God! Yet Wimp is suddenly very fucking quiet and is eyeing Dylan.
Dylan is just staring back like.
I love the silent communication and knowing what they're both about to say. Good, good. And then he'd look to Oscar and wait for his opinion.
Fucking doesn't know a shit.
Rolls.
I have work to do, but my work can be done any place where I happen to find myself. So, if we determine that getting to the bottom of people whose light has been taken away and finding out where it's gone, certainly sounds like a reasonable pursuit to me.
Driving the cane further and further into ground. Nervous about the other two's opinions. Glances up. And then back down.
I'll be, I guess, the blunt and not devil's advocate, but, I'm not one to, believe that anyone should be able to take balance, rather, and he just kind of throw up his hands, realizing he's not being subtle, because he fucking doesn't know how to. He just say, he's like, I think it's wrong. The concept of taking it, even if you're going to offer it to people, it isn't their power. They're clearly taking it from something because they just lost it. So, I am more than happy to go and correct it, because I don't know if the creatures that grabbed it, it's their power and they're stealing it back or whatnot. So, I am more than happy to go and free that energy to where it's supposed to go. But I will not free the energy to give it back to someone that might be stealing it. If we find out that it's theirs, I am happy to hand it back. But I won't be going with the concept to bring it back to them.
I find myself agreeing with Mr. Wimper here. There's balance, as you say, and something truly cathartic to be found in honest investigation. And I
There
feel
is
like
no one good or bad in this world.
no. But if you dig in the right places and ask questions in the right ears, and you have a honorable drive behind your actions, you can get to the bottom of things.
Driving the cane like 2 inches into the ground now. He's very much of the, I don't know my opinion, so please persuade me. He's gonna latch on to the majority,
Yeah.
but seeing that it's split, he's kind of like driving it in. He does glance up to Dylan now.
Gonna
He's
look
taking
down
in
at
every
her,
word.
half lidded.
What you got for Dylan? Moral decisions.
I agree with Wimp. In his words, there is no one good or bad in this world, and it is even foolish to believe gods are. But I do think that there are
Wimp!
wrongs to be righted.
So
I will go.
Wimp's getting outed right here.
He's like, Dylan.
You actually see the man nod. This is what I've been struggling with. I can see both sides. He looks to Sony, he looks to all three of you. I think a more balanced approach. He squints, not wanting to, but knowing what's right now, and like his mind is being made up more. I like the idea of finding out who it belongs to.
If there's a wrong to be investigated here. Who better to do the investigating than a collection of talented people who have no skin in the game, as it were? Nothing to gain, nothing to lose.
Neutral party.
That seems quite balanced to me. What would you say, Mr. Wimper?
Yeah, I guess there's a prerequisite on, do you plan to go out with them, after this light immediately? Clearly not fully paying attention to the conversation, and has no idea what you just asked him. But clearly thinking about, oh, hold on, like, we have to go visit her family first. Hey, the Bryson, where are we go? Like, literally has totally tuned out.
Mm-hmm. Sil, do you have anything?
I mean, we have no leads currently. We have a general direction of where they may be. As much as I can put an idea on it, we first encountered them in what's that forest called?
The forest to the south that we passed through.
Yeah, you're in the sleepkin. All of it is still the same
Sleepkin,
forest.
yeah.
Same. Still in the sleepkin. The outskirts of it.
From where we encountered these things in the sleepkin, the light went in a northeasterly direction. Now we've come more north. It went in a easterly direction. So
Southeast.
I would say that we can be more sure of having to go east from here.
The dwarvish man nods and he says, "That could be the first step if you so choose. It could be finding out where those little lights went. Seeing the source. Seeing what it is. If it's theirs, if it's stolen, if it's bad, if it's good. They went somewhere. East. Could find out what holds it now." He looks very unsure. As unsure as everyone, but
We had once before attempted to speak with them. It didn't seem anything that we were saying was getting to it.
they don't seem very talkative, do they?
No.
What will you all do?
But look to Dylan.
It's hard decisions. Even he is at a loss.
What is your plan? Do you have more things to do?
I can hold my own, but I don't know if I can go after all of these on my own, and wherever it leads at the source. My adventuring days are a little over now. I plan to stay here for now, make sure everyone's fine, and guard the light and the basin until some resolution comes from it. Whether you all find the source or go somewhere else, guard the basin.
Your loyalty is to this family, is it not?
I have done work with them before. It's more, I really cherish this family, but it's more keeping an eye out, making sure this power doesn't end up in the wrong hands or used for harm. That's why I wish to guard the basin while whatever you choose to do, I can make sure it doesn't go out, make sure it doesn't brighten, make sure that no one uses it, and make sure nothing comes for it.
And this
That's all I know.
basin will always be here. This is where it's set.
It can move, but right now they have lit it here. And it is on a standing point, I think. I think it is either going to flicker out now that it has been severed, or it's going to be brought back. I think with its pieces gone, it will sever eventually and flicker out. And I will stay here until it does, or until it's returned. Either or. It's in motion now.
When it's not here, when it's not being called here, where do they keep it?
Inside of them. It exists within the family. It's their light within.
Where does Zenfil live?
Zenfil.
Forget I asked it. It's okay. It doesn't seem important.
I'll message you that in a few minutes when we end the session because I have to look because I forget. There's a lot of family members and I gotta remember where they are.
And they're like scattered and stuff.
Yeah, they've come from all over basically. So I will get you that as soon as we end. He tells you.
Well,
You too. Do you have plans?
I mean, plans to see family. But I mean, I guess we could push it back.
I owe the three of you an enormous debt, so I'll follow wherever the three of you choose to go. I can perform my work anywhere.
We need to check with our boss. If the thing's done and
Yeah.
we're gonna get paid,
Yeah,
well, we have loose plans. But
that too. My worry is just that like a whole family's just gonna be slowly dying while we move on
Yeah.
to go celebrate with our families.
The dwarves just look a little grim and nods a little bit.
he would look down and he's like, "There was families dying during this wedding."
Oh,
Like he's just like, "This is not the only family in the world." Like,
yeah.
Either the light will flicker out or it will be resumed, but they're in the process of returning to their normal ages.
so not dying, aging. And he looks like he's about to say something else, but he's like, "I'll shut up." It's like I don't. He just shuts the fuck up.
He looks a little grim. There's always an end to it.
There's always an end.
Think about it for the night and let me know in the morning. You'll know where to find me.
Oscar nods at him and pulls his staff in front of him and just taps it on the ground. Taps it on the ground a few times, and this faint green light goes up the vine engravings on the side and just goes poof at the top. And he holds his hand out, and there's 10 tasty good berries in it. And he hands a couple to each of you.
Oh, does Miriam not get one? Miriam's like, ooh,
Yeah,
ooh.
no, to him as well.
Oh, good. he was about to be really upset. I love these. I haven't had them in a long time. Thank you.
What do your berries look like?
They're all different colours. They come in. It's like Skittles, but they're like grapes, but they're all different colours, like
Okay.
Skittles.
Oh, so they're all
And they're bright.
They're just grapes, like kind of.
They
Berries.
look like grapes. They're like the texture of a gooseberry, if you've ever had a gooseberry.
Love gooseberry.
Really tasty.
Yeah.
And you get a
Oh.
point of health for each one you eat, so you'll get 2 points of HP as well.
He would. He'd pause and he'd go, "This is an odd question, but is it meat?" He has no fucking
No.
idea.
No.
It's not meat at all.
Oscar is
That's good.
not the most fond of meat, but won't say no to it. But it's definitely I've had these many a times on our journey, so they're very good.
We tend to stay away from meat as well.
Well, there's
Vegetarian
good
group.
news. I can make tremendous stews.
Man,
Miriam's just looking around.
I look forward to cooking with you, Dylan.
And pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin pie. He would say it way too fucking loud.
Miriam like jumps a little bit. Excuse me, I'll head past you all. And,
Y'all are
Go
getting
tell-
weird now.
He's like,
come to me either tonight, in a few hours, or in the morning. Let me know. Thank you all
bye.
for your help.
Of course.
Head off. And if you all don't have anything else, I think that's where we might end our very first session.
He would probably say, Wimp would probably say, like, at the very least, probably,
Mhm.
he'd say, let's, like, come to Dylan's caravan. Like, let's all, like, be able to sit and talk when we need to. For no other reason.
just-
For no reason.
No reason at all. Can you explain the wagon?
You want me to? I can't talk.
No, I was talking to you.
Me? You want me to?
Yeah,
you want me to
yeah.
describe the wagon or you? You have
Yeah.
those.
No,
Is
I
this the
want
one that we
you.
saw?
Yes, but we've got a proper detail now. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, read it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we will end the session as you all are walking down towards the wagon, but for a little after game thingy, it is a dark wood wagon. It's not as vibrant and weird as some of the other Ambershoff caravan members. That's something to get in the campaign later. But it's a dark wood wagon with 3 metal frames across of it, and at the front of the wagon on the right side, there's a small rope ladder that is hooked to the side of the wagon that can let someone climb up or down, someone small perhaps. The cloth roof that is usually on the back on the metal framing is currently taken off. On the right side of the wagon, engraved into the wood, is the letters P, 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 and below that is a wood-burned design of a slice of pumpkin pie. And there are paper stars that are painted gold hanging down from the metal frames of the wagon, just stars hanging down. And the inside of the wagon has painted gold swirls on the inside once you get there, and there seems to be personal belongings pushed up towards the front. And at the back of the wagon is empty for storing things. That is Dylan the Wimp's wagon.
With 2 gorgeous horses.
3?
Where's 3?
Queen
Yeah,
Hornet?
Hornet is
3
there right
gorgeous
now. 3 gorgeous horses.
Trey went full horse boy this campaign. He's got a horse.
We have
It's
3
his
named
Isaac.
horses.
It is straight up
Yeah,
his
I was gonna
Isaac.
say, your Everett is leaking.
Oh, let's say, yeah, there's a gorgeous one in front named Queen Hornet, and then there's Brock and Honey.
Less gorgeous ones.
Brock and Honey Hoof.
tier 2 horses at the back.
Uh-huh. And then Queen Hornet.
Queen Hornet leads it.
Nice.
That's where we end that session. What does everybody think?
I love it.
So
Yeah.
I love it.
Was this
Mini.
does this meet expectations? Oh, sorry.
Oh yes,
Yes.
Fucking
that's
amazing.
worth the wait.
You all did great. Now we get to resume it. What were you gonna say, Taro?
I was gonna say, does this mean the RP channel opens up?
We're in the same
Oh.
caravan. We're like, we could have a campfire.
You can. So the things about the RP chat for anybody who wants to use them, I put it there for travel moments and small moments. It is in case you have the itch to get a little RP with your characters and NPCs. In the meantime, you can use it for just however your style is. You don't have to go in big detail. You could just be like, I walk over here, I say this. Like, it's whatever you want. Go into details, or you don't have to use it at all. It's not necessary. But it's there for those who want to get their little itch throughout the week. I'll pop in as NPCs if you talk to them, just because something small. But the rule is basically to meta a little bit and just say small things, if that makes sense. Because we don't want big dramatic moments that would be really good for the game said in the downtime RP, because it's strictly downtime RP. Like, I wouldn't reveal great backstory stuff. I wouldn't small. You know what I mean? You'll know what's right and what's wrong. But you can debrief over what's been happening over this or whatever. It's there if you need it. And it will be there for travel trips and stuff like that. Just for those who want the itch for small RP.
I was thinking this could also help us decide what we do
That's
next game.
Yeah, it also, for those who want, it can also save in some chatter sometimes as well, like on decisions. Because you got big decisions ahead. Because I've been trying to make a moral toughie there. Because cult-like people, but they might not be bad, but they're... Hopefully there were some spins and different kind of red herrings and expectations, and
It's wonderful. Love it all.
Yeah.
Even with Carlisle, he's a horrible person.
Yeah,
He
he
didn't steal it directly, is what you found. Got it. He knew it was probably stolen, but he didn't steal it directly. So now there's a third party, a third mystery now on how did he get it and who actually took it to give it to him.
I love it.
And Harrietta and the kids are gone. Manners and I had a really great scene.
Bye.
Yeah, they probably would have told Oscar, like, give wishes. Like,
Yeah.
very much so. But that was a really great scene with Manners, having the goodbye with the family.
Awesome.